Chapter 861. Ah! Wen Shuyang was dumbfounded. He had never expected that the leader of the Gonka people would reject them so cleanly without even showing his face or meeting them. Wen Shuyang turned to look at Wang Chong, not knowing what to say. The other party had clearly refused to make contact. No matter how many methods of persuasion they had, it was useless. Wang Chong also raised his eyebrows, but he was not too surprised. As expected of the arrogant king of mercenaries, Wang Chong smiled inwardly. He did not care too much. The king of Gonka's arrogance was famous in later generations. Although the Gonka people were mercenaries of the western regions, not everyone would accept the offer. Everyone was dressed in Han Chinese attire. It would be strange if the Gonka people agreed to it for the first time. "It's all right. These are for you. Mr. Yuan, let's go." Wang Chong smiled and waved his hand. Under Wen Shuyang's stunned gaze, he turned and walked into the distance. Behind him, the 5,000 soldiers of the Qixi Protectorate also slowly moved away from the Gonka tribe. "Marquis, are we really going to leave just like that?" Wen Shuyang had an embarrassed expression on his face, unable to let go of the grudge in his heart. He had been summoned by Wang Chong this time, thinking that he could provide some help. The name of young Ho Zhongyi was well known throughout the world. Although Wen Shuyang was much older than him, he still greatly admired this descendant of the 9th young master. However, he had not expected to suffer such a setback on his first apprenticeship. "Don't worry, the Gonka people will definitely agree. However, haste makes waste. We've already conveyed our goodwill the first time, and that's enough. Next we'll just wait and see." As he said this, the corners of Wang Chong's mouth curled up in a meaningful smile. Report. As soon as Wang Chong said that, a scout from the Qixi Protectorate arrived on a war horse. "My lord, there are more than 2,000 targets up ahead, heading toward the territory of the Gonka." "Target?" Hearing this, Wen Shuyang looked confused and subconsciously turned to look at Wang Chong. It seemed that Wang Chong had arranged more things than he had imagined. "Haha, Mr. Yuan, don't worry. Let's wait and see." As Wang Chong spoke, he waved his hand, and the 5,000-strong army immediately stopped several thousand feet away from the Gonka people's territory. In just a few breaths of time, everyone heard the dense sound of horse hooves in the next moment. Under everyone's gaze, a tribe of more than 2,000 barbarians from the western region, with hooked noses, deep-set eyes, and disheveled hair, charged towards the Gonka people's territory while waving their swords, spears, and clubs. This tribe of more than 2,000 barbarians had obviously noticed Wang Chong and the rest when they were halfway there. However, they only laughed and continued to charge and scrupulously towards the Gonka people's territory. "The Saka!" Wen Shuyang's eyelid suddenly twitched as he recognized them. The Saka were a very powerful nomadic tribe in the western region, and they were divided into many tribes. Their biggest characteristic was their tall physique, extremely thick bones, and extremely aggressive nature. The people of this tribe had a habit of using lime to draw an iron fork mark on the right side of their war horses. The Saka loved to bully the weaker tribes. In the western region, they had destroyed countless small tribes. "My lord, let's continue watching." Wang Chong smiled. He already knew what Wen Shuyang was going to say. In the distance, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. The 2,000 Saka had already penetrated deep into the Gonka people's territory. A group of Gonka people quickly gathered and confronted the Saka. Due to the distance, it was impossible to hear what they were saying. However, it was clear that the Gonka people were very agitated. They were waving their arms and saying something, but their actions only made the Saka laugh loudly. "Marquis, the Saka have always been domineering and like to enslave other weak tribes. They often kidnap the cattle, sheep, and horses of other tribes. The Gonka people have always been lacking in food. I'm afraid." Wen Shuyang turned his head to look at Wang Chong. However, before he could finish, a shrill scream came from behind him. Wan Shuyang's body trembled. He turned his head and saw several Gonka people being pierced by halberds. The Saka, who had just been laughing loudly, suddenly charged into the Gonka people's territory and began a massacre. Xiao, xiao, xiao! The Saka had clearly come prepared. Arrows rained down on the Gonka people. The others rode their horses and became one with them. They brandished their weapons, spears, and clubs as they slaughtered the Gonka people in a frenzy. The Gonka people were unarmed and starving. They were no match for the Saka. Screams rang out incessantly. "Marquis, listen to my orders," Wang Chong said calmly. A moment later, an earth-shattering roar erupted from a tent in the center of the Gonka people's territory. The aura was terrifying. Before the Saka could even get close, they were sent flying with their horses. The aura was so strong that even Wang Chong and the others' horses, thousands of meters away, were frightened and neighed neigh. So powerful. Who is this? How can he be so powerful? This person is at least in the Saint Martial realm. I didn't expect the Gonka people to have such a terrifying expert. All the generals of the Chishi protectorate beside Wang Chong were deeply shocked, their eyelids twitching. When they first met the Gonka people, they were dirty and smelly, just like beggars. They didn't think much of them, but no one expected such an expert to be hidden among the Gonka people. The king of Gonka is finally here. Wang Chong narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance, his eyes full of anticipation. Wang Chong had some understanding of the relationship between the Saka and the Gonka people. Just as Wan Shuyang had said, the two tribes had a slave and subordinate relationship. The Gonka people were small tribes under the Saka, and they often had to offer cattle, sheep, and horses to the Saka, and the Saka used this method to control the growth of the Gonka people. But the Gonka people were not without a fight. Their leader, the king of Gonka, was the biggest variable. He was an extremely terrifying, hidden Saint Martial realm expert. In the distance, as the aura exploded, the tent was torn apart, and a slender, heroic-looking Gonka people wearing animal skins walked out. His eyes were piercingly cold and contained a murderous aura. The Saka, who were charging around unstoppably, immediately became as weak as ants in front of him. "Chia Kripa! Enjoy this to the fullest! Chia, chia, chia!" The king of Gonka's eyes were like lightning, and his furious voice was like thunder, shaking the area for several li, causing the horses to neigh in fright. Even though Wang Chong already knew about the king of Gonka, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw his astonishing aura. This was a real lion. What did he say? Wang Chong turned his head to look at Wan Shuyang. The leader of the Gonka people is angry and ordered them to retreat immediately. Wan Shuyang said, looking into the distance. This conflict had completely attracted his attention. Wan Shuyang had traveled the western region in his early years and had also come into contact with the Gonka people. But he had never known that they had such a formidable character. The stellar energy around the king of Gonka was as dazzling as lightning, making him seem like a god. Aserlu Kalaisola. On the other side, the Saka were completely unconcerned by the powerful king of Gonka. Several of the powerful Saka leaders of Chishi surrounded the king of Gonka and harshly cursed. Those Saka are threatening the Gonka leader. If he dares to attack, he will kill all the Gonka people. Wan Shuyang immediately translated. The Saka's threat was clearly effective. The king of Gonka appeared to be very apprehensive, and his boundless aura had been greatly restrained, as if he was afraid of harming the innocent. "Pass on my order. We can begin." Wang Chong faintly smiled and waved his hand. Rumble! There was a heaven-shaking boom, and a moment later, while the Gonka people and the Saka were facing off, the 5,000 Chishi protectorate behind Wang Chong moved out. Clang, clang, clang. Thousands of war halos shot out of their feet like the most dazzling of flames, and then the 5,000 soldiers surged like a surging tide toward the territory of the Gonka people. 5,000 fully armed people charged forward together. That kind of powerful killing intent immediately attracted the attention of the two opposing sides. It's the Chishi Protectorate. What do they want to do? Have the Tang people forgotten the rules? What does the matter between us and the Gonka people have to do with them? Have a few people go and negotiate with them. We've worked with the Tang people before. The Saka immediately turned around and charged toward Wang Chong's group. They tried to stop the 5,000 Chishi Protectorate, but what awaited them were sharp blades. Hiss! A cold light flashed and blood spurted. The Saka opened their mouths, and before they could make a sound, their heads were separated from their bodies. They fell from their war horses, and blood spurted all over the ground. Oh, ew! Seeing this, all the Saka were stunned. No one expected that the Tang dynasty's army would actually dare to attack them and to help the filthy wild boars of the western region. These bastards, they actually dare to attack us. How dare they break the rules? Kill them. The Saka's eyes were bloodshot. No matter how slow they were to react, they knew that the Tang people were coming for them. In just an instant, blood gushed up their heads and their faces turned red. They waved their weapons, roared, and charged toward the 5,000 Chishi Protectorate. Chapter 862. Boom! With a loud bang, the Gonka people watched in shock as the 2,000 Saka and the 5,000 Chishi Protectorate soldiers crashed into each other like a black tide. Ah! Miserable cries rang out incessantly. The people of the Sai race fell off their horses one after another. Although the Saka were one of the strongest mercenary tribes in the western region, they were no match for the fully armed Tang dynasty soldiers. Wang Chong did not even use any of his abilities in this wave of attacks. With just one wave of attacks, the 2,000 Saka were immediately scattered. Only a few dozen survived. The ground was covered with corpses. Although the Chishi Protectorate was not as strong as Wang Chong's Wushang Iron Cavalry, they were still well-trained and forged through blood on the cruel battlefield. It was too easy for them to deal with these mercenaries. Run. Report to the chief. You Tang people will regret this. The Saka, who were lucky enough to survive, fled in all directions. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Come back, Wang Chong said lightly. Marquis, the chief of the Gonka people is here. Suddenly, a scout from the Chishi Protectorate whispered into Wang Chong's ear. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head to look. Half of the Gonka people's territory was dead silent. Pairs of eyes looked over from all directions and landed on Wang Chong and the 5,000 Chishi Protectorate soldiers. At the front of the Gonka people's territory, a middle-aged man with eyes as sharp as lightning was walking towards Wang Chong. Why are you helping us? This was the first sentence the king of Gonka said. His eyes were cautious as he carefully sized up Wang Chong. He did not look as happy as he imagined. Wan Shuyang opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Do you know that your help has brought disaster to me? The king of Gonka continued. He looked at Wang Chong, and what came out of his mouth was actually fluent Han Chinese. The Chishi officers around Wang Chong paled at these words. How dare you? We helped you, yet you're blaming us? What an ungrateful person. No one had expected that this would be the result of helping the Gonka people kill the Saka people. Wang Chong chuckled and raised an arm to stop the crowd. Since that's the case, why did the leader retaliate just now? Just let the Saka take away all the cows and sheep. Why do we need to resist? This is our own business. You don't have to worry about it. The king of Gonka's expression changed. Leader, you've already made your choice. Why did you lie to yourself? Wang Chong rested his hand on the saddle, unperturbed. The Tang people are friends, not enemies. Why is the leader so nervous? Moreover, the leader speaks fluent Han Chinese. You should have studied in the capital in your early years. The leader should know the style of the Tang people. If the Gonka people wish to make a comeback and escape the fate of being enslaved by the Saka, we are the best choice for the leader. The Gonka king's eyes widened in shock at the words traveling. He carefully examined Wang Chong as if he was meeting this young general of the Tang dynasty for the first time. Wang Chong only smiled. It was impossible for a Gonka people to give birth to such a heroic man. In fact, the translucent jade pendant on his waist was more than enough proof. It was a typical Han jade pendant. This was also the reason why Wang Chong chose the Gonka people as his ally. I don't know what you're talking about, but the situation in the western region isn't as simple as you Tang people think. The Saka have tens of thousands of soldiers. You shouldn't have let them go just now. They'll only attract more people. The king of Gonka said. Hee, then I'll just kill all the people they attract. Wang Chong said casually. His tone naturally revealed the disdain of a superior. The king of Gonka trembled as he carefully examined the young man on the horse. This Tang people teenager looked very young. He was 16 years old and couldn't be older than 17. This was very rare among the Tang people. The king of Gonka had indeed traveled in the capital of the Tang dynasty and met many big shots, but he had rarely seen such a young leader. What he was most concerned about was the teenager's eyes. They were deep, disdainful, and the overall situation was under his control. That unmoving aura was definitely not something an ordinary general could have. There's no way to kill them all. The Saka are endless. They have a huge force here. The king of Gonka said, Then we'll just kill all the Saka. That'll solve the problem. Wang Chong said casually. His expression was calm, but the light that shone from his eyelids made people's hearts palpitate. Who the hell are you? The king of Gonka's heart was beating wildly. He finally couldn't say anything else. He realized that the identity of this teenager from the Tang people was far more mysterious than he had imagined. He wanted to easily wipe out a powerful tribe that had hundreds of years of history in the western region, easily erasing it. If it were someone else, they would only be considered a madman. But Wang Chong's tone and expression made it impossible to treat him as a joke. Moreover, the 5,000 soldiers of the Qixi protectorate reeking of blood were enough to make anyone treat Wang Chong's words with great caution. You Gonka people are too ignorant and inexperienced. You don't even recognize our lord. He's Qixi Protector General, the son of Heaven's disciple, the young marquis of the Tang dynasty. Behind Wang Chong, Xue Qianjun shook the reins and urged his horse forward. Qixi, Protector General. The king of Gonka's body trembled in shock. No matter how ignorant and inexperienced he was, no matter how remote the territory of the Gonka people was, he still knew that two major figures whose names had recently shaken the western regions, the Black Wolf Yabgua Gudalan and the Uzin Brigadier General Diamangpoj, had died in the short span of a few months at the hands of a youth from the Tang dynasty called Wang Chong. Moreover, this Wang Chong had replaced the unyielding and domineering Fomin Linta to ascend to the position of Qixi Protector General. It was rumored that Fomin Linta had not relinquished his position willingly or unwillingly, but that he had lost to Wang Chong in a struggle. In short, there were many legends about him, each one extremely mysterious. The king of Gonka had never imagined that the youngest Protector General of the Tang dynasty would appear before him. So it was him. The king of Gonka's mind was deeply shaken. He had been waiting for a chance for many years. If he could obtain the help of the Tang dynasty's Qixi Protector General and the tens of thousands of Tang soldiers, the Gonka people might truly be able to break free from the slavery of the Saka and change the humiliating status of the Gonka people that had remained unchanged for centuries. Rumble! Just as they were deep in thought, the earth suddenly shook like a sieve. At the same time, a frenzied aura appeared in everyone's perception. Wang Chong and the king of Gonka turned their heads and saw howls coming from the west, dust rising into the air. Through the dust, they could see tens of thousands of people approaching. The Saka! The king of Gonka's words had unfortunately come true. Those fleeing match participants had sent the news back, summoning the true Saka army. The Gonka king's heart sank at the sight of the Saka army that seemed to cover the heavens and earth. He had never worried about his own safety, but for his people. Shui Qianjun, distribute the weapons and armor you've prepared to them. At this moment, a voice rang out in the king of Gonka's ears. Shui Qianjun and several dozen Qixi protectorate soldiers strode forward and threw metal chests in front of the king of Gonka. The chests opened to reveal countless sets of armor and gleaming weapons in the distance. Tens of thousands of Saka soldiers were charging in like a tsunami. However, at the forefront of the army was a pure white Saka steed. On its back was a Saka leader in his 30s, his muscles bulging and his back covered in scars from swords and sabers. People of the Tang dynasty, we Saka have never had any grudges with you, so why are you helping the Gonka people kill our people? The Saka leader led a few of his subordinates and flew over. He ignored the king of Gonka and stared straight at Wang Chong. His gaze was fierce and filled with murderous intent. The Saka were the strongest among the mercenaries, so they were not afraid of even the government army. Huh! Wang Chong's lips curled into a smile as he slowly urged his horse forward. Under the gazes of countless people, he finally revealed his true purpose for coming here. Because I want to borrow you, Sai people, to pass on a message. All the fickle mercenary tribes have only one path, death. That's what will happen to the Saka. Wang Chong's words were deafening, and everyone was stunned. Even the king of Gonka was shocked. He had always thought that Wang Chong was here for him, but only now did he realize that Wang Chong's real target was not him, but the powerful Saka. All was silent, and as everyone watched, Wang Chong's energy began to surge, his entire body exploding with a powerful aura. As he stared at the sea of Saka, the smile on his lips slowly faded, his expression turning cruel and callous. The Saka. This was an extremely powerful mercenary tribe in the western regions, but their weaknesses were as obvious as their strengths. They were fickle and untrustworthy. When they accepted a job, as long as the other party offered a higher price, they could tear up the contract at any time and help the enemy deal with the original employer. It was through this method that the Saka had repeatedly amassed so much wealth that they had developed to their current level. In the Battle of Talas, Wang Chong would be facing a flood of Arabs. They were not only powerful, but also outnumbered the Tang dynasty's army in the western regions. If Wang Chong wanted to defeat them, he would need to recruit a large number of loyal mercenaries, not the Karluks or the even more shameless Saka. A betrayal on the battlefield would be a fatal blow. Chapter 863. Bastard! No leader of the Tang dynasty has ever dared to say such a thing. You will regret your words today. When the leader of the Saka heard this, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. His face darkened. After saying this, he immediately turned around and left. Kill! Behind him, tens of thousands of Saka cavalry roared like a tsunami. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they were filled with murderous intent as they charged forward. The times had changed. In the past, the Saka would have never dared to recklessly declare war on the Tang dynasty, or at least not so decisively. But everything had changed. Great General Gao Xinji of the 4 garrisons of Anqi had led more than 70,000 foreign and Han soldiers, including more than 30,000 of the Anqi Protectorate Army, into Talas. The map of the western regions had already changed. This was an era of change, and a single Qixi Protector General was not enough to make the Saka fear him. After all, this was their home. Rumble! The war horses got closer and closer, their heavy hooves stomping on everyone's hearts, placing a heavy pressure on them. All the Gonka people had already donned the armor that Wang Chong had delivered, taken up their weapons, and gathered behind the king of Gonka. A short distance away, the 5,000 soldiers of the Qixi Protectorate Army were standing in formation, motionless and imposing like a mountain. A storm was brewing, and all of them understood that they were facing an unprecedentedly powerful foe. This was a battle where they had a massive disparity in numbers. 200 steps, 100 steps, 50 steps, they were getting closer and closer. Kill! The tens of thousands of Saka viciously roared at the same time. But just when their morale was at its peak, Wang Chong faintly smiled and finally struck out at the overwhelming number of enemies. Boom! Halos clattered and clattered, and in the blink of an eye, one blazing halo after another shot out of Wang Chong's body and engulfed the battlefield. The bane of the battlefield halo, a white light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield aura, which had reached the peak of the third tier, burst out of his body. Like a storm, it enveloped all the Saka. Clang, clang, clang. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the tens of thousands of Saka cavalry were like a punctured ball, their cultivation level dropping again and again, instantly weakening to an unbelievable level. At that moment, all the Saka people turned as pale as paper, while all the Gonka people were energized. Kill! In an instant, like a landslide, all the Gonka people along with the 5,000 Chishi protectorate swarmed out, charging towards the Saka army that was in chaos. In this world, other than the best cavalry, no one could resist the 3 layers of the bane of the battlefield aura, including the Saka. Faced with the combined attack of the 5,000 Chishi protectorate and the Gonka people, the 30,000 Saka soldiers were completely routed. Amidst the blood-curdling screams, blood flowed like rivers and corpses were strewn everywhere. 3 days later, a piece of news shocked the entire Western regions. The Saka, one of the most powerful mercenary tribes of the Western regions, had been defeated by the joint attack of the Tang dynasty's Chishi protectorate and the Gonka people. The Tang dynasty's fervent supporters of the Gonka people had swept through all the Saka tribes. The Saka men were killed, the women and children taken away, and all the cattle, sheep, and war horses taken away by the Gonka people. The Gonka people, who had always been called filthy boars by the tribes of the western regions, displayed formidable fighting power in their battle against the Saka. They were vicious, tenacious, and fearless of death, completely different from the image of the Prime Minister. Equipped with armor, weapons, and war horses, not even the Saka were a match for them in a one-on-one battle. This left all the mercenary tribes of the western regions stunned. And what shocked these mercenary tribes the most was the words that the Chishi protector general standing behind the Gonka people had released through the deaths of the Saka. The Saka were exterminated because of their capriciousness and treachery. In the western region, if there were any mercenary tribes that did not abide by their contract and casually betrayed their employer, then the Saka would end up like them. As the news spread, countless mercenary tribes trembled in fear, and those mercenary tribes that had crossed the line were all panicking. The mercenary tribes of the western regions, which had been in a state of chaos, were now deeply intimidated by this matter. At the same time, the rapid rise of the Gonka people made other mercenary tribes see a massive opportunity. After the extermination of the Saka, their treasures, women, and cattle were not taken away by the Tang people, but given to the Gonka people who had helped the Tang people. Danger and opportunity coexisted, and Wang Chong's sudden appearance made the mercenary tribes of the western regions see something different. As time slowly passed, Wang Chong, Li Sai, Qin Bin, Cheng Sanyuan, Su Shixian, Zhao Jingdian, Su Yiqin, all of them were like different parts of a war machine, all of them madly operating in preparation for the upcoming battle with the Arabs. The entire world was silent, but in the depths of this silence, there seemed to be a clap of thunder. In the distant northwest, to the west of the northern border of the Uzun Plateau, in Greater and Lesser Balor, boom! In front of the city was a towering black city. In front of the city was a towering cliff, and behind it were craggy cliffs. But all of a sudden, a loud noise was heard. The city gate of the easternmost city of Little Balor abruptly opened, and the drawbridge that was rarely lowered was lowered. The drawbridge, more than 1 zhang wide and 10 some zhang long, rumbled to the other side of the cliff, connecting the two sides. In just a short while, along with a series of rolling sounds, coal-black carts dragged out from the city gate, fully loaded with Hyderabad ores. Around these carriages were swarmed Sindhi monks, their bodies covered in grime. Behind them were Kong Xian and his 1,000 Wushang cavalry. The armor on their bodies was crisscrossed and covered with deep and shocking scars made by swords and sabers. There were even gaps and cracks in many places. Through the cracks, one could see that the insides were black, as if they had fallen into a mine full of silt. Compared to when they had first arrived, Kong Xian and the others did not have a complete set of armor on them. It seemed like they had experienced countless battles of life and death. Everyone had injuries on their bodies, and their expressions were haggard. However, their eyes were still bright, and their spirit was like an inextinguishable flame. "We're finally back." As he gazed at the distant Uzin Plateau, Kong Xian gave a long sigh. Only he knew what they had experienced in these 20-some days as they ventured deep into Sinu. As he gazed at the slowly rising sun in the east, Kong Xian felt like he was seeing the light of day once more. "Let's go. General is still waiting for us on the plateau." Kong Xian pointed his sword forward and said to the army behind him. With these last words, Kong Xian suddenly squeezed the horse's abdomen, and with a "Ja!" he galloped forward. Behind him, the 1,000 Wushang cavalry followed closely. The 1,000 Wushang cavalry and 80-some Sindhi monks charged forward in a grand and dusty procession. Behind them, in the Black City, countless figures watched them depart, their faces brimming with respect. In this period of time, only they knew what kind of legend this Tang people army had left behind in the northern Sinu and Greater and Lesser Baller, and what kind of miracles they had created. These are true heroes. The muscular city lord looked in the direction of the departing group and took off his helmet. With a solemn expression, he gave a respectful bow. This was a show of respect for true heroes. On the northern border of the Uzin Plateau, banners fluttered in the wind. Li Sai rode on his Fergana steed, as motionless as a mountain. In these 20-some days, Li Sai had silently waited with his 1,000 men, not moving at all. "My lord, they're here." Suddenly, a pleasantly surprised voice called out. Li Sai's heart skipped a beat as he followed the direction of the scout's finger. At the bottom of the plateau, a meandering convoy was slowly moving towards them. Li Sai immediately recognized the person leading the convoy. It's Kong Xian. After standing on the plateau for so many days, exposed to the elements, Li Sai was like a rock, his face unchanging. But when he saw Kong Xian's convoy, a hint of joy appeared on Li Sai's face. Hyderabad, or only Li Sai and Kong Xian deeply understood what this special, or from the distance in the meant to Wang Chong and his 5,000 Wushang cavalry. A Wushang cavalry that lacked Wuzi steel weapons could not truly be considered the world's best cavalry. Without these invincible and terrifyingly sharp weapons, the Wushang cavalry would not be able to display their full strength, and they would not be able to reverse the tides in the battle to the west of the Tsong Mountains and deal with those unprecedentedly powerful foes. Of all these things, the Hyderabad ore, which could be used to forge Wuzi steel weapons, held the greatest strategic significance, and it was also what Wang Chong valued the most. Li Sai had been waiting here for a long time, silently waiting for this scene before him. Kong Xian, you've worked hard. Marquis will definitely be very happy to see this. Li Sai rushed over and placed a heavy hand on Kong Xian's shoulder. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Kong Xian got down on one knee and respectfully said, Li Sai's eyes were bright as he carefully examined Kong Xian and the 1,000 Wushang cavalry behind him. Compared to when they had set off, all of them were much thinner, darker, and more capable. However, they were also much stronger, possessing a will of steel. Li Sai nodded in satisfaction. He had always wanted to find a chance to temper Kong Xian and temper his abilities, so that he could become even more outstanding, so that he could stand on his own in the army. It seemed that he had succeeded in this mission. Chapter 864. Let's go. Marquis is definitely getting impatient from waiting. He'll definitely be very happy to hear this news. Li Sai said, 6,000 June of Hyderabad, or was equivalent to 6,000 invincible Wuzi steel swords, more than enough to equip 5,000 Wushang cavalry. Qixi now had a truly terrifying force that could decide the outcome of a battle. The weight of this was not something a normal person could imagine. Rumble! The two groups of Wushang cavalry quickly joined together and escorted the carts of Hyderabad or up the plateau, passing through the northern border of the Uzun Plateau to head toward their own territory, not to the Qixi Protectorate, but to the City of Steel. There were many craftsmen, smiths, and even furnaces there. Zhang Shouji had even prepared a large factory, and the pine trees cut from the capital had already been sent over. Only there could the Hyderabad or be forged into the famous Wuzi steel swords. As the 2,000 Wushang cavalry and the massive convoy traversed the northern border of the Uzun vultures were constantly appearing and circling in the sky. At the same time, one group of Uzun scouts after another appeared in the distance and then vanished. From start to finish, Li Sai and the others ignored them, and those Uzun scouts only dared to watch from a distance, disappearing after a single glance, not daring to approach. After the Battle of the Triangular Gap, the entire northern border of the Uzun Plateau paled at the mere mention of the City of Steel and the army of Qixi. Moreover, Uzun was currently in the northern border, so it could no longer mobilize any more soldiers to deal with them. Bang! Several hours later, when Li Sai and the others escorted the 6,000 June of Hyderabad or to Wushang City of Steel, the entire city was in an uproar. Everyone welcomed them with a hero's welcome. Zhang Shouji, Zhao Jingdian, and even Cheng Sanyuan and Su Shixian, as well as Su Yiqin of the Qixi Protectorate, hurried over. The most important part of Wang Chong's plan had finally arrived, and it was like a stabilizing needle that calmed everyone's hearts. What? Wang Chong was in the middle of recruiting soldiers from the various mercenary tribes in the western regions. Upon hearing these words, he immediately left the recruitment to the King Gonka and Shui, Qianjun, and rushed to the City of Steel. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong immediately used steel modules to set up a massive swordsmithing factory in the western part of the City of Steel. He then recruited more than 100 elite blacksmiths and began to forge swords of Wuzi steel. More than 6,000 June of Hyderabad ore. This was probably the largest Hyderabad or transaction in the entire Central Plains, perhaps even the entire world, since Wang Chong's reincarnation. But this was not the only cause for excitement. On the western Turkic Khaganate side, when the 3,000 Wushang cavalry had swept through all the water sources and routed the 30,000 elite soldiers, destroying the western Turkic Khaganate's forces in the Qixi region and beginning to threaten the shepherds and Turkic tribes deeper into the region, the Turkic Khaganate of Mount Sami finally responded. The Western Turks were willing to provide 200,000 high-quality Turkic war horses in exchange for the fourth prince and the Qixi Protectorate's withdrawal from the western Turkic region. All the war horses would be sent to Qixi as quickly as possible, but Wang Chong and the Qixi Protectorate would have to withdraw from the Turkic steppe first, and they were not to attack any more Turkic shepherds. When this news reached the City of Steel, where Wushang had imprisoned the Turkic fourth prince, everyone was dumbfounded. For the Turkic fourth prince to be worth so much left everyone slack-jawed and slack-jawed. Although Hulayeg had said that the fourth prince was extremely favored, or else he would not have had the black wolf Yabgu personally escort him and help him gather merit, this value was still beyond everyone's expectations. I really did pick up a treasure. In the City of Steel, Sukhi muttered to himself. It took a long time for him to come back to his senses. He was the one who personally experienced the whole thing. He had participated in the battle of the Qixi Armory and had even personally captured the Turkic fourth prince. Moreover, he had been the one to personally report the news of the Turkic fourth prince to Wang Chong. But 200,000 war horses still made him feel like he was in a dream. He clearly remembered that Hulaeg had sent a letter to the City of Steel stating that the Western Turkic Khaganate's bottom line was 100,000 high-quality Turkic war horses. And now the price was double that. Hulaeg, it must be that bastard. In a flash of inspiration, Sukhi suddenly recalled that fat Turkic horse merchant. That bastard had to be the one to do this. Otherwise, even if the Turkic shepherds on the Western Front were threatened and the soldiers wounded, they would never have paid such a price. This fellow is truly worthy of respect. But this was not the end of the good news. A few days later, with the rumbling of wheels, one carriage after another loaded with steel modules appeared outside the City of Steel. The cement road from the capital to Wushang was unprecedented in the history of the Tang dynasty, greatly reducing the time needed to transport the steel modules. With the arrival of the first caravan, a steady stream of caravans carrying countless steel modules arrived at Wushang's City of Steel. Everything was ready, and after nearly a month, Wang Chong's orders were gradually beginning to show their effects. Large quantities of resources, weapons, and war horses were gathering in Qixi, and even farther away, sacks of grain were being transported from Jiaoji to the capital and then to the City of Steel. Wang Chong had sent Zhang money into Jiaoji to research hybrid rice, and the results were gradually beginning to show. The rice in Jiaoji could be harvested 3 times a year, and the grain produced there alone was enough to support a local war. There was no need for the Bureau of Revenue to allocate any grain. Not only that, with Wang Chong's support, Zhang Yunyan's research on hybrid rice began to expand from Jiaoji to other areas. Everything was progressing in a good direction. The various developments Wang Chong had painstakingly developed after the Southwestern War were gradually beginning to show their results. Cree. The shrill cry of an eagle came from the sky, several li away from Wushang's City of Steel. The 3-foot-long eagle circled once in the sky, then immediately turned around and flew away. In the direction of the eagle's cry, one could see an Uzun scout mounted on a war horse in the middle of the northern region of the Uzun Plateau, gazing in the direction of Wushang's City of Steel. From his angle, he could see thick plumes of smoke rising into the sky from the City of Steel. Countless soldiers, craftsmen, and merchants were gathered there, bustling with activity. The Tibetan scout gave all this a profound stare. After catching the eagle, he silently turned around and began to gallop into the depths of the Tibetan plateau. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Mike Array. Few moments later, there was a shrill cry as the massive eagle once more took to the air. This time, however, it did not fly in the direction of Qixi. Instead, it flew over the plateau toward the capital of the Yuseng Empire. Time passed slowly. The giant eagle passed through the layers of dark clouds and thunderstorms. After a day, it once again flew down from the clouds. The eagle did not enter the royal capital, but flew over it and landed somewhere else. On the ground, a stalwart figure was silently waiting. "You've worked hard. Eat." A thick palm caught the eagle flying down from the sky. At the same time, the other hand tore off a large piece of meat and fed it to the huge eagle. After doing all this, Huishu Wuzong took the intelligence report from the eagle's leg. After glancing through it, he walked over and handed it to another figure. "That brat truly is the greatest foe of our Uzun Empire. As expected, he's going to take action again now that Anshi is in trouble." Dusong Mangpoj took the letter and carefully read it, his expression turning even more unsightly as he gave a deep sigh. "Alas, in the Battle of the Triangular Gap, we lost all our soldiers in the north. We no longer have the strength to threaten him. Otherwise, we would have definitely made some trouble for him." Dusong Mangpoj's face was filled with regret. As a famed general of the Uzun Empire, he had never suffered such a major defeat even when he was in a stalemate with the Big Dipper great General Geshu Han in Longxi, but he had lost to Qixi's Wang Chong. Now that he thought about it, he realized that he had still been too impulsive. This was the greatest shame of his life. It's too late to say these things now. We've lost, and the Western Turks have also lost. There's no one left in Chishi that can threaten him. The Tang dynasty is now the sole power. If we can't stop them, our Uzun soldiers will never be able to charge out of the plateau again. Hushu Wuzong nodded. The current development is exactly the same as what he said back then. Let's go. If we want to defeat that brat, cut off the Anchi Protectorate Army's reinforcements, and deal a heavy blow to the Tang dynasty's power in the western regions, he's the only one who can do it. A hint of respect appeared in Dusong Mangpo's eyes as he nodded and walked with Hushu Wuzong toward a nearby steel building on the outskirts of the royal capital. In the Uzun Empire, very few buildings made of pure steel could be found, except in one place. The prison. After showing their tokens, the two great generals of the Uzun Empire began to descend the stairs into the gloomy prison. The prison was damp and gloomy, the only source of light being the torches that hung on the walls every 4 feet. In the light of the torches, the jailers pressed against the walls as if they had been petrified. Only their vicious gazes proved that they were still breathing. Hushu Wuzong and Dusong Mangpo were in a complicated mood, but they said nothing as they followed the corridors into the depths of the prison. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. In the deepest part of the prison, in the only cell, the two saw that person. Separated by the bars of the cells, they could see that the man was sitting dejectedly, his hair disheveled and his clothes in rags. Because he hadn't washed himself for a long time, his body exuded a pungent odor, but he seemed to be completely unaware of it. He was muttering to himself, his eyes fixed on the ground, oblivious to the outside world. Chapter 865. Hushu Wuzong and Dusong Mangpo could understand some of these things, but they could not understand the vast majority. However, when the two top generals of the Uzun Empire looked at the runes and symbols on the ground and the madman in the cell, they did not look down on him at all. Instead, their eyes were filled with respect. That was because the madman in front of them had another identity. Uzun, the prime minister of the Ngari royal family, Daluin Ruozin. Ever since the defeat, Daluin Ruozin had been imprisoned in the depths of this prison. Other than imperial great generals like Hushu Wuzong and Dusong Mangpo, no one else had ever been able to touch him. Dusong Mangpo and Daluin Ruozin belonged to different royal lineages and rarely interacted with each other. All he knew was that Dusong Mangpo was skilled in strategy and intelligence. When he had first met Hushu Wuzong underground, Dusong Mangpo had not dared to believe that this disheveled prisoner who was babbling madly and behaving strangely was that refined and elegant prime minister of Ngari. Dusong Mangpo had come brimming with anticipation, but he had returned disappointed. He had been deeply disappointed by Hushu Wuzong's plan to defeat Wang Chong and the Tang dynasty. Only when the Battle of Talas broke out more than a month ago did Dusong Mangpo realize that he had been gravely mistaken. How long has the prime minister been in this state? Dusong Mangpo summoned a jailer and asked, "General, it's been more than 2 hours, and he can't hear anything. The food is still there, and he hasn't touched it." The jailer bowed and replied. Dusong Mangpo turned his head and saw several plates of cold food by the door. "Got it. You can go now." Dusong Mangpo waved his hand to dismiss the jailer. After the jailer left, the prison became quiet again. All that was left was the sound of Daluin Ruozin's fingers moving on the ground. Dusong Mangpo and Hushu Wuzong stood motionless outside the prison, silently watching. No one disturbed him. Perhaps if we want to defeat the young protector general of the Tang dynasty, stop the Tang dynasty in the western regions, and change the balance of power between Uzun and the Tang dynasty, we can only rely on him. As this thought flitted through Dusong Mangpo's mind, he subconsciously turned to the right side of Daluin Ruozin. There was an extremely complicated map there, as well as some indecipherable characters. Talas. Dusong Mangpo immediately recognized the city at the center of the map. A stranger might have believed that Daluin Ruozin was analyzing the situation at Talas, but Dusong Mangpo knew that this map had appeared a month before the Battle of Talas. Alas, the characters around this map were the long-lost Bon language of the Uzun Plateau. Other than Daluin Ruozin, there were probably only a few people in the Uzun Empire who could recognize these ancient characters. Dusong Mangpoj was also unable to recognize them. Daluin Ruozin was defeated in the southwest and has been imprisoned for several months now. He was cut off from the outside world. Who could have imagined that even before the Battle of Talas broke out, he had already predicted the war between Arabia and the Tang dynasty, even deducing the location of the final battle? Alas, Daluin Ruozin was imprisoned by the Tsenpo. Otherwise, with his abilities, everything might have been different at the Battle of the Triangular Gap, and Dayan Mangpoj wouldn't have needed to die. A hint of sorrow appeared in Dusong Mangpoj's eyes as he thought of Dayan Mangpoj. This was probably an eternal pain in his heart. Time slowly passed, and after some time, Daluin Ruozin's body suddenly trembled. Dusong Mangpoj and Huishu Wuzong trembled, immediately knowing that Daluin Ruozin was about to awaken. "You've come," Daluin Ruozin said without raising his head. "Prime Minister, everything is as you expected. That youngest son of the Wang clan has defeated Fomin Linta and taken the position of Chishi Protector General. In addition, Anshi Protector General Gao Xianji has been surrounded by the Arabs. Right now, the youth of the Tang dynasty is preparing to march on Talas with all his might." Huishu Wuzong said from outside the prison, "Prime Minister, are you really not going to come out?" "It's not time yet," Daluin Ruozin's voice resounded through the prison. He raised his head and combed through his disheveled hair, revealing a face that was somewhat pale from not seeing the sun. Although his face was haggard, his eyes were still bright and brimming with wisdom and vigor. Although he looked extremely disheveled, lacking that refined and handsome air of the past, Huishu Huaitsong knew that this was still the Ngari great minister in his memories, who could devise strategies and determine victory from 1,000 li away. "Now is not the time for me to go out. Our opponent's intuition is far sharper than we imagined. The slightest movement will make him feel strange, allowing him to see through our plans and make all our efforts go to waste." Daluin Ruozin only raised his head for a moment before lowering it back down, his eyes still fixed on the area in front of him. He lightly swept the dust off the ground with his right sleeve, his movements still calm and elegant. In addition, don't call him a young man. His abilities can no longer be measured by age. If all of you only look at his age, then in the end, only defeat awaits you. "Yes, Prime Minister." Huishu Wuzong lowered his head and deferentially said. Only those who knew the will in Daluin Ruozin's heart could know what he was doing. It was precisely for this reason that Huishu Wuzong felt even more respect for him. Just as Huishu Huaitsong had said, Daluin Ruozin had interacted with Wang Chong before and had even forced him into a desperate situation. If there was one person in the entire Yusing Empire who could defeat Wang Chong, it was the great minister of the empire, who often accompanied the Tsenpo in the royal capital and never ventured far from him. Daluin Ruozin was probably the only person who could defeat Wang Chong. Dusong Mangpoj, you've already come here several times. Are you still thinking about the Battle of the Triangular Gap and Dayan Mangpoj's death? Daluin Ruozin's head was lowered, his fingers still drawing on the ground as he spoke. Yes. Dusong Mangpoj's expression dimmed, a hint of pain in his eyes, but he did not deny it. There is no need to worry about the gains and losses of the past. The time is not right. Even if you and I were there, in the end we would still have lost, and the result would not have changed. Daluin Ruozin indifferently said, "But he's just a teenager. Is there really no way to defeat him?" Dusong Mangpoj said, "Haven't you already tried?" Daluin Ruozin indifferently said, his voice echoing through the ground. Dusong Mangpoj instantly fell silent. "You've tried, we've also tried, and you've seen the result. It seems like a coincidence, but it is inevitable. Do not look down on him. He has never been a person, nor can you treat him as one. He's good at borrowing power. He can use all conditions to weave a huge net with himself as the core. Weren't the two people who injured you hired by him? Daluin Ruozin nonchalantly said. Although he was imprisoned, he gave off the feeling that he could see everything and see through everything. Dusong Mangpo's expression grew gloomier and gloomier. He was unwilling to admit it, but his intuition told him that Daluin Ruozin was correct. The War of the Southwest, the Battle of Longxi, and the Battle of the Triangular Gap. In these three wars, we have already lost the right to challenge the Tang dynasty. This was something that could not be changed, no matter what. As for the Western Turks, with the death of the Black Wolf Yabgu and Agudalan, the Western Turks are no longer a threat. In the more than 1,000 years of campaigning with the Central Plains, the Turks have never won. The Tang dynasty is the strongest dynasty of the Central Plains. In the Western regions, we can no longer defeat it. Daluin Ruozin's voice was distant and distant, his eyes seeming to see through everything. Right now, our only chance is here. Dusong Mangpoj and Huishu Wuzong followed Daluin Ruozin's demonic finger to the map of Talas on the floor of the prison. In the entire world, the only people who have not fought with the Tang dynasty are the Arabs. That will be our only chance and also our last chance. This is the conclusion I reached after several months of research in the prison. If not even the Arabs can stop them, then in the future, the entire Western regions will fall into the hands of the Tang people, and no one will be able to shake the position of the Tang people in the Western regions. The prison was quiet. Neither Huishu Wuzong nor Dusong Mangpoj spoke. The two of them were so immersed in Daluin Ruozin's words that they could not speak. No one knew what sort of journey Daluin Ruozin had gone through in the last few months. Even Huishu Wuzong, who had accompanied Daluin Ruozin in the Ngari royal lineage, had been given a fright when he first saw Daluin Ruozin. His eyes and demeanor were completely different from what he remembered. It was like he had become a completely different person. But even so, Huishu Wuzong knew that he was still Daluin Ruozin. But the Daluin Ruozin in the prison had been washed clean of his past glory. He was even wiser and more terrifying than before. The deaths of more than 200,000 soldiers of the Ngari royal lineage and the desolate steppe of the Ngari royal lineage had created the current Daluin Ruozin. That youth in Chishi had no idea that although he had won in the southwest, he had also created an even more terrifying opponent for himself. Understood. After some time, Dusong Mangpoj's voice echoed through the ground, and he finally lowered his head in deference. This was his respect for Daluin Ruozin, his submission to Daluin Ruozin. Prime Minister, be at ease. In the future, I will do my best to cooperate with Prime Minister's actions. But I have one last problem. Soldiers. Dusong Mangpoj stopped here. The problem was that even if the three of them wanted to wash away their humiliation, defeat the Tang dynasty, and restore the prestige of the Uzun Empire, they would not be able to accomplish anything with just the three of them and no soldiers. After all, this was a war, not an individual battle between experts. Chapter 866. In the War of the Southwest, the Ngari royal lineage had lost almost all of its soldiers, and in the Battle of the Triangular Gap, the soldiers of the northern border had also been wiped out. Now, they had two great generals and a wise minister, but they had no soldiers under their command. This was a problem that the three of them had to resolve. There's no need for you to worry about that. I've already prepared everything. Daluin Ruozin indifferently said, apparently having predicted that Dusong Mangpoj would ask this question. As he spoke, he inadvertently shot a glance at Huishu Huaitsong outside the fence. Dusong Mangpoj's heart lurched as he turned to Huishu Wuzong. In this period of time, he and Huishu Wuzong had been inseparable. He knew exactly when Huishu Wuzong had left and what he had gone to do. He had never seen him go to see anyone, much less when he had borrowed soldiers. But Dusong Mangpoj also knew that Daluin Ruozin would never lie. I'm very sorry that I didn't tell you everything. After a few moments of silence, a hint of apology appeared in Huishu Wuzong's eyes. Before I went to see you at the great Snow Mountain Temple, I followed Prime Minister's orders and went to see many people, finding no small number of soldiers. Our Uzin has already lost 3 battles in a row and lost many soldiers. In our campaigns against the Tang dynasty, we have basically never won. Even Zhang's Hung Training Center was taken by them. Just like us, they want to change this situation, find a chance to completely crush the Tang dynasty and revitalize our Uzin. As Huishu, Wuzong spoke, he turned his head to the shadows of the prison. Come out. A moment later, a stalwart figure with a long saber at his waist walked out of the shadows, his body exuding a fiendish and bloodthirsty aura. Great General Dusong, long time no see. Dusong Mangpo's body trembled at the sight of the figure walking out of the shadows. In a flash, he seemed to understand something, and a look of relief appeared in his eyes. Several days later, early in the morning, in a forge in the western part of the City of Steel, all the craftsmen had been cleared out. All light sources had been blocked, leaving only Wang Chong standing in the forge. Around him were mountains of woozy steel swords, all of them roasting on burning pine branches. These peerless treasured swords that would make everyone crazy and infatuated in the future were still black and unremarkable. However, Wang Chong knew very well that it wouldn't be long before they turned into famous swords that glittered coldly and had magical patterns on their surfaces that looked like floating clouds and flowing water. Almost there, Wang Chong sensed the changes in temperature and humidity around him. The tempering of the woozy steel swords had strict requirements. They had to be tempered before the first rays of the morning sun shone down. There was only a moment, and Wang Chong had to grasp this opportunity. Moreover, the forging of the woozy steel swords had always been Wang Chong's secret, not just for himself, but also to prevent the Arabs from stealing them. Thus, even though Wang Chong had taught the first few steps of forging the woozy steel swords to the other craftsmen, Wang Chong had insisted on personally handling the final and most crucial steps. Buzz! With a thought from Wang Chong, boundless stellar energy surged out and wrapped around a small mountain of woozy steel swords. Whoosh! Water splashed everywhere as crimson Wootz steel swords were thrown into a massive metal vat at the center of the smithy. This vat was filled with a quenching fluid that only Wang Chong knew about. Plush! The moment these Wootz steel swords were thrown into the vat, the entire surface of the vat was covered in thick smoke. The tempering of woozy steel was extremely demanding on every step. Under normal circumstances, each woozy steel sword would require a single craftsman to work on it. But Wang Chong was different. Whether it was in the East or the West, in the history of swordsmithing, very few Saint Martial experts had ever participated in this sort of swordsmithing. This was simply too extravagant. Given Wang Chong's powerful cultivation, his understanding of temperature, humidity, and the various steps of swordsmithing, he was the only one capable of forging several hundred woozy steel swords in one go. Time slowly passed, and the smoke rising from the surface of the massive vat gradually lessened. Finally, water splashed everywhere. Under the control of Wang Chong's powerful earth energy, the swords broke through the air from the bottom of the vat and saw the light of day again. Under the weak sunlight, nearly 500 swords were like a school of sharks swimming in the air, rolling and shuttling back and forth, reflecting rays of silvery white light. That sharp light made one feel as if their eyes were about to be split open. When the sunlight shone on the sharp edges of the swords, it seemed to be cut in half. This scene would amaze anyone who saw it. Woozy steel swords, under the control of Wang Chong. Nearly 500 of the most precious woozy steel swords were finally born. In the entire world, this was something that only he could do. Success! Wang Chong's expression relaxed as he looked at the simple and unadorned woozy steel swords floating in the air. There was an indescribable joy in his heart. He was slowly making up for the greatest shortcoming of the Wushang cavalry. There was no doubting the strength of the Wushang cavalry. But without suitable weapons, they would never be able to display their full strength. This was also a sore point for Wang Chong. But the matter of the Wuzi steel swords could not be rushed. This was not an ore from the Central Plains, and there was no such ore in the entire Divine Prefecture. Even in the Hyderabad Mountains where it was produced, the output of this ore was extremely low, and it was extremely difficult to mine. If not for the excellent foundation that Wang Chong had laid down and the Sindhi's fear of losing a major customer like Wang Chong to the Arabs, obtaining 6,000 June of Hyderabad or in one go would have been impossible. With these Wuzi steel swords, I really can contend against the Abbasid Caliphate's Mamelukes. Even if I can't outnumber them, it doesn't matter. Wang Chong extended a hand and grabbed a sharp Wuzi steel sword from the air. Sukai, come in. You can distribute these Wuzi steel swords to your brothers. Wang Chong didn't even raise his head as he spoke. With a whoosh, 500 Wuzi steel swords were neatly placed on the ground. After doing all this, Wang Chong turned and left. A single batch of Wuzi steel swords could only be forged each day. If he missed this period of time, no matter how strong Wang Chong was, he would not be able to forge any more. Yes, Marquis. As Wang Chong walked out, Suki, who had been standing guard this entire time, raised the curtain and quickly walked in. Congratulations to you, sir. You have been rewarded with 2,000 points of destiny energy. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out in his mind. Wang Chong was alarmed by the Stone of Destiny's warning and stopped in his tracks. What's going on here? Why would I suddenly be rewarded with destiny energy? This was not the first time Wang Chong had forged Wuzi steel swords, and this had never happened before. But Wang Chong quickly realized that he was wrong. The Stone of Destiny's reward had nothing to do with Wuzi steel swords. Nay, before Wang Chong had even left the forge, a fierce neigh resounded over the city of steel. At first it was just one or two, but soon thousands of war horses neighed together. Rumble! The ground of the city of steel shook and shuddered as tens of thousands of war horses charged toward the city of steel and surrounded it. With no time to think, Wang Chong shot out of the room like a bolt of lightning. Passing through the open city gate, he saw a sea of people outside, many craftsmen having heard the commotion and come out. As Wang Chong walked out of the city, he followed the gazes of the crowd and saw thousands of steeds neighing outside the city. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast expanse like an ocean. A rough estimate put the number of war horses outside the city at least 100,000. Ha ha ha, Marquis, I'm back. A burst of brash laughter attracted Wang Chong's attention. Hulieg was riding a war horse, happily waving his arms at Wang Chong. Although there were so many people outside the city, Hulieg had still recognized Wang Chong. Gallop! Hulieg's skillful horsemanship allowed him to gallop past one war horse after another. When he was still 10 samjang from the city gate, he leaped up and steadily stopped at Wang Chong's side. Marquis, I didn't disappoint you. I brought the war horses back. Hulieg chuckled and made a comical bow, a fawning expression on his face. I brought all 200,000 war horses. I heard that Marquis is preparing to go to Anshi, so these war horses should be of use. That's right. The Western Turks originally wanted to use mountain horses, but I secretly swapped them out. There are 10,000 maras and 10,000 stallions here. In the future, Marquis will be able to establish his own horse farm. Not bad. Wang Chong's eyes brightened in delight as he patted Hulieg on the shoulder. You've truly rendered a great service this time. Just as the Central Plains had imposed a ban on the Western Turks' salt and iron trade, the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates had imposed a strict blockade on the Tang dynasty. Although war horses could still be traded, all maras and stallions of superior quality were prohibited from being traded, and all the tribes abided by this rule. If Hulieg really could get him some top-quality stallions and maras that hadn't been sold, then he really would be able to establish his own horse farm and breed his own war horses. Even though this wasn't an immediate project, It was something that Wang Chong had to do. And the field to the northeast of the Uzun Plateau that he had already occupied was the most natural place to raise horses. Su Qi, take some people and take over these horses. Leave behind the ones we need and have the imperial court take over the other war horses. Hulieg, let's go. We'll hold a celebration feast for you today. Everyone will celebrate together. Many thanks, Marquis. Chapter 867. The 200,000 war horses were quickly delivered to the City of Steel, and as promised, Wang Chong escorted the Turkic fourth prince out. The 3,000 cavalry of the Turkic steppe quickly withdrew. With this, Wang Chong had created the largest ransom transaction in the history of the western regions. Hulieg, just how did you do it? 200,000 war horses. That's no small number. Even if that brat's entire body was made of gold, he still wouldn't be worth so much. That's right. Even Marquis was shocked to hear that there were so many war horses. You have to know that I fought with Marquis in the War of the Southwest. And even at the most intense and dangerous moments of the war, Marquis never once creased his brow. That's not all. Everyone knows that Lady Su has always been methodical in everything she does. Who knows how many resources she's handled? That's an astronomical number. But when Lady Su received the news, she was also shocked. The City of Steel was brightly lit, and the Wushang cavalry and clan guards who were on good terms with Hulieg were gathered around a table. One of the jailers asked the people of the City of Steel about the matter that everyone was most curious about. Haha, I won't tell you. That's my personal secret. Hulieg hiccuped as he smiled and kept them in suspense. Hulieg, just tell us. We're all brothers, so just tell us, another clan guard said. That won't do. It's a trade secret. If I told you, how could I do business in the future? Just keep on guessing. Hulieg smugly said. The sight of Hulieg's smug expression made the crowd gnash their teeth in anger. The group of people exchanged glances with each other and immediately had an idea. Come. Hulieg, you've worked hard. Let us brothers offer you a toast. Come, I also offer you a toast. Brother, I don't respect anyone but you. You've truly rendered a great service. That's right. Everyone, let's toast Hulieg. The crowd toasted Hulieg as they toasted him. A person was in high spirits during a joyous occasion, and Hulieg was feeling very pleased with himself. He did not refuse any of the toasts, downing cup after cup. Gradually, Hulieg became tipsy, burping one after another. His cheeks were red, and he was slowly getting drunk. Let me tell you, there's nothing that I can't handle in the Western Turks. For the fourth prince's matter, I've made all the necessary arrangements. In the Western Turks, I can summon the wind and summon the rain omnipotent. You? How is that possible? He must be bragging. One of the jailers immediately said, deliberately with a face full of disbelief. Why not? Hulieg could not stand this sort of provocation, and he immediately straightened his neck, his eyes going round. That's because you don't understand. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by Ishbarakagan's heroic air. In truth, he was born with soft ears. I only needed to make some arrangements with the concubines in Ishbarakagan's harem, especially the fourth prince's mother, Kaduin, and the matter was resolved. Just think about it. No matter how formidable Ishbarakagan is, how could he endure a bunch of women constantly blowing wind into his ears? Oh! The crowd was instantly enlightened. They had believed that Hulieg had some sort of incredible ability, but it turned out that he relied on women. This was completely different from what they had imagined. With the riddle revealed, the crowd immediately lost interest and dispersed. Hey, where are you going? I still haven't finished talking. Hulieg called out from the back, in the distant court of the Turkic Khaganate to the west of Sanmi. With the fourth prince ascending Mount Sanmi and meeting with the Kaduan mother and son, the matter had come to a successful conclusion. But as the 200,000 war horses left the Western Turks for Chishi, the Turkic steppe suddenly became much more spacious. Many people couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. But this was the will of the supreme Blackwater shaman, the decree of the gods. No one dared to object. However, not many people knew that when the night was deep and the sky was filled with stars, in the Khan's tent at the front of Mount Sami, two figures were sitting side by side. There was no light in the tent, but the two people's gazes seemed to penetrate the tent and look into the endless distance. Lord Priest, why did you have me agree to Hulaeg's offer of 200,000 warhorses? Ishbara Khagan quietly asked. There was no one in a radius of several dozen jang around the tent. If Hulaeg had heard these words, he would have been so frightened that his soul would have left his body and the wine in his stomach would have spilled out. He had always believed that Ishbara Khagan had agreed because he had used the concubines in Ishbara Khagan's harem, but he had no idea that the truth was completely different from what he had imagined. Ishbara Khagan had agreed, not because of him, but because of the Blackwater shaman. Haha, Khagan, don't you find that horse merchant very interesting? The Blackwater shaman's voice rang out in the darkness, tinged with a thought-provoking tone. Interesting. Ishbara Khagan creased his brow as he recalled Hulaeg's chubby and rather comical appearance. He's just a clown, an insignificant nobody. If you didn't want to keep such a person alive, I could have killed him at any time. An insignificant nobody. The Blackwater shaman shook his head. Khagan is wrong. Can an insignificant nobody save the fourth prince? This Ishbara Khagan froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Now that he thought about it, before Hulaeg had appeared, they had actually been negotiating with the Tang people of the City of Steel for a very long time, but they had made no progress, and the other side had always refused to negotiate. If it had been a normal person, they could have just dispatched soldiers, but that youth from the City of Steel was not someone they could send soldiers to deal with. In truth, the deaths of the Black Wolf Yabgu and Agudalan in battle had already illustrated this problem. This had originally been a dead end, but with Hulaeg's arrival, the fourth prince really had returned. Not even Ishbara Khagan had expected this. A nobody has a use for a nobody. This insignificant nobody was able to save the fourth prince from the City of Steel and accomplish what we could not. Isn't that enough? Moreover, with an additional 100,000 warhorses, Khagan's losses will be limited, and the warhorses of the steppe will quickly multiply. But with a horse merchant like Hulaeg, Khagan will have an additional channel of communication with the Tang dynasty. In the future, who knows what use this passageway will be? The Blackwater shaman indifferently said. Ishbara Khagan pensively lowered his head, but he still couldn't help but sigh. But we are still somewhat unwilling. If Khagan is unwilling, it's very simple. We just need to wait a little longer. The Blackwater shaman smiled. His pitch-black eyes flickered with a faint light in the darkness of the night, seeming to contain a profound meaning. Reporting. At this moment, the voice of one of Ishbara Khagan's closest private wolf guards came from outside the tent. Great General Dewussely has come to report that he has already quelled the rebellion of Huyen, Ai's 7 tribes, and defeated the rebel army supporting Huyen. In addition, he has also driven back the biting Protectorate army that wanted to take advantage of the chaos to advance north. Around noon tomorrow, he will arrive at Mount Sami to report. Ishbara Khagan's body trembled at these words, and he subconsciously turned to the Blackwater shaman at his side. The Blackwater shaman silently smiled. Time slowly passed. While Wang Chong was energetically preparing for Talas, and the region of Chishi was still peaceful, the tranquil imperial court was gradually beginning to grow tense. We can't delay any longer. More than 30 letters have arrived from Anchi requesting reinforcements, and Great General Gao Xinji is still trapped at Talas. The imperial court must send troops as quickly as possible. An official in Taiji Palace yelled, his voice vehement and impassioned. It's just a minor campaign, and Great General Gao Xinji hasn't lost yet. Qin Han, why are you in such a rush? Do you think that our Grand Tang dynasty can't beat a puny Arabia? Isn't Goguryeo also a tiny country? The Sui mobilized all of its strength, but didn't it still lose? Great General Zhang Shogui is invincible and invincible, but didn't he also stop there? Can the strength of one's military be measured by the size of a country? Great General Gao Xianji has always been skilled in quick battles, but after so long, there's still no news. If something happens, will you be able to take responsibility? Absurd. Does not having news for more than a month mean defeat? If the great general really was defeated, the news would have long since reached the imperial court. Do you not understand such a simple principle? Anqi, Qixi, and Longxi are like lips and teeth, and without the lips, the teeth will feel the cold. If Anqi is lost, Qixi will be lost, and if Qixi is lost, Longxi will be threatened, and then the safety of the capital will be threatened. If the Arabs, Uzin, or the Turks are allowed to march through Qixi and Longxi and reach the capital, it will be a disgrace to the entire Tang dynasty. All of you who are passionately opposing this today will be criminals of the Tang dynasty. I'd like to see just how you'll deal with this when the time comes. The debate in the imperial court was extremely intense. The matter of Talas had not yet reached this stage, and everyone believed that someone of Gao Xianji's abilities would be able to easily defeat the Arabs. After all, based on Gao Xianji's previous record, this war god of Anqi had never been defeated. But reality had developed in a completely different way from what they had imagined. The urgent letters from Anqi were getting more and more urgent, and the 30,000 elite soldiers of the Tang dynasty, led by Gao Xianji, all of them armed to the teeth, were still trapped at Talas. If this was just a war on the border, it would have been fine, but this had never been the case. Anqi was the barrier to Qixi, Qixi was the barrier to Longxi, and Longxi was the barrier to the capital. The Tang dynasty had invaded the western regions and the 4 garrisons of Anqi for 2 reasons. One was to expand their territory and display the power of the Tang dynasty, and the other was to protect Longxi and the capital and protect the Holy Emperor of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 868. Alarmist Talk. The 4 garrisons of Anqi are just a tiny place on the border, and Talas is a city beyond the borders, tens of thousands of li from the capital. Are we going to mobilize all the strength of the entire country to reinforce Anqi every time Anqi is in danger? The western regions is a land beyond civilization, and there isn't a single citizen of the Tang dynasty. Are we going to exhaust the strength of the Tang dynasty for the sake of a group of people beyond civilization? Listening to the argument in the hall, Yang Lu finally couldn't help but shout. Yang Lu was an imperial censor of the imperial court, a typical civil official. Civil officials were all staunch opponents of war, and Anqi's request for reinforcements had been met with many voices in the imperial court, with Yang Lu being the loudest of them all. The military is a matter of national importance. An imperial great general and 30,000 of empire's most elite soldiers are trapped in Talas. Can we just watch them die and do nothing? Does that mean that we can ignore all the emergency calls at the borders? If something happens and the people are plunged into misery and suffering, who will take responsibility? A titled general walked out from the ranks and said angrily, there was no need for the king of Song to appear at Talas. There had always been many voices in the imperial court advocating war. Whether it was the Sui dynasty, the Tang dynasty, or the previous dynasties, the struggle between civil and military officials had never ceased. The incident at Talas had also sharpened the relationship between the civil and military officials of the imperial court. The crux of the matter is that the War of the Southwest has only just concluded, and the protectorates are still recuperating. How can we send reinforcements in such a short time? The imperial court has always stationed its soldiers on the border. The capital and the interior have no soldiers. If we mobilize the soldiers of other protectorates, the consequences will be unthinkable if something happens. The current situation isn't that we're ignoring Anqi's request for reinforcements, but that we have no people, no soldiers to send. A relatively neutral official finally couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up. But he had barely finished speaking when a voice rang out in everyone's ears. Qixi Protectorate, Wang Chong. His voice was low and contained a trace of timidity, as if he was worried about attracting too much attention. But as soon as this voice fell, the entire court hall suddenly fell silent. Even Yang Lu and the relatively neutral official were stunned and suddenly speechless. The four protectorates of Longxi, Baiting, Anong, and Annan had just been through a war and suffered heavy casualties. They could only defend passively and were powerless to attack. These four areas had the most soldiers, and they all had powerful enemies that needed to be dealt with. They truly couldn't spare any manpower, and they couldn't cross the Tsong Mountains to fight with the Arabs. But Wang Chong and the Qixi Protectorate were different. The Qixi Protectorate had always been the source of Anqi's reserve soldiers, and Wang Chong was Qixi's acting protector general. Of all the protectorates of the Tang dynasty, he was probably the only one who could mobilize troops to reinforce Anqi. Best of all, Qixi had always been threatened by both the Uzin and the Western Turks, and it had always been on the defensive. It rarely had the ability to attack, much less reinforce Anqi. But this was where the beauty of the situation lay. Not too long ago, Wang Chong had launched a series of attacks against both the Uzin and the Western Turks. The Battle of the Triangular Gap had neutralized the threat posed by the Uzin to Qixi, and the Battle of the Qixi Armory had neutralized the threat posed by the Western Turkic Khaganate to the east. The Qixi Protectorate was now in an unprecedented state of safety, with no soldiers capable of threatening it. And as the commanding general and acting protector general of the Qixi Protectorate, Wang Chong had long ago proven his ability in the War of the Southwest and in the two campaigns in Qixi. In private, Wang Chong had long ago been hailed as the empire's 8th great general. There was no need to doubt his ability in the art of war, and he was completely capable of holding his own. If one wanted to reinforce Anqi and help Gao Xianji and the Anqi Protectorate army trapped at Talas, there was no one more suitable than Wang Chong and the Qixi Protectorate, and this would not have too great of an impact on the empire. At this moment, even Yang Lu and the other civil officials who had always opposed war were speechless, pensive looks on their faces. Bang! A jade seal landed on the document from the Bureau of Military Personnel, leaving a seal on it. After more than a month of debate, for the first time, the civil and military officials of the Tang dynasty had reached an agreement. Qixi Protector General Wang Chong was to lead the army to reinforce Talas. All the weapons, supplies, and soldiers needed were to be immediately reported to the imperial court, and the 6 bureaus were to cooperate with them with all their might. Just before dusk, a messenger bird flapped its wings, carrying the document from the Bureau of Military Personnel to Qixi. At this moment, everyone in the imperial court and the entire Tang dynasty was focused on Qixi, on Wang Chong. Whether they could reinforce Anqi and rescue Gao Xianji and the Anqi Protectorate army trapped at Talas would all depend on Wang Chong. Gazes swept across the earth, focusing on the distant city of steel in Wushang. Bang! A metallic clatter resounded through the skies, and with it, smoke from countless furnaces began to rise from every corner of the city of steel, soaring into the sky. If one looked down from the sky, they would see countless craftsmen in the city of steel, like ants in a swarm. Outside the city of steel, the sounds of fighting could be heard as tens of thousands of soldiers charged in a frenzied battle between friend and foe. These soldiers were not soldiers of the Tang dynasty, but eagle-nosed mercenaries of the western regions. After exterminating the Saka and recruiting the Gonka people, Wang Chong had used his remaining prestige to spend a great deal of money in the western regions. Using his vast wealth and the prestige of the Tang dynasty, Wang Chong had recruited many mercenaries from the western regions. At least 40,000 mercenaries of the western regions had come under Wang Chong's banner, and Wang Chong had trained them outside the city of steel. The mercenaries of the western regions had not undergone any rigorous military training, and in battle they liked to charge forward in a disorderly fashion. This was not what Wang Chong needed. The Arabs were no ordinary foes, and these motley crew of mercenaries would find it very difficult to make much of an impact. Thus, Wang Chong had gathered them near the City of Steel and given them to Li Sai and Su Kai for training. The simplest formation and military training would completely transform these western regions' mercenaries, and they would be able to pose a threat to the Arabs in the future Battle of Talas. On the west side of the City of Steel, on a massive training ground, massive ballistae were lined up in rows. Behind the ballistae were groups of 5 people who were constantly knocking, aiming, calibrating, and firing. Boom, 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 boom. Ballista bolts rained down on the metal targets across from them. The metal targets were as thick as a finger, but in the face of these ballista bolts, they were like straw. Boom, boom, boom. Round after round. Group after group. After each group had fired 100 shots, they would immediately switch to another group. During this entire process, everyone was completely focused, their expressions extremely serious. Wang Chong was using unprecedented speed to carry out his plan for the ballista teams. In normal circumstances, this would not have been possible in a short period of time, but the massive number of ballista bolts in the Chishi armory made Wang Chong's plan extremely convenient. Even further away, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. The sound was as heavy as thunder. War horses neighed, and the sound of their neighing could be heard. Li Sai and his 2,000 soldiers had already returned to the City of Steel, and Chang Sanyuan and his 3,000 Wushang cavalry had also returned. The 2 groups immediately began their arduous training in the City of Steel. This was a completely new formation. With the Battle of Talas imminent, everyone knew that they would be facing an opponent that not even the war god of the western regions, Gao Xianji, had been able to deal with. An even more powerful formation was needed to defeat them. In the center of the City of Steel, there was an ancient-style building with arched eaves. A window by the railing was open, revealing a handsome youth with sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a confident, yet composed youth silently flipping through a book. Flapping, a messenger pigeon suddenly descended from the sky, piercing through the window like a sharp sword and landing on the desk in front of Wang Chong. Wang Chong's eyes flashed as he looked at the messenger pigeon. He undid the bindings on his leg and glanced at the letter inside. But this glance caused Wang Chong's expression to change, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. "It's finally here." Wang Chong put down the book, his lips slowly curling into a smile. After such a long period of time, after a long debate, the imperial court finally came to a conclusion and gave him the power to decide life and death, as well as the power to recruit soldiers. This was exactly what Wang Chong had hoped for. Wang Chong had never hoped that the imperial court would understand the significance of this war to the Tang dynasty as he did. But if he could obtain this military order, everything would be different. At the very least, he would be able to act as he pleased. Speed is of the essence in war. There's not much time left, but there should be enough time for me to do a few things. Wang Chong quietly said to himself as he looked at the document from the Bureau of Military Personnel. The authority given to him by the Bureau of Military Personnel was enormous. All soldiers, money, and resources were at Wang Chong's disposal. This was something that no Protector General or Great General had ever enjoyed. But Wang Chong also understood that this sort of authority had its limits. The fact that the imperial court had given him this authority meant that the assistance it could provide was extremely limited. In truth, the imperial court hoped that he could resolve this crisis on his own, not actually give him a large number of soldiers. This lowly subject, Wang Chong, receives the order, but this lowly subject has several requests that the imperial court can agree to. Chapter 869. Moreover, Li Jingyi had led 40,000 soldiers to reinforce the southwest, but they had been ambushed by the Yuzhen, consuming the small number of soldiers that the Tang dynasty had managed to accumulate with great difficulty. The imperial court could only send a limited number of soldiers. At this moment, Wang Chong very naturally thought of his father and big brother. Father and big brother should have around 20,000 soldiers on both sides. Although they are infantry, they are experienced soldiers tempered through blood and fire. Their defense is extremely formidable. They should have been able to play a role in the Battle of Talas and the war with the Arabs. But this is still not enough. These soldiers are far from enough to deal with the soldiers of the Arabian Empire. Wang Chang's mind was in turmoil as he recalled the information from his last life about the Battle of Talas. In the battle between Gao Xianji and Abu Muslim, the Arabs had gathered at least 300,000 soldiers. The Arabs were even more vicious and skilled in battle than the Yuzin. The soldiers of Qixi were far from enough. The soldiers of the imperial court that haven't experienced any major battles are useless. Bringing these recruits is just sending them to their deaths. And the places where the Tang dynasty has the most soldiers are the border protectorates. Zhang Shogui and I have clashed, so he definitely won't help me. Moreover, transferring soldiers is too far away, and Yuzhou is truly too far. Even if Sishan can help biting, he'll definitely find an excuse. As for Longxi, Geshu Han doesn't even have enough soldiers, so he probably won't be able to take care of himself. Asking him to help me is just wishful thinking. At this time, the only place that can send soldiers is the Annan Protectorate. I've already destroyed the Ngari royal lineage, and the Mengshi Zhao Empire has already submitted to the Tang dynasty. The Annan Protectorate is truly no longer a threat. Wang Chong thought for a few moments before writing down the name of the Annan Protectorate. This was the only thing he could think of in this short amount of time. Soldiers were necessary, but as for weapons and food, Wang Chong already had the hybrid rice of the Qixi Armory in Jiaoji, so he didn't need the imperial court's help. What they really needed the most was gold and silver. War was a war of wealth, and what was consumed the most was gold and silver. Moreover, with these things, Wang Chong could recruit more mercenaries. This was also the most practical method in a short period of time. Wang Chong added one name after another. Once he was done, Wang Chong stood up and rolled up the letter. Just as he was about to place it back into the bamboo tube, thunderous cheers came from outside the city of steel. Wang Chong, come quickly. Your second brother Wang Bei is here. Suddenly, Su Yi-Qin's voice came from the distant walls of the city of steel. What? When Wang Chong heard this, his body shook violently. He couldn't believe his ears. Swoosh! Putting down the letter, Wang Chong flew through the window and out. A few moments later, a sea of people had gathered outside the city gate. Countless people were surging along the cement road leading to Wushang. These people had fierce faces and were dressed in completely different clothes. They were actually bandits and highwaymen, let alone others. Even Wang Chong was dumbfounded by this sight. But very quickly, Wang Chong's attention was drawn to a cold and aloof figure at the very front of these bandits and highwaymen. Second brother. Wang Chong rejoiced and immediately flew over. The two brothers fiercely hugged each other. Little brother, I'm here, Wang Bei indifferently said. Wang Bei said indifferently. His expression was cold and there wasn't much change on his face. However, his eyes, which usually kept people at arm's length, revealed traces of warmth. Wang Chong's second brother Wang Bei had suppressed his berserker syndrome and walked out of the prison of the imperial palace. Moreover, on his way from the capital to Wushang, he had subdued a large number of bandits and highwaymen, giving Wang Chong 8,000 to 9,000 soldiers. No one had expected this, and the morale of the soldiers in the city of Steel soared. And the arrival of Wang Chong's second brother Wang Bei was like a primer. Soldiers began to pour in from all directions. The first to arrive were those from deflecting Blade Manor. Su Hanshan had brought Sun Jiming, Fang Xianying, Su Gan, Chen Burang, Zhuang Buping, and Qi Weisi. These future generals of deflecting Blade Manor had been dispatched by Wang Chong to the southwest, biting and other places to temper themselves. Tempered by blood and fire, all of them had made significant progress. And soon after, Wang Chong's request was approved. Wang Chong's father Wang Yan and big brother Wang Fu rushed to the Qixi Protectorate headquarters as quickly as possible. Wang Chong had prepared a large number of transport carriages in the capital to transport these 20,000 soldiers, so as to shorten the time. On the other side, Annan Protector General Xin Yuzhongtong had received Wang Chong's request and sent 8,000 elites of the Annam Protectorate to Wushang. 4,000 of them were elite cavalry. If not for the special rules of the various protectorates, Xin Yuzhongtong would have sent even more soldiers to Wang Chong. Xin Yuzhongtong and Wang Chong had forged a friendship that had been tempered through blood and fire, through life and death. Not only that, even though the imperial court was strapped for soldiers and could not mobilize many, the imperial court had still sent an additional 10,000 soldiers to Wang Chong. Together with Wang Chong's father and big brother, the Annam Protectorate of the Southwest, they were all sent to Wushang. In addition, the greatest aid the imperial court had given Wang Chong was money. The imperial court had given Wang Chong 10 million taels of gold, of which 5 million were in gold yuan notes. This was enough money for Wang Chong to hire a large number of soldiers in the western regions. Time slowly passed, and every day a large number of soldiers would arrive at Wushang's city of steel. Wang Chong was doing his utmost to race against time, sending countless carrier pigeons and rock eagles to Talas each day to gather intelligence. At the same time, Wang Chong was also using the 10 million taels of gold the imperial court had given him to recruit soldiers and increase his own strength. He had even used this gold to hire 12,000 regular soldiers from greater and lesser valor. Now all I need is the meteoric metal. In the city of steel of Wushang, in Wang Chong's residence, Wang Chong mentally sighed as he looked out the window at the plum blossoms that were about to bloom. The Qixi Protectorate was now fully prepared, and all that was missing was the meteoric metal. Wang Chong had done a great deal of preparation. Soldiers, food, woozy steel weapons, everything that could be done, Wang Chong had done. But deep in Wang Chong's heart, there was still one deep regret: the meteoric metal. Even someone as powerful as Wang Chong, who had the memories of his past life after his reincarnation, could not control some things, and the meteoric metal was one of them. His cousin Wang Liang had gone overseas to search for the meteoric metal for a very long time. Logically speaking, he should have returned long ago, but for some reason there had been no news. I wonder how he's doing right now, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. But not even Wang Chong knew that on the other side of the eastern coast of the Tang dynasty, an unprecedentedly powerful fleet of ships was currently arriving. Out of the way, out of the way. The fleet is about to enter the harbor. Heavens, whose fleet is this? Why is the waterline so deep? Just how much cargo are they carrying? Can't you see? You don't even recognize the flag of the Wang clan? How ignorant! Ah, young Marquis. The craftsman on the docks looked in shock at that massive ship which was several stories tall and began to back up. Clap! At almost the same time the first ship docked. A long rope ladder was thrown down from the ship, and one crew member after another, their skin tanned by the wind, slid down the rope ladder. As they looked at the familiar central plains, they spread open their arms and laughed. We've finally returned. Following closely behind these crew members was a long wooden plank reinforced with steel plates. Amidst the sounds of machinery, it was erected high up from the ship, and then with a loud boom, it fell down like a golden mountain and jade pillar. After a few moments of silence, a thin but extremely capable figure appeared on the other end of the wooden bridge. He was dressed in a shabby embroidered robe, but he still retained the elegance of a scion of a great clan. His long years of drifting on the sea had darkened his skin, and his face was marked by many hardships. But his eyes were unprecedentedly bright, brimming with vitality and prestige. After more than half a year, I finally returned to the central plains. Wang Liang stood at the end of the wooden bridge, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed into the distance. The strong sea breeze caused his hair to dance in the wind. Wang Liang's aura was steady and heavy, like that of an experienced veteran who had sailed the sea for decades. And it was hard to believe that he was actually just a young man of 21 or 22. From top to bottom, the Wong clan is bound together for glory and bound together for loss. Cousin, I hope that I haven't dragged you down. The trials of life, the trials of the sea, and the considerations of life and death had long ago made Wang Liang understand many truths that a young man like him should not understand. And he also understood the true essence of this colossal clan of ministers and generals. Great clans had their own responsibilities, and each person had their own distinct authority. Only then could they maintain the operation of this colossal clan and prevent it from falling apart. In the current Wang clan, the spearhead was Wang Chong. He was the most dazzling existence of this generation of the Wang clan, and he was also the crux of the Wang clan's glory. He was irreplaceable, and Wang Liang himself was the end of the spear, the handle. Although each person's role was different, it was all the same. Wang Liang did not understand military affairs, nor did he understand Wang Chong's ambitions and plans. Thus, he could only use his own method to support Wang Chong, his cousin, and the entire Wang clan. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Liang quickly regained his composure. His entire demeanor was like an unsheathed sword, gradually becoming sharp and brimming with prestige. Turning around, Wang Liang waved his hand behind him as he sternly shouted, "Begin unloading!" Chapter 870. Wang Chong's foresight was truly astonishing. Wang Liang still had no idea that he had never left his home, never sailed the sea, never even seen a seagull. How could he have known that there was so much meteoric metal exposed on an island several thousand li away? This point was truly miraculous, and at the same time puzzling. But even so, there was one thing that Wang Liang was certain of. The meteoric metal exposed on those islands was far too precious. Just the thought of so much meteoric metal exposed on those undiscovered islands on his way back was unbearable to Wang Liang. And there was no telling when those clans with ulterior motives would take it away. Thus, after careful calculations, Wang Liang had changed the waterline of the fleet, greatly increasing the ship's capacity. Wang Liang had used a single trip to transport the goods that would have required at least 2 trips. This was also the true reason why his fleet had only reached the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains so long behind schedule. Roar! The call of the fleet resounded through the docks, and then the crew, working together from inside and outside, began to hurriedly unload the goods. Bang! When the news that Wang Liang had brought the meteoric metal to the Central Plains was sent by a carrier pigeon to Wushang, the entire city of steel was abuzz with excitement. The final part of Wang Chong's plan had finally been completed. With the meteoric metal, Wang Chong could forge a large quantity of indestructible armor, and the last weakness of Wushang's cavalry would be completely repaired. Pass on my order. Have all the great clans of the capital work together to transport the meteoric metal to the city of steel as quickly as possible, day and night. Time is of the essence, so the forging of the meteoric metal need not be done in the capital. It will all be done in the city of steel. In the city of steel, in Wang Chong's residence, Wang Chong was invigorated by Wang Liang's news. An eagle flew through the window like an arrow, vanishing in the direction of the capital. Following Wang Chong's order, the cement road from the capital to Wushang was suddenly filled with countless specially made carriages. These carriages were loaded with small mountains of meteoric metal as they traveled day and night to the city of steel. Along the way, they were escorted by countless cavalrymen. On the Silk Road, there were also countless bandits and horse bandits. They were not there to rob, but to protect the meteorites. Wang Chong's second brother, Wang Bei, had subdued a large number of mountain bandits and horse bandits on his journey to the west. At this moment, he was finally showing his worth. At this moment, Wang Chong's plan was finally complete. The city of steel was like an invisible vortex, into which countless resources, steel and soldiers were surging. Roar! Ha! The sounds of the army training continued day and night, echoing into the heavens. With the city of steel as the center, 60,000 mercenaries from the tribes of the western regions, 8,000 Gonka people, and 12,000 regular soldiers from Greater and Lesser Baller had been gathered in the region of Chishi. In addition, the Tang dynasty had gathered 20,000 soldiers from the Chishi Protectorate, 5,000 fully armored Wushang cavalry, 20,000 elite infantry and cavalry led by Wang Chang's father Wang Yan and big brother Wang Fu, 8,000 elites from the Nam Protectorate who had fought in the War of the Southwest, and 10,000 regular soldiers sent by the imperial court. An army of 143,000 was gathered in the city of steel. In addition, Wang Chong had used the 10 million taels of gold given to him by the imperial court to buy large amounts of cattle and sheep from the tribes of the western regions to replenish his supplies. In addition, all kinds of provisions, armaments, and steel modules were piled high in the city of steel. The city of steel had become a true war machine. At this moment, even the people of Uzan in the distant western regions could sense the thick aura of war in the city of steel. A battle was about to begin. Time slowly passed, and the time for the army to depart got closer and closer. Meanwhile, from Chishi beyond Anchi, past the Tsong Mountains, 700 to 800 li, one could see the distant city of Talas. This famous fortress of the Silk Road was now surrounded by a dense mass of cavalry and infantry. Countless cavalry and infantry formed an endless flood of steel that surrounded the city of Talas, so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The army was silent and did not make a single sound. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. "My lord, today is the 7th time the Arabs have attacked. It's been almost 2 months, but not only have their numbers not decreased, they've only increased. It seems like there's no way to kill them all. The soldiers won't be able to hold on for much longer." The magnificent walls of Talas were famous throughout the western regions, but at this moment they were covered in smoke and fire. The walls were crisscrossed with scars of battle, and on the walls a stalwart general stood next to Gao Xinji, a look of deep concern and unease on his face. "I understand," Gao Xinji indifferently said, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His expression was cold and aloof as he stared down at the vast sea of Arab soldiers. After nearly 2 months, Gao Xinji's face was covered in frost. If they hadn't seen it for themselves, no one would have believed that this was that handsome and refined war god of the western regions who had claimed to be invincible and undefeatable in every battle. As the most famous great general of the Tang dynasty's northwestern border and one of the strongest warriors of the Central Plains, the Peak Saint Marshal Gao Xinji had slain countless powerful foes. Even after this fierce battle, Gao Xinji's clothes were not stained by a single drop of blood. In this world, the number of people that could threaten an imperial great general like Gao Xinji could be counted on one hand. But now, not only were Gao Xinji's hair and clothes stained with blood, even the breastplate protecting his chest had been shattered. The nearly indestructible, cloud-swallowing divine armor that had been bestowed by the Holy Emperor had been struck by an even sharper weapon, leaving behind countless cracks and fissures, and dark red blood was flowing out of these cracks. If even the commander-in-chief of the army, Gao Xinji, was in such a state, one could easily imagine the intensity and cruelty of the battle that the Anchi Protectorate army had experienced in these last 2 months. In his 10-some years of campaigning and defeating countless foes, Gao Xinji had never imagined that here, to the west of the Tsong Mountains, he would encounter the strongest foe he had ever encountered in his life, Abu Muslim and his Arab army. What are the casualties of today's army? Gao Xinji's voice resounded over the walls, making it impossible to sense the slightest emotion in his voice. All kinds of armaments have been damaged, and all our ballistae have been used up. In addition, the Fergan tribe has lost 8,000 soldiers, the Karluks 6,000, and we have lost 6,000. Of our 70,000 soldiers, only 30,000 remain. In addition, a considerable number are wounded. My lord, we won't be able to last much longer. We need reinforcements." The general anxiously said, "Is there still no news from Anchi?" Gao Xinji calmly said, "Yes." The burly general clenched his teeth. "In the last 2 months, we've been constantly requesting reinforcements from Anchi, sending letters like snowflakes every day. General Feng has replied that he's already doing his utmost to request reinforcements from the imperial court. But even now, no reinforcements have arrived. My lord, your subordinate will write another letter to General Feng and press for news." "There's no need." To the general's surprise, Gao Xianji waved his hand and refused. "My lord," hearing this, the general was dumbfounded, and he was completely dumbfounded. "Pass on my order. Starting today, there's no need to send any more letters requesting reinforcements, because we have no more soldiers to use," Gao Xianji indifferently said. Hearing this, the subordinate next to him was dumbfounded, unable to say a word. Gao Xianji said nothing, but a complicated look flitted through his eyes. His gaze slowly swept over the earth, into the endless distance. Gao Xianji knew that he had made a mistake. In truth, they had already lost this battle, and the Anchi Protectorate Army had no hope left to speak of. He had always advocated a quick and decisive battle, and in this battle, whether it was the attack on the Sher Kingdom or the assault on the city of Talas, Gao Xianji had believed that his strategy had been flawless. His only mistake had been underestimating his opponent. A mountain cannot hold 2 tigers. I didn't think that there would be an opponent as powerful as the Tang dynasty on this continent. Gao Xianji's mind was in turmoil. The Tang dynasty was the strongest empire in the world. Whether it was Goguryeo, the Turks, the Uzin, or the kingdoms of the western regions, none of them could contend against it. This was a belief that had been deeply ingrained in Gao Xianji's mind. In his many years of campaigning in the western regions, this belief had never changed. As an imperial great general and Anchi protector general, Gao Xianji had once investigated Arabia, and he was well aware that Arabia was far stronger than the other kingdoms of the western regions. It was his strongest opponent in the western regions. Gao Xianji had never underestimated Arabia, but only when he truly clashed with them on the battlefield did Gao Xianji truly understand just how powerful his opponent was. From 200,000 soldiers at the start, it had grown to more than 300,000, and this number was still growing as if it would never end. This opponent was far more terrifying and powerful than he had imagined. This was not an opponent that was just a little stronger than the kingdoms of the western regions or on par with the Uzin Empire. This was a colossus that was just as terrifying as the Tang dynasty. Defeating such a powerful opponent was not something that the Anchi Protectorate could do. At the start of the 2-month stalemate, Gao Xianji had hoped that he could rely on his superior equipment and the sturdiness of the city of Talas to resist the Arab assault and finally receive reinforcements from the imperial court. But now, Gao Xianji was beginning to understand that this was impossible. The Tang dynasty had no soldiers to use. Longxi, Baiting, Anan, Anong, as the Anchi Protector General, no one understood better than him what sort of opponents these 4 regions faced. The Arabs were too fortunate because they simply didn't have that many opponents. And the Tang dynasty was too unfortunate because it had far too many opponents around it. The Tang dynasty had hundreds of thousands of soldiers, but because it was surrounded by so many enemies, it couldn't muster many people. Feng Chongqing had truly sent a letter saying that the imperial court had agreed to send troops as soon as possible. But Gao Xianji understood that this was just empty talk. The imperial court had no soldiers to fear. Chapter 871. But, my lord, don't we have Qixi? A voice suddenly rang out in his ear, like a pebble being thrown into a lake. Ripples spread across its surface. Gao Xianji's mind jolted as he came back to his senses. He heard the assistant general say anxiously, his eyes filled with hope. According to the rules of the imperial court, Anchi and Qixi depend on each other, assisting each other in offense and defense. But Anchi is on a higher level than Qixi. If something happens to Anqi, Qishi will be the source of Anqi's reinforcements, ready to send soldiers to Qishi to support us. Right now, even if the imperial court is short on soldiers like in the War of the Southwest, doesn't Qishi still have soldiers? In the Battle of the Triangular Gap, Dusong Mangpoj suffered a major defeat and Dayan Mangpoj died in battle. Later on, I heard that he ambushed a Gudalan at the Qishi armory, killing that Black Wolf Yabgu and his 5,000 elites. Moreover, in the War of the Southwest, he even managed to reverse the tides, defeating the more than 400,000 soldiers of the Mengshi Yusang army. Can't even he do the same? If we can hold out until he arrives with his soldiers, there might still be hope. The deputy general anxiously said. In the past, he would have never said such a thing, but now this was their last hope. Gao Xinji said nothing, but his eyes were no longer as cold and aloof as they had been at the start. They were like ripples on the surface of a still lake. That brat, Gao Xinji's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that several months ago, Wang Chong had sent him a letter advising him not to attack the Sher Kingdom. At the time, Gao Xinji had laughed it off, and he had also found the letter to be rather baffling. But at this moment, an irrepressible thought rose up in his mind. When that youngest son of the Wang clan had sent him that letter, had he already predicted today's scene? But as soon as this thought flitted through his mind, Gao Xinji shook his head and sneered. Not even he had expected to be besieged at Talas, the 30,000 soldiers of the Anqi Protectorate army facing complete annihilation. How could a 17-year-old child have predicted this? Qian Li, there's no need to say any more. Gao Xinji finally opened his mouth. His eyes showed a kind of indifference and calmness, as if he had disregarded life and death. It's a long journey from Qishi to here. Even if that youngest son of the Wang clan truly possesses remarkable abilities, even if he's willing to help us, it's already too late, because we can't last that long. My lord! The general was visibly moved. Gao Xinji waved his hand to stop him from continuing. Only those who had participated in this battle would understand just what sort of opponent the Anqi Protectorate army was facing at Talas. As Anqi's protector general, Gao Xinji had never lost a battle. This was not just because of his outstanding strategy and intelligence, but also because of his powerful will. Gao Xinji had never been one to easily admit defeat, but this time it was no longer a question of admitting defeat. After 2 months of fierce fighting, the Anqi Protectorate army had truly reached the end of its rope and was on its last legs. The Anqi Protectorate army was the most elite force of the Tang dynasty. The best soldiers of the armies of the Central Plains had all been sent to Anqi, creating this lion whose name could shake the western frontier. But not even the most formidable lion could deal with an opponent more than 10 times its size. In truth, the fact that the Anqi Protectorate army had been able to last 2 months under the torrential assault of the Arabs was a testament to its strength. They had not shamed the Tang dynasty. Qian Li, I've been wrong all these years. In the western regions, I've always believed that our greatest enemy was Uzin and the many small kingdoms of the western regions. If we allow them to form an alliance, the foundation that the Tang dynasty has built up over the centuries in the western regions will be obliterated. Gao Xinji suddenly said. The wind held in the sky. He looked ahead, and his tone was unprecedentedly calm. In his life, he had always been trapped by fame and fortune, and he had never seen the situation in the western regions so clearly as he did now. But in truth, we were all wrong. In the western regions, our greatest enemy has never been those small kingdoms of the western regions that could possibly ally with us, nor has it been the nearby and harassing Uzin. It has been the Arabs standing before us. They are stronger than the Uzin, more greedy than the kingdoms of the western regions, and even more ambitious and aggressive than the Turks. They are the greatest threat to the Tang dynasty. In this battle, we have no path of retreat. The imperial court has no more soldiers to use, so we can only rely on ourselves. Anchi is the Tang dynasty's greatest barrier in the northwest. If Anchi is lost, the entire western regions will fall into the hands of the Arabs, and the several hundred years of the Tang dynasty's work in the western regions will be destroyed. And if the western regions are lost, even Qixi will find it very difficult to resist. And in the end, it will be Longxi and the capital that will be threatened. Next to him, the general's face trembled, a look of fear appearing in the depths of his eyes. In this battle, he had only been paying attention to the vast sea of Arab soldiers before him. He had never thought about what would happen after this battle. Although he was in a perilous situation, he had only viewed this battle as a war on the border. He had never thought about the effects it would have on Anchi and the Tang dynasty. The capital, he had never imagined that the effects of this battle would be so far-reaching. If the Arabs really were allowed to advance through Anchi, Qixi, and Longxi to reach the capital, they would truly be the sinners of the Tang dynasty. Pass on my order. In 7 days, we will fight to the death with the Arabs. We cannot be the slightest bit careless in this battle. Even if we die, we must demonstrate the dignity of my Tang dynasty. Gao Xianji sternly said, "This general understands." The western regions, the Anchi Protectorate headquarters. "My lord, we've checked. It's already past noon, but we still haven't received a letter from Lord Protector General." In the massive Protector General Hall, an Anchi Protectorate soldier kneeled on one knee, his head lowered to the ground as he respectfully reported. "What?" Feng Changqing's entire body trembled as he stood up from his seat, a look of deep unease on his face. "It shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have—" "My lord, could it be that the intensity of the battle has caused the messengers to be delayed, resulting in the delay?" The kneeling Anchi Protectorate soldier cautiously said, "No, it can't be like that. Lord Protector General's military orders are as strict as a mountain. He doesn't even make the slightest mistake when he eats. A request for reinforcements is as important as this. There can't be any problems." Feng Changqing was dressed in blue, his face haggard, and if one looked carefully, one would notice that his eyes were bloodshot. When the news that Gao Xianji's army had been trapped at Talas had arrived, Feng Changqing had been working late into the night, unable to eat or sleep. His entire body had become much thinner, and as the situation became more and more dangerous, more and more urgent letters began to pour in. By now, it had been several days since Feng Changqing had slept a wink. In just 2 short months, Feng Changqing had a lot of white hair on his head, and his face was full of wrinkles. If one looked at his appearance alone, it would be hard to believe that this man, who looked like he was in his 40s or 50s, was actually in his early 30s. Although his mind was exhausted, Feng Changqing's eyes showed no sign of sleep. He felt a deep unease. In the last few days, the only consolation in Feng Changqing's heart had been the letters that the Anchi Protectorate army had sent from Talas every day, one after another. As long as these letters arrived every day, Feng Changqing would know that everything was fine in Talas, that the Protector General was still safe. But today, the letters that had been coming every day for more than 2 months had suddenly vanished. This made Feng Changqing feel extremely uneasy. After serving under Gao Xianji for so many years, Feng Changqing knew his commander's personality like the back of his hand. His commander would never easily change his habits. Once he did, it was assuredly because he had made an important decision. "My lord, could it be that you've already—" Feng Changqing suddenly thought of something, and his heart grieved, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Be at ease. No matter what, I won't let you die." Staggering, Feng Changqing suddenly pushed aside the Anchi Protectorate army soldier and charged out of the hall. His hair was in disarray, his hairpin falling to the ground, and he seemed to have gone mad. Qixi, only Qixi could save my lord and the 30,000 soldiers of the Anchi Protectorate army. Warning: a new change has occurred in the mission, a choice of destiny. Side mission: fall of a great general. Every war is accompanied by enormous sacrifices. When an empire is about to decline, its great general will fall first. This is the curtain call of an empire, but also the rise of another. In the Battle of Talas, Anchi Protector General Gao Xinji is on the verge of falling. User has 7 days to save Gao Xinji's fate. If the mission succeeds, User will be rewarded with 6,000 points of destiny energy. If the mission fails, User will be deducted 18,000 points of destiny energy. Warning: in the Battle of Talas, a choice of destiny, User's mission is about to fail. Warning: when Talas is lost, User will be immediately obliterated. In the distant city of Steel in Wushang, Wang Chong was still inspecting the sand table in the hall when he suddenly heard a waterfall of voices. With these voices, Wang Chong's eyes suddenly flashed with a bloody light, so intense that it was suffocating. Wang Chong had been holding a small red banner in his hand, and upon hearing these voices, Wang Chong's body froze as if he had been petrified. The fall of a great general is Gao Xinji. Wang Chong grimaced at the sound of this voice. Gao Xinji was the commander-in-chief of the Anchi Protectorate Army. For the Stone of Destiny to suddenly issue this mission meant that the city of Talas was in an extremely perilous situation. "Chonga, what's wrong?" A familiar voice, vigorous and dignified, came from next to his ear. Wang Chong turned his head and saw that his father Wang Yan, big brother Wang Fu, and second brother Wang Bei were all looking at him in astonishment. "It's nothing." Chapter 872. Everything has been discussed. "Father, big brother, let's pass down the order and get ready to move out." Wang Yan sternly nodded, not thinking too much about it. "Speed is of the essence in war. We can't delay the matter of Talas for too long. Now that everything is ready, we can set off for Talas. Fuer, go and make the arrangements." "Yes, father." Wang Fu straightened his back and quickly left. "Chonger, you will be the leader of this operation. Your big brother, your second brother, and I will do our best to cooperate with you. There's no need to worry. Soldiers are important matters of state, and this operation concerns the lives of the 30,000 soldiers of the Anchi Protectorate Army and the entire structure of the western regions. We cannot be the slightest bit careless. Before we set off, let's conduct one last simulation," Wang Yan sternly said. "Yes, father." Wang Chong nodded. Without standing on ceremony, he took over the reins and began to give a detailed explanation. There is no such thing as father and son on the battlefield. This war concerned the lives of more than 100,000 soldiers, as well as the fortune of the Central Plains for the next 1,000 years. Would it be like in his last life, where expansion was thwarted and the Central Plains plunged into civil strife? Or would it continue the glory of the Tang dynasty and the Han people and become the strongest existence in the world? Everything would depend on this battle. A few moments later, the final simulation concluded, and Wang Chong finally walked out of the hall. A fierce gust of wind blew past Wang Chong's face, causing his hair to dance in the wind and his mind to calm down. There are still 7 days before the fall of the great general. In other words, the city of Talas will fall in 7 days. 7 days is more than enough. Wang Chong stood at the door, a harsh light in his eyes, as he quickly walked out. Beat the drums. Soon, loud thumps echoed throughout the city of Steel. The ground rumbled and trembled as the city of Steel was like a massive beast that had suddenly awakened. Countless soldiers were gathered in well-organized ranks, gathering toward the imposing city of Steel from all directions. The Chishi Protectorate, the mixed infantry and cavalry, the Annam Protectorate, the Wushang Cavalry, the Ballista Squads, the Gonka people, the mercenaries of the western regions, the regular armies of greater and lesser valor. More than 100,000 soldiers had all gathered here, creating a grand spectacle. Next to these troops, countless caravans of iron and steel, caravans of grain, craftsmen, and herdsmen of various tribes were also gathered here. The aura of war clamored in the dust. As Wang Chong ascended the city of Steel's tower and appeared in front of everyone, countless gazes instantly turned to him. In the sunlight, Wang Chang's tall figure became the most dazzling existence in the world. There's no need for me to explain why everyone has gathered here today. I want to use this chance to tell those who harbor evil intentions and make enemies of the Tang dynasty that offend my Tang dynasty, no matter how far away, they will be executed. With these impassioned voices, clang! The clear cry of a sword resounded through the air. Under thousands of gazes, Wang Chong unsheathed his sword and pointed it west. Move out! Roar! A heaven-shaking roar resounded through the world, accompanied by the rumbling of the army. Tensum foreign and Han soldiers surged out of the city of steel like a surging river, surging along the cement road toward the distant Talas. Rumble! The earth quaked, and the heaven-shaking momentum of this army shook the entire western regions. The largest western expedition in the history of the Tang dynasty had begun. Han, I'll leave the matters of Qixi to you. Wang Chong held his hands behind his back on a massive tower that soared into the clouds as he gazed at the vast army of foreigners and Han stretching out to the horizon. All was quiet, and just when everyone was about to think that Wang Chong was talking to himself, a cold and emotionless voice finally came from behind him. And then all was quiet again. Wang Chong inwardly chuckled at this icy voice. As expected, it's still that Su Han's Han. Who could have imagined that Su Han's Han, who had only been at the true martial realm the first time they met, would break into the imperial martial realm the next time they met, accomplishing what others could not even achieve in 5 or 6 years. No one knew what had happened to him in the past year, nor how he had reached this level of cultivation. But to Wang Chong, he might have been surprised if this had happened to anyone else. But Wang Chong was not surprised that it had happened to Su Han's Han. As a genius who was publicly acknowledged to have the makings of a great general and who had once reached the brigadier general level, Wang Chong was not surprised that Su Han's Han had progressed so quickly. Su Hanshan's strength might not have reached the level in Wang Chong's memories, but there was no doubting his intelligence, strength, and strategic vision. Moreover, after more than half a year of training and biting, Su Hanshan's body had become much thinner, but he was also like an unsheathed sword, sharper and more composed. This was why Wang Chong had summoned him. The Battle of Talas is of great importance. Once I leave, Qixi will be left defenseless, and the Uzin and the Western Turks are certain to move. I only left you 8,000 who 1,000 Han and 8,000 bandits and brigands. This is the greatest help I can give you. No matter what, you must hold them. Qixi is the gate to Longxi. If it falls, the gates to Longxi will be wide open, and all the people will be exposed to the iron hooves of the enemy. The consequences will be unthinkable, and on the front lines, we will also be threatened. Wang Chong continued. In order to fend off foreign aggression, one had to first stabilize the interior. If the rear was unstable, Wang Chong found it very difficult to imagine how he could fight in peace on the front lines. Thus, the rear had to be stabilized. Relax. Nothing will go wrong. Su Han's Han finally spoke. As he spoke, he walked up from the back and stood shoulder to shoulder with Wang Chong. He was wearing a suit of black armor, and his head was slightly raised, his eyes like the stars. He was still as cold and proud as Wang Chong remembered him to be, but his aura was much thicker and more dignified, brimming with the air of a general. Su Hanshan's words were very simple, but they were very powerful. However, I still need your help, Su Han's Han added. Oh, 50 ballista teams, Su Han's Han indifferently said. Fine. Wang Chong smiled and agreed without the slightest hesitation. 50 ballista teams, each team of 5, meant that there were only 250 people. To Wang Chong, this didn't have much of an effect. After concluding his conversation with Su Han's Han, Wang Chong quickly left the gate tower. At the lofty gate of Steel Gate, Su Yiqin and Su Kai were waiting. My lord. Upon seeing Wang Chong, Su Kai and the others immediately bowed. It was about time. All that was left was for Wang Chong to set out. Wang Chong nodded, and then he walked past them toward the gate, toward the fairy-like figure of Su Yichin. "Take care. I'll be waiting for your return." Be at ease. I'll definitely return in triumph." Wang Chong grinned, and then he walked over to Suki and took the reins of the white-hoofed shadow. "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them mounted their war horses and quickly headed out of the city one after the other. Behind them, Su Yichin stared at Wang Chong's back, the smile on her lips slowly fading, her eyes suffused with deep concern. This was not the first time Su Yichin had seen Wang Chong leave like this. If she had no understanding of Arabia or Talas, Su Yichin might have believed this to be a simple campaign. But even an imperial great general like Gao Xianji had been trapped in Talas and had still not broken out. From this, one could easily imagine the strength of the Arabs. But Su Yichin did not want to burden Wang Chong in any way. So no matter how worried she was, Su Yichin always maintained a smile in front of Wang Chong. A cool breeze accompanied by a gust of sand blew by. Su Yichin narrowed her eyes and lightly coughed. "Young lady," a voice came from behind her. Su Yichin's personal maid, Xiao Zhu, had at some point appeared behind her, worriedly gazing at Su Yichin's back. "It's fine, don't tell anyone else." With these words, Su Yichin quickly vanished from the city of steel. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers surged in the direction of Talas, one batch after another. At the very back of the army, Wang Chong called over Suki. "We're still moving too slowly. Suki, take a group of cavalry and set off first. I have something for you to do." Wang Chong rode on the white-hoofed shadow as he looked into the distance. "Marquis, please give your orders. Take this letter with you. Everything you need to do has been explained in the letter. Do as I say. I'll only give you 2 days. You don't need to worry about us. Once you're done, wait for us at the Anchi Protectorate headquarters." As Wang Chong spoke, he took the letter from his bosom and handed it over. "This general will go." Su Kai took the letter, but without even reading it, he quickly turned around. You, everyone, follow me." Speed was of the essence in war, and a few moments later, Su Kai had pulled out 5,000 cavalry from an army of more than 100,000. Stirring up a cloud of dust, he left the army and shot away. "Gao Xianji, hold on. Until we reach the battlefield, this is all I can do to help you. Be careful of the Karluks. The people of the other races are not trustworthy." Wang Chong said to himself as he looked in the northwest in the direction of Talas. The situation at Talas was getting more and more perilous. If everything went as expected, the Karluks would rebel once more. History could change, but people's personalities would never change. In truth, Gao Xianji's tactics had a major weakness. He liked to use the Anchi Protectorate army in the front and the mercenaries in the rear. If he won the war, this was fine, but if the war did not go smoothly, just like at Talas, this was the shackles of death that Gao Xianji had placed on himself. Chapter 873. Flap, flap, flap. As Wang Chong's army of more than 100,000 soldiers rode out of Chishi, countless carrier pigeons and rock eagles took off in every direction. This large-scale mobilization of soldiers had attracted the attention of countless people. On the distant Tibetan plateau, 10 Tibetan horsemen looked down from their vantage point, saw the dense mass of soldiers, and immediately turned their horses around. "They are finally moving out." Next to the Uzin royal capital, in an underground prison that no one could see, there was a creaking sound as the steel bars opened. As Huishu Wuzong and Dusong Mangpoj watched, a figure slightly combed back his hair, raised his head, and slowly walked out of the prison. Buzz! All was quiet and nothing happened, but in Dusong Mangpoj and Huishu Wuzong's eyes, the entire world seemed to rumble and tremble with that person's footsteps. After a long time, the Uzin, the Tang dynasty, and the western regions were finally about to usher in a new wave of change. Awoo! As the Chishi army departed on the border between Chishi and the western Turkic Khaganate, a massive blue wolf stretched its neck and howled, its shrill howl traveling 10 li. The wolf howl continued to spread from the edge of Chishi all the way to the depths of the Turkic steppe. Gallop! A few moments later, 20 to 30 li from the Chishi border, 5 Western Turkic soldiers suddenly turned their heads and called out. Then, each of them riding a giant wolf, they hurriedly galloped off into the distance. A few hours later, the neighing of a war horse resounded from the main peak of Mount Sanmi, the seat of the Western Turkic Khaganate's court. Following the loud neigh of the horse, a burly figure slowly appeared on top of Mount Sanmi like a deity. Everyone's eyes were glued to him. At that moment, the sky darkened, and even the sunlight seemed to be obscured by this figure. Ergin. All the Turkic cavalry immediately lowered their heads, expressions of respect and submission on their faces. In the Turkic language, Ergin was an honorific given to a person of extremely high status, other than the Western Turkic Emperor Ishbarakagin. There was only one person who could earn the respect of so many Turkic soldiers around the Kagan's court, Great General Dewussuli. Just like the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains, although the Turks were brave and skilled in battle, only a handful of them could be called great generals. Dewussuli was one of them. The surroundings were so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Dewussuli stood at the top of Mount Sanmi, his disdainful eyes shining like the sun in the sky. Dewussuli did not say a word. He only sat on the divine sun chariot. His cold gaze was like that of a god. He looked down from above and slowly scanned the land. Who? Waving his right hand behind him, Dewussuli leaped into the air, crossing the 20-some zhang to descend the mountain. Rumble! The war horse landed in a cloud of dust. At the same time, thousands of war horses neighed and galloped behind Dewussuli. Tens of thousands of Turkic cavalry galloped out from behind Mount Sanmi, leaving a trail of dust in their wake as they charged down behind Dewussuli. Each of these Turkic cavalry exuded a storm of energy. Not even the 5,000 carefully selected Turkic warriors, led by the Black Wolf Yabgu, could compare to them. Moreover, these cavalry were completely different from the other Turkic cavalry. The steeds they rode were all taller and more muscular, clearly taller than the other Turkic steeds, each of them as handsome as a dragon. Rumble! The war horses quickly vanished into the west. After the battle of the Chishi Armory, the entire Turkic steppe was finally thrown into turmoil. Flap, flap. One carrier pigeon after another flew out. The Uzin and the Western Turks were far from the only ones to react to Wang Chong's expedition. These two sides were not the only ones paying attention to this war. In the skies of Chishi, countless birds were flying toward the interior of the western regions. Gaochang, Lulan, Yu, Danhuan, Gumo, Wusun, all the kingdoms of the western regions, large and small, were paying attention to this war. A fire at the city gate will bring disaster to the fish in the moat. Although this war was a clash between the Tang dynasty and Arabia, two great empires of the East and West, it also concerned all the kingdoms of the western regions. Each country of the western regions needed to make its own choice in this war. The influence of this war was not limited to just the east of the Tsong Mountains. Have you found out everything? Whispers could be heard in the darkness. It was not the language of the Central Plains that they were most familiar with. Nor was it Arabic, but a minority of the Hu language that no one understood. We've found out everything. Gao Xianji has already given the order. In 7 days, he will open the storehouses and take out all the wine, meat, and rations to reward the army. He's been very secretive about this matter and hasn't even told us about it. But based on his usual style, he's prepared to cut off all means of retreat and fight to the death with the Arabs. Another voice in Tala's replied in a low voice, "Bastard." The first man to speak clenched his fists. In the dim starlight, one could vaguely make out that the speaker had long and narrow eyes, fierce and vicious. Above his lips were 2 thick mustaches, and it was clear at a glance that he was a man brimming with ambition. Most shocking of all was the aura and light of a ruthless and ruthless ruler that his eyes exuded. In all of Talas, besides Gao Xianji and a few elite Han generals, there was only the mercenary leader of the Karluk tribe, Wanha Peiluo. In the Karluk language, this name had only one meaning: King of Kings. Wanha Peiluo had always been the strongest and most outstanding leader of the Karluk tribe. In his hands, the Karluks had become the strongest mercenary tribe on the steppe, possessing an extremely high status. In the western regions, they possessed an extremely high status. The Tang army is doomed. Gao Xianji has dominated for so many years, but this time he's found the wrong opponent. The Anqi Protectorate army is doomed. He's preparing to drag us down with him, but he won't get the chance. Wanha Peiluo's fierce voice resounded through the air. Gully, have the Arabs replied? They've replied. The Arabs have promised to take care of our safety. In addition, as long as we act as spies and open the gates, they will give us another 800,000 taels of gold. In addition, all the gold Gao Xianji plundered in the Shur kingdom belongs to me. The Arabs have also promised that they will support us in ruling over the other tribes in the western regions. The Karluk general called Gully said in a hoarse voice, his voice tinged with a special meaning. Good. Wanha Peiluo coldly smiled, a frightening light in his eyes. Gao Xianji and the Anqi Protectorate army will fight the Arabs to the death in 7 days. We'll move tomorrow night and lure the Arabs into the city. Gao Xianji might not get the chance. Yes, your subordinate will immediately give the order for our brothers to prepare. Starting tomorrow, Gao Xianji and the Annam Protectorate will become history. They won't get another chance. The western regions will be the world of Malord and our Karluk. The Karluk general called Gully immediately said. Wanha Peiluo chuckled and gave a satisfied nod. The Anqi Protectorate army and Gao Xianji were renowned throughout the world as the war god of the western regions. If he could personally bury this lion of the western regions, he would be able to add a dazzling stroke to Wanha Peiluo's and the Karluk army's record books. This would be the best gift for their Karluk tribe to rule over the western regions. Reporting. Just as Wanha Peiluo was feeling the most pleased with himself, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out in the darkness. Wanha Peiluo and the Karluk general turned their heads and saw a Karluk mercenary rushing toward them. What's going on? What's all the fuss about? Don't you know the rules of the army? Wanha Peiluo frowned. Gao Xianji had been extremely strict in managing his army. Even though he had already made up his mind to betray Gao Xianji before truly moving, Gao Xianji still had to abide by the iron law of neutrality. Leader, it's bad. We just received a message from the tribe behind us. Our tribe has been surrounded by the Chishi Protectorate, and all the women, children, and the elderly have been captured. Even the tribe's cows, sheep, and war horses have been brought to the Tsong Mountains. The Karluk mercenary's breathing was ragged, his expression one of extreme panic. What? Wanha Peiluo and the general at his side widened their eyes, their bodies trembling as if they had been struck by lightning. Bastard! How could such a thing happen? Give me the letter. Wanha Peiluo was enraged as he snatched the letter from the tribal soldier's hands. The Karluk tribe had many people, and the majority of the men would usually leave the tribe to fight in the field, leaving the elderly, women, and children to stay in the rear. This was also for the safety of the Karluk tribe. In this way, no matter how many men the Karluks lost in the field, the tribesmen in the rear could still reproduce and receive compensation from their employers. In addition, for the safety of the rear, Wanha Peiluo had left a special eagle in the rear. This was a mutant beast that he had purchased from an Arab merchant at a high price. It could fly extremely fast. If something happened in the rear, this eagle could be used to notify Wanha Peiluo at the front as quickly as possible. In this way, they could take care of each other and avoid being ambushed in the rear. But this sort of thing had never happened before, given the prestige and illustrious fighting power of the Karluks. Yet, Wanha had never imagined that while he was with Gao Xianji and the Anxi Protectorate Army, his home would be attacked, and it would be the army of the Tang dynasty. When he opened the letter, he saw that it was written entirely in Karluk, and it was marked with a symbol that only his tribe knew. Bastard! A thunderous roar resounded through the skies, shattering the tranquility of Talas. Wanha threw the letter to the ground, his entire body seething with rage. Get ready. I'm going to see Gao Xianji. Chapter 874. Rumble. On the road to Anxi, the earth quaked and the heavens swayed. 18 or 19 people stood on each carriage, pulled by 4 horses as they galloped along the cement road. Unlike ordinary carriages, each of these carriages had a white folding sail attached to them. The sail was around 6 feet tall and 8 feet wide. When the wind was in their favor, the sail would be unfurled to increase the speed of the transport. And when the wind was against the wind, the soldiers on the carriages would fold the sail as quickly as possible. Zhang Shouji had built these according to Wang Chang's instructions, using the principles of sails in the hopes that they could transport the Qixi protectorate to Talas as quickly as possible. As he entered the western regions, Wang Chang's brow began to slowly crease. This war had an even stronger effect on the western regions than he had imagined. When Wang Chang had first met Hulieg, he had been to the western regions. At the time, the western regions had been extremely prosperous. The 9 families of Zhao, the 36 kingdoms of the western regions, and the merchants of Arabia and Karak Spazinu had all gathered here. Pearls, agate, and spices could be found everywhere. It was precisely because the merchants of these countries had gathered here that the western regions could prosper and prosper. But when Wang Chong entered the western regions, all the markets were desolate, with not a single person to be seen. The cities he passed through were practically deserted, and the air was thick with tension. It seems like the war between the Tang dynasty and Arabia has had an even greater effect on the western regions than I imagined. All the merchants sensed the danger and retreated ahead of time. As Wang Chong rode on the white-hoofed shadow, he looked around at the tall and short buildings around him. The streets of this massive city were empty, and Wang Chong could see only a few people. Moreover, they were all nervously watching from a distance, not daring to approach. The scout only glanced in the direction of these people, and a moment later, bang, bang, bang. All the doors and windows were tightly shut. Zhang Ke, what's the situation? Wang Chong asked. Replying to Marquis, all of the birds have already spread out in a 50-kilometer radius, and there is nothing out of the ordinary. In addition, General Su Kai sent a letter saying that the mission has been completed. They are about 100 miles ahead of us. General Su Kai asked if they need to wait for us and meet up with us. Zhang Ke rode his horse and quickly followed from behind. There's no need. Tell them to hurry up. None of the Karluks are to be left behind, Wang Chong said. When he said the last sentence, Wang Chong's voice suddenly became incomparably cold. The who fear might, but not virtue. The Karluks were the key to this battle, but Go Xianji had been too conceited, so conceited that he thought these mercenaries would never betray him. Higher, these people work for money, but Gao Xianji specially arranged for them to be at the back of the army. This was simply digging their own graves. But now that he had switched to Wang Chong, everything was different. The merciful cannot command an army. War was a matter of great importance to the imperial court and the common people. Any kind of mercy was a woman's benevolence, not something a commander could accept. If the Karluks betrayed the Tang dynasty, they had to be prepared to pay the most grievous price. In addition, pass on my order. Have the horses for the transport carriages be swapped with the horses for the cavalry. Increase the speed of the march. Wang Chong said, Yes, Marquis. Zhang Ke bowed from his horse and quickly left to carry out the order. Once Zhang Ke was gone, Wang Chong's eyes flashed as he turned to the vast army in front of him. Unlike the haste of the First War of the Southwest, Wang Chong had made the most preparations this time. More than 100,000 soldiers were working together, and all the supplies were in place. Wagon after wagon flowed along the newly constructed cement road between Anqi and Qixi. But the speed of the march was still too slow. The infantry, craftsmen, axemen, and spearmen could not compare to the speed of cavalry. Moreover, Wang Chong's army also had a considerable number of ballistae. Ballistae were also known as bed ballistae, and each one was extremely large. Moreover, because they were forged from the finest steel, they were also extremely heavy. Each transport carriage could only carry 2 or 3 ballistae. This fact alone made it impossible for Wang Chong's army to move quickly. But Wang Chong was already doing his utmost to increase the speed of the march. Whether it was by adding small sails to the transport carriages or by swapping out the horses for the carriages with the cavalry's horses so that the horses could rest and conserve as much energy as possible. All of this was to increase the speed of the march so that they could reach the city of Talas earlier. Days passed, and the closer they got to the northwest, the thicker the atmosphere of war became, the more desolate and somber the cities became. Around 3 days later, a sandstorm held up ahead. Beneath the dark clouds hanging low in the sky, a vast and majestic city, clearly built in the style of a strategic military fortress, gradually came into view. This city was completely different from other cities. On the city walls, there was a beacon tower every 10 feet or so, as well as an observation tower. This was something that only the military would use. "This is the 4 garrisons of Anqi," Wang Chong quietly said to himself. In the western regions, the most famous garrisons of the Tang dynasty were the 4 garrisons of Anqi: Suiya, Kacha, Khotan, and Shul. This was also where the Tang dynasty's Anqi protectorate was located. If one wanted to travel from Qixi to Talas, Anqi was a place that one had to pass through. In his last life, although Wang Chong had heard of the 4 garrisons of Anqi, he had never had the chance to go there, much less meet them. "Hiya!" Wang Chong suddenly urged his horse forward, galloping from the rear of the group. Behind him, Su Kai and the others exchanged glances and hurriedly followed. The buildings of Anqi were not as refined as those of the Central Plains, and they had a crude air to them. As Wang Chong led his men forward, he finally got a clear view of the 4 garrisons of Anqi. This massive city was crudely constructed, built from massive blocks of stone and then covered in thick layers of mud. Only then did this ancient and massive city come into being. After standing in Anqi for so many years, the surface of this city was covered in the scars of war and swords. Many places were charred, and there were even a few places where one could see the remains of catapults. The frequent wars had also dyed the city in a layer of black and red. "Suiya!" Wang Chong raised his head and immediately saw the 3 modeled characters on the gate. Wang Chong's heart trembled at the sight of these 3 characters. "I didn't think that it would be this city. Of the 4 garrisons of Anqi, the one that Wang Chong was most familiar with was this legendary city of Si. The reason was very simple. In another space-time, this was the birthplace of an immortal poet, and it was also the birthplace of many famed frontier generals. The farthest frontier fortress of the Tang dynasty was precisely this city of Si. The army advanced slowly and majestically all the way into Suiya city. With the departure of Gao Xianji and the 30,000-some soldiers of the Anqi Protectorate Army, this heavily guarded fortress had become a defenseless fortress. The gates of Suiya were wide open, and there was no one standing guard. "Marquis, there's a stone steal here." When they were still several dozen zhang from the gate, Zhang Ke suddenly pointed to the side of the road. Wang Chong suddenly stopped. This was a huge stone tablet. After being exposed to wind, sun, rain, as well as a long period of time, it had become very mottled. If one didn't look carefully, one would think that it was a brown rock about 2 men tall lying on the side of the road. But with just a glance, Wang Chong couldn't help but widen his eyes. Patrolling on behalf of the heavens Wang Chong recognized it at a glance. In his last life, before the emergence of his clan, Wang Chong had never left the capital, much less the western regions. Even in his wanderings, he had never been to the western regions. In the western regions, the 4 great garrisons of Anqi had a thunderous reputation. But there was something even more famous: the steel of patrolling on behalf of the heavens. When Wang Chong was still learning to read, he had heard of this stone steel. In truth, there were probably very few people in the capital who didn't know of this steel. This was because it had been set up by a very special person, Ban Chao, the first true Anqi protector general in the history of the Central Plains. Although it had been Zhang Qian who had opened up the western regions for the first time in the history of the Central Plains and expanded the power of the Central Plains into the western regions. But it was Ban Chao who truly ruled and wielded influence here several hundred years later. The successive dynasties of the Central Plains had constantly gained and lost in the western regions, even losing contact with each other for several hundred years. Countless western regions' protector generals had emerged in the intervening years. But when one truly traced back to the past, the first protector general of the western regions was Ban Chao, a scholar of the Great Han Dynasty more than 1,000 years ago. Although the western regions is far, it is still a land of the kings of the Central Plains. The Son of Heaven finds it difficult to attend to. As a subject of the Son of Heaven, I will patrol on behalf of the Son of Heaven, forever guard the gates of the country. Back when Ban Chao was stationed in the western regions, he had spoken such words that even the deaf could hear, inspiring countless generations of people with lofty ideals to advance and expand into the western regions, resulting in the Great Tang's current situation in the western regions. The place where Ban Chao had set up this steel was said to be the place where Zhang Qian had left the fortress for the first time, the furthest place Zhang Qian had ever reached. This steel had always been heavily guarded by the successive protectorates. But later on, after the defeat of the Tang dynasty in the Battle of Talas and the annihilation of Gao Xianji's 30,000 elite soldiers, the Arabs had come east. They had passed through the Tsong Mountains and advanced into the 4 garrisons of Anqi, and the first thing they had destroyed was this steel. The steel of patrolling on behalf of the heavens had been dragged back to Arabia and thrown into the sea. When the news had first arrived, countless people of the Central Plains had felt a heartache. Wang Chong had also been wringing his hands, viewing it as the greatest regret of his life. Not even Wang Chong had expected that he would be able to fulfill his long-cherished wish of seeing the steel of patrolling on behalf of the heavens. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Chong suddenly dismounted from the white-hoofed shadow as everyone looked on in shock. Relax. This time, the Arabs won't have a single chance to step into the gates of the Tang dynasty. Wang Chong's heart was heavy as he respectfully bowed and said to himself, "Don't worry. This steel had been entrusted to the hot-bloodedness and dreams of countless loyal subjects of the Central Plains. This was their dream, and it was the dream of the entire Central Plains. Wang Chong would never allow this dream to be sullied. Let's go." Wang Chong took in a deep breath and quickly mounted his horse. Calling out to his men, he rode toward Sui. Chapter 875. Withered leaves drifted through the air over Sui. Compared to the other cities, this city was more like the interior of the Central Plains. The ground was paved with gray stone and had a damp feel to it, and on both sides of the road there were more buildings of the Central Plains. Most importantly, there were finally more people here than in other places. It was no longer like other places, which were completely empty, with only a few merchants in sight. However, the atmosphere of war here was also much stronger than anywhere else. Clang, clang. Suddenly, the clanging of metal came from the distance, accompanied by the sounds of fighting. "Zhang Ke, what's going on? Why are there sounds of fighting up ahead?" Wang Chong frowned and gestured for Zhang Ke to come over. The Anqi Protectorate Army was already on the front lines, fiercely battling with the Arabs. There shouldn't be any fighting in the city at a time like this. Reporting to Marquis, It's a group of bandits in Su. We don't know when they appeared, but when we discovered them, they were setting the city on fire and pillaging. Our troops are currently fighting with them and should be able to defeat them very quickly. Bandits? Isn't this the territory of the Anqi Protectorate? Isn't Feng Chongqing still in the residence? Why would bandits appear here? Wang Chong sternly said, his brow creased. Although Gao Xianji had taken with him nearly 90% of the Anqi Protectorate army, he had still left 10% behind to guard the rear. With these great Tang soldiers guarding the rear, this sort of situation shouldn't have occurred. Moreover, one of the twin walls of the empire, Feng Chongqing, was holding down the rear. I'm not sure. Zhang Ke shook his head, a look of confusion in his eyes. Based on what our Eagle team has seen from the sky, there's probably more than one group of bandits in Suya, and this situation has probably been going on for some time. General Kang Xian is currently leading his men to drive out the bandits. I'm confident that it won't be long before all of them are eliminated. Wang Chong nodded. We'll know once we ask Feng Chongqing. Just as he was speaking, the sound of galloping hooves could be heard. A messenger passed through the heavy ranks and suddenly rushed over from the front. Report. Marquis Anqi Vice Protector General Feng Chongqing requests an audience. Oh. Wang Chong's eyes flashed in surprise. Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. Without much time to think, Wang Chong patted his warhorse and immediately moved forward. On the side of the official road, beside a green government office, a few figures stood quietly. The leader was an ugly, dark-skinned, middle-aged man with a straight back and a gentle demeanor. He looked extremely confident. Behind him were 4 burly soldiers of the Anqi Protectorate Army, long sabers strapped to their waists. It was unknown how long the 4 of them had been standing there, but their expressions were slightly anxious. He's here. At the sight of Wang Chong's horse, Feng Chongqing's eyes brightened, his heart overjoyed. As if he had found a savior, he led the 4 elites of the Anqi Protectorate Army forward to meet the enemy. For nearly 2 months, Feng Chongqing had been anxiously waiting, every day like an ant on a hot pan. Only he knew how he had managed to endure these 2 months. Now that Wang Chong had finally led an army of more than 100,000 soldiers through Suya, Feng Chongqing felt much more at ease. In truth, as Wang Chong's constant evasions, he had once suspected that Wang Chong was just making up excuses. But at this moment, when he saw the surging Qixi Protectorate, Feng Chongqing no longer had any doubts. And what excited Feng Chongqing the most was that he had originally believed that Wang Chong would only bring 20,000 to 30,000 soldiers at most. He had never imagined that Wang Chong would bring reinforcements that far surpassed his expectations. Marquis, you finally arrived. Feng Chongqing strode forward, bowing in front of Wang Chong's white hoof shadow and clasping his hands in greeting. The moment these words left his mouth, Feng Chongqing could no longer hold back his tears. The city of Talas was in a perilous situation, and he had not received a single letter in more than 3 days. Although he was extremely anxious, he could not show it because everyone was watching him. If even he panicked, then all of Anqi would be finished. But after waiting for so long, this day had finally arrived, Wang Chong's arrival. My lord, there is no need for such courtesy. Wang Chong's expression turned serious, and he hurriedly dismounted and helped Feng Chongqing up. Feng Chongqing was a famed general of Anqi, one of the twin walls of the empire. In terms of age and seniority, he had far surpassed Wang Chong, but in terms of status, Wang Chong had far surpassed Feng Chongqing. Gao Xianji had left Feng Chongqing to guard the rear, giving him the position of Vice Protector General. But Wang Chong was Qixi's Protector General, and the young Marquis that had been personally conferred by the Holy Emperor. In this aspect, Feng Chongqing could not compare. Thus, when Feng Chongqing met Wang Chong, he needed to bow as a subordinate. Dare I ask, my lord, what is the current situation in the western regions? "What is Lord Gao Xianji's situation? And when I just entered the city, I saw bandits running amok. Aren't there still soldiers of the Anqi Protectorate Army stationed in Suya? Why is something like this still happening?" Wang Chong got straight to the point. Wang Chong had long since heard of Feng Chongqing's reputation. In his last life, the twin walls of the empire had been two of the brightest stars of the western regions. Although he had heard a lot about them, this was his first time meeting them in person. Feng Chongqing had an extremely ugly appearance, and his status was not as high as Wang Chong's. But Wang Chong did not look down on him in the slightest. On the contrary, he treated him with extreme respect. This was also why he had hurriedly dismounted and bowed upon seeing Feng Chongqing. This was a loyal subject of the empire, one of the best in logistics and administration. Even Su Yiqin, who would later become the queen of logistics, had once said that she admired him immensely. It was precisely for this reason that bandits were running amok in Suya that Wang Chong found it even more difficult to understand. Marquis might not know, but Anqi is currently plagued by internal and external threats. The Arabs have not only colluded with the Sher Kingdom, but have also sent out many spies to bribe the Hu of Anqi, equipping them with horses and weapons so that they can stir up trouble in the rear and disrupt Anqi. In addition, the Anqi Protectorate Army, led by Lord Gao Xianji, has been locked in a stalemate with the Arabs at Talas for 2 months. The people of the western regions are unsettled, and many small kingdoms and tribes of the western regions are taking advantage of the situation. Anqi is severely lacking in soldiers. The total number of soldiers doesn't even add up to 2,000, far from enough. What Marquis is seeing right now is the result of my doing all I can to maintain it. Otherwise, Sueya would have been even more chaotic. Feng Chongqing had a haggard expression on his face. As one of the twin walls of the Tang dynasty, besides Gao Xianji, Feng Chongqing was the most dazzling figure in all of Anqi. Feng Chongqing truly could not escape the blame for Anqi's current state. But only Feng Chongqing understood just how difficult his situation was. When the 36 kingdoms and tribes of the western regions were taking advantage of the chaos to rise up, the 2,000 soldiers of the Anqi Protectorate Army that had been left behind to guard the area was truly a single log. On the one hand, Feng Chongqing was worried about the safety of Gao Xianji and the 30,000 soldiers of the Anqi Protectorate Army at Talas, and on the other hand, he had to do his utmost to maintain the stability of the western regions. So that's how it is. Wang Chong was also moved. He knew that Gao Xianji hadn't left many soldiers in the western regions, but Wang Chong had never imagined that there would only be 2,000 soldiers. Maintaining the safety of the vast western regions with such a small number of soldiers was practically impossible. In truth, the fact that Suya, as the city closest to Talas, was still able to have so many merchants and still maintain order on the surface was a testament to Feng Chongqing's astonishing abilities. Qin Bin, give Lord Feng Chongqing 2,000 soldiers and equip them with crossbows and shields. In addition, I will give you 10 ballista teams. No matter what, Sueya must be stabilized. Wang Chong ordered without turning his head. Sueya was where the Anqi Protectorate was located. It was both the closest defensive fortress to Talas and the spiritual center of the western regions. If even the Anqi Protectorate Sueya fell into chaos, the entire western regions would truly be thrown into chaos. Thus, no matter what, Wang Chong had to stabilize the situation in Sueya and kill all the robbers. Yes, Marquis. Qin Bin's voice came from the rear, and then the sound of hooves galloping into the distance. Marquis, I can deal with the situation in Anqi for now, at least for the time being, but Lord Gao Xianji is in a dire situation. I'm afraid that he won't be able to hold on for much longer. I hope that Marquis can hurry up and reinforce Lord Protector General as soon as possible. Feng Chongqing suddenly said, his eyes brimming with unease and anxiety. Lord Feng, don't be in such a rush. Just what is the situation at Talas? Wang Chong asked. Up until now, almost all the information on Talas had come from the Anqi Protectorate and Feng Chongqing. No one knew the situation at Talas better than Feng Chongqing. Not even Jean Quebec, the situation at Talas is extremely bad. When the Arabs first arrived, they didn't have many soldiers or sufficient preparations, and there were no trees around Talas that could be cut down. But now, the Arabs are gathering more and more soldiers, and their attacks are getting fiercer and fiercer. Based on the information I've gathered, the Arabs are already cutting down trees in the rear and bringing them to the front lines, where they are building ladders and other construction equipment. This is clearly the intention of an all-out assault. In a few days at most, Talas won't be able to hold out. The Arabs are currently focusing all their attention on Talas. If Talas falls, Anchi will quickly fall. The entire western regions will fall into the hands of the Arabs. Feng Chongqing's expression was extremely agitated. Marquis Anchi and the Tang dynasty have no more soldiers to use. We can only rely on Milord. Chongqing requests Marquis, no matter what, you must rescue Lord Protector General and the Anchi disciples in the city. Please. Chapter 876. Around Wang Chong, Li Sai, Su Shixian, Cheng Sanyuan, Zhang Ke, Sun Jiming, Qin Bureng, and Zhuang Buping couldn't help but be moved by this sight. Feng Chongqing's name was like a thunderclap to their ears. For many of them, he was a lofty and unreachable figure that they would never be able to come into contact with in their entire lives. But now, in front of so many people, Feng Chongqing had put down his dignity and come to beg Wang Chong, who was far younger than him, in an extremely humble manner. This was a massive blow to all of them, but Feng Chongqing seemed to not notice, and he continued to bow. The situation in the western regions was getting tenser and tenser, and after almost 2 months of darkness and despair, Wang Chong was the only hope he could see, the only chance of survival for the 30,000 soldiers of the Anchi Protectorate Army trapped at Talas. Lord Feng, be at ease. Although the Arabs are powerful, they are far from being invincible. To borrow the words of Han Great General Qintang, those who openly offend my mighty Han will be executed no matter how far away they are. The Tang dynasty is not weak, and the last thing the Arabian Empire should have done was collude with the Shur kingdom and covet Anchi. In this battle, I will not only rescue Lord Gao Xinji and the soldiers of the Anchi Protectorate Army, I will also make the Arabs pay the heaviest price for their recklessness. This is also the true reason I have come here. Wang Chong's eyes were bright as he slowly raised Feng Chongqing up, his expression abnormally solemn. Each of Wang Chong's words was like a heavy weight, causing Feng Chongqing and the surrounding Anchi Protectorate Army soldiers to tremble in shock. Feng Chongqing had been bursting with anxiety and unease, and when he saw Wang Chong, his eyes turned red and tears almost came out. But at this moment, he inexplicably felt at ease. Slowly, Feng Chongqing raised his head. For the first time, he was carefully examining the young Protector General before him. This was a youth of 16 or 17, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. It was easy to associate him with the scions of the great clans of the capital, but he exuded a steadiness and steadiness that no scion of his age could possess. His expression was wise and his manner was calm, causing others to unconsciously pay attention to every word he said and deeply believe him. Not only that, but Feng Chongqing could also sense an extremely strong military aura from him. He was no ordinary general, but a top-notch general who had been through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He had a wealth of battle experience and was extremely qualified. In his 10-some years in the Anchi Protectorate Army, he had only sensed this sort of aura on one person, Protector General Gao Xinji. But not even Gao Xinji exuded such a thick aura of iron and blood. Feng Chongqing had once looked down on Wang Chong, but he had also re-examined him. But in the end, Feng Chongqing had realized that he had underestimated him. This youth was far stronger than he had imagined. Marquis speaks the truth. This one has made a slip of the tongue. With Marquis leading the mighty army of my Tang dynasty, Chongqing is confident that the Arabs will never be able to get what they want. Chongqing wishes Milord an early report of victory and a triumphant return. When the time comes, Chongqing will definitely hold a banquet for my lord in the Protectorate headquarters to welcome you and celebrate your achievements." Feng Chongqing's expression also turned serious, and he turned to the side of the road and once more gave a deep bow. It was the same bow, but the meaning behind it was completely different. "I wish my lord an early report of victory and a triumphant return." Behind Feng Chongqing, the 4 soldiers of the Anqi Protectorate Army also bowed deeply. "Wait for my news." Wang Chong only smiled. This time, he did not help Feng Chongqing up. Mounting the white hoof shadow, he set off once more. His back was straight, and there was no reluctance in his eyes. "Pass on my order. All soldiers move out. Speed up." Rumble. The army of more than 100,000 surged through the last stronghold of the Tang dynasty and toward Talas, which was nearly 1,000 li away. Behind him, only when the last soldier of the Qixi Protectorate had left Xie did Feng Chongqing slowly raise his head. Under the setting sun, the more than 100,000 Qixi reinforcements were like a black flood, sweeping through the distance with unstoppable momentum. This sort of momentum, unstoppable and unstoppable, had been deeply imprinted into the minds of every Qixi soldier. But in Feng Chongqing's mind, all he could think of was the confident and confident figure of that youth. It's true that 100 rumors are not as good as a meeting, and a meeting is far better than a reputation. In the past, it was me and my lord who underestimated Marquis. For the Tang dynasty to have Marquis is the fortune of Anqi, and the fortune of all the people of the world. I am confident that Marquis will definitely succeed in this battle. After leaving Sueya City, Xiao Fu found himself surrounded by mountains and valleys. There were no cities or villages, and the surroundings were completely desolate. "All soldiers, hear my order. Advance at full speed. Keep up. Don't fall behind. Hurry. Talas is in dire straits. Don't let the Arabs have their way." They passed through the precipitous Song Mountains, which looked like a giant coiled dragon, and followed the desolate mountain path west. The sounds of urging came one after another, and the entire army moved at an extremely high speed. Speed was of the essence in war, and birds were constantly flying back and forth above the army. Although they still hadn't reached Talas, they could already hear shouts in the distance. Although they couldn't see anything, everyone could imagine that hundreds of thousands of soldiers had gathered at Talas and were engaged in a fierce battle. Everyone's expression immediately tensed up. In the army, from top to bottom, all the generals' expressions were incomparably solemn as orders were passed down one after another. Even the mercenaries who spoke a different language from the Han could feel the tense atmosphere. They all held their breaths, not daring to breathe too loudly. Not only that, a day later a new order was issued. All the hooves of the horses were to be wrapped in cloth, and the mouths of the horses and livestock were to be covered with nets to prevent them from neighing or making any noise. The noise of the army of 100,000 was immediately reduced to a whisper, but in this silent environment, the atmosphere of war had only intensified. Although the higher-ups had not explicitly said it, even the slowest person could tell that an unprecedentedly fierce battle was imminent. 100 li. As they got closer and closer to Talas, the shouts grew louder and louder. 80 li. Talas was still nowhere to be seen, but the waves of noise completely drowned out the rumbling of the carriages and the marching of the army. 50 li. The army moved faster and faster, and on the horizon, one could faintly make out a mountain range. The mountains were lush, and although there were no abnormally tall trees due to the terrain, they were still covered in green vegetation. The Whitestone Ridge was the closest obstacle to Talas. Looking up from the Whitestone Ridge, one could already see a huge, majestic city protruding from the top of the mountain. Thick smoke billowed above the city, and flames soared into the sky, enveloping the entire sky. The atmosphere was getting tenser and tenser. The army of 100,000 had solemn expressions, none of them making a sound. Even the cattle, sheep, and other livestock that served as food for the army seemed to sense something. Their mouths closed, their eyes brimming with unease. "Hurry up!" Order after order was issued. The supervisors and officers of the army of 100,000 frantically issuing orders. All of them could sense the atmosphere of war, their hands tightly gripping their weapons as they stared forward. All of them understood that the battlefield was over there, that the enemy was there. What awaited them next would surely be an unprecedented, most ruthless, and most intense battle. The gates of the Tang dynasty were right behind them, and the 30,000 soldiers of the Anqi Protectorate Army were waiting for reinforcements. There was no path of retreat. 40 li. The tension in the air was so thick that it was suffocating. At the front of the army, Zhang Ke and the other members of the Eagle team had gathered together, all of them solemn. Ever since they had entered the western regions and formed this team, Zhang Ke and the others had experienced many aerial battles, including the battle at the Triangular Gap, the battle at the Qixi Armory, and the battle on the Turkic Steppe. Each time they had returned victorious, but all of them understood that their opponents this time were completely different. They were far stronger than any of their previous opponents. Cavalry, infantry, and even the eagles in the sky. In their last few encounters, they had not managed to gain the slightest advantage. "Get ready." Zhang Ke turned to look at the others, his gaze sweeping past each member of the Eagle team. "I don't need to say more about how powerful the Arabs are. We only have one chance, and no matter what, we must win. Not a single one of them can escape." "Understood." Everyone spoke successively. All of them were like bowstrings that had been pulled taut, and their expressions were extremely serious. Zhang Ke nodded and quickly turned to look at the western sky. His gaze swept over the sky again and again as if he was searching for something. After some time, "Cree!" Screech! Suddenly, a shrill cry came from the western skies. A moment later, massive Arabian hunting falcons, their eyes sharp and piercing, unfurled their massive wings and flew toward them. "They're here! Move!" Zhang Ke's pupils constricted, and the entire Eagle team tensed up. These were the hunting falcons that the Arabs had stationed on the perimeter. Although the Arabs were attacking Talas with all their might, they had never expected reinforcements to arrive. But like all imperial armies, the Arabs maintained a vigilant watch over their surroundings, even in the midst of fierce battle. "Daish!" Without the slightest hesitation, the scarred Eagle King Xiao Sha leaped from Zhang Ke's shoulder and shot into the air like an arrow. The battle could begin at any moment. Go! Chapter 877. Only the Arabs themselves knew just how great of a price they had paid in order to get a better understanding of the Arabs. 11 members of the Eagle team had died to the east of Talas. 20 to 30 eagles had died in battle, and even Xiao Sha had been heavily injured. But Zhang Ke had also succeeded in grasping some of the Arab patterns. The Arabs had a unique style of combat. The eagles in the air would often be very far away from the scouts on the ground, and the hunting falcons could scout for several dozen li whenever these Arabian hunting falcons encountered an enemy bird. One of them would immediately return to inform the scouts in the rear. In order to avoid being discovered by the Arabs, the scouts could only return to the ground. At this time, if they couldn't see any enemy in the air, the Arabian hunting falcons would continue forward, circling in the air to gather more information on the enemy before leaving. If they wanted to avoid being discovered by the Arabs and make preparations, they had to exterminate all of these enormous Arabian hunting falcons that were skilled in aerial combat. If they let even one escape, all their efforts would have been for naught. More than 100,000 Qixi reinforcements had traveled a great distance, and concealing their auras would be meaningless. One circle, only one circle. No matter what, we have to succeed. Zhang Ke looked nervously at the sky. The Arab army was currently spread out in all directions, and the west was only a part of it. This was the best chance for them. The entire Eagle team had been mobilized. This battle would determine the success or failure of the entire army, including the armies of Qixi and Anxi. As these thoughts flew through Zhang Kei's mind, the dense ranks of the Tang dynasty eagles clashed with the Arabian hunting falcons. Cree! Screech! A shrill cry resounded through the sky. Without any contact or probing, the eagles of both sides plunged into the fray and began a bitter slaughter. Feathers danced in the air and blood splattered everywhere. It wasn't just scattered blood, but blood that filled the sky from the very beginning. Bang! In a flash, an Arabian hunting falcon plummeted from the sky like a boulder, smashing into the hard ground of sand and smashing into a bloody mess of flesh and bones. Behind it, 2 or 3 great Tang eagles crashed into the ground like raindrops. 5, 6, 7, 8. The battle was far more intense than they had imagined. The Arabian hunting falcons were far more vicious than they had imagined. Their beaks were like steel chisels, their claws like iron hooks, and every time they swooped down, they would tear away chunks of flesh and feathers. Each of the Arabian hunting falcons could fend off 2, 3, or even 4. Zhang Kei's Eagle King Xiao Sha had been injured by these ferocious attacks. But this time Zhang Kei and the Eagle team had adopted a completely different tactic. Whoosh! Like a pack of wolves, 30 to 40 eagles lunged at an Arabian hunting falcon, pecking and clawing. In a single exchange, the enormous and vicious Arabian hunting falcon was surrounded and killed, its corpse plummeting from the sky. During this process, the entire eagle team was completely focused, completely ignoring the attacks of the other hunting falcons. No matter how they attacked, none of the eagles looked back, and none of them tried to escape. They endured the pain of surrounding a hunting falcon and then immediately moved on to the next. In these circumstances, the eagle team suffered particularly heavy losses. The eagles were covered in wounds so deep that their bones were visible, and they continued to drop to the ground like rain. Seeing this scene, the eyes of all the members of the eagle team turned red. They had spent a great deal of time training each eagle, and this was not just some simple training. It had also been built up with deep emotions. Each time an eagle fell, it felt like their hearts were being torn apart, but they could only bury this feeling deep in their hearts. 1, 2, 3. Zhang Kei's tactic was proving effective. In just a few seconds, a large number of Arabian hunting falcons were dropping from the sky. Not even the fiercest hunting falcon could stop the attacks of so many eagles, but Zhang Kei's heart was still tense. "We can't let them escape! We can't let them escape!" Zhang Kei clenched his fists as he stared at the sky. No matter how many Arabian hunting falcons they killed, it was meaningless. The most important thing was to exterminate all the Arabian hunting falcons. If even one managed to escape, the operation would be a complete failure. In the sky, the number of Arabian hunting falcons continued to dwindle. In the face of the suicidal attacks of the eagles, the hunting falcons were finally afraid, some of them even screaming as they tried to turn and flee. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats at this sight, and Zhang Kei's face paled. At this moment, a rock eagle lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, tearing apart the back of an Arabian hunting falcon with a single swipe of its claw and tossing it out of the sky. A second, a third, and a final Arabian hunting falcon tried to turn and attack, but it was swiftly killed by the other eagles. Bang! When the last Arabian hunting falcon crashed to the ground, the entire eagle team let out a cheer for the day. Little Shah! Little Shah! Little Shah! The rock eagle that had killed the last 3 Arabian hunting falcons was Zhang Kei's Eagle King, Little Shah. Success! Zhang Kei mentally breathed a sigh of relief. The Arabs wouldn't be completely unaware, but killing these Arabian hunting falcons would at least buy Marquis and his army some time to speed up the operation. The rest is up to Huang Batian and the others. If they wanted to get close to the Arabs without being discovered, there were at least 2 obstacles. The first was the hunting falcons that the Arabs had scattered around the perimeter of the army, and then there were the scouts on the ground. Each hunting falcon corresponded to a scout on the ground. Although they had won this aerial battle, they could not let their guard down. The scouts on the ground would come to investigate if they noticed that the hunting falcons had disappeared. But this was not within the scope of Zhang Ke's abilities. "Ready!" A loud shout came from up ahead. Zhang Ke turned his head and saw that Huang Batian was riding a large reddish-brown horse, calling out to the elite scouts in preparation to move out. As they got closer and closer to Talas, the army began to move faster and faster. All of them knew that they didn't have much time left, and all of them were on edge. 30 li later, all the Arab scouts on the perimeter had been eliminated, giving Wang Chong and his more than 100,000 soldiers some time to march. 20 li, 15 li, 13 li. The army could be discovered at any moment. Everyone was racing against time. Everyone understood that for every meter the army advanced, their chances of victory would increase by 1 point. All of them were silent, their expressions solemn. The only sounds were the uniform footsteps and the rumbling of wheels. Only the last step is left. In the rear of the army, Wang Chong rode his white-hoofed shadow, surrounded by many experts and generals. His sharp eyes were constantly peering into the distance. Whether it was Zhang Ke's Eagle team or Huang Boshan's scout team, everything was under his control. It was impossible for an army of 100,000 to remain undiscovered by the Arabs, but they could push the army to the closest point and gain the greatest advantage. Wang Chong had once used a model to study the terrain around Talas. Although the city of Talas was surrounded by a vast expanse of plains, to the northeast was a series of low hills. If they could reach those hills before the Arabs discovered them, they would be able to catch them off guard. A small ship could easily turn around, and a group of tensome soldiers could easily change their strategy. But when hundreds of thousands of Arab soldiers were attacking the city of Talas, changing the direction of their assault was not so easy. This was also the opportunity for Wang Chong and his Chishi reinforcements. Rumble! At this moment, the earth quaked and the sky swayed as the thundering of hooves came from the opposite side of the army. At the same time, the galloping of hooves could be heard. Reporting! An Arab army of 7,000 to 8,000 has suddenly appeared in front of us and is heading toward us. Lord Protector General, how should we deal with them? The scout dismounted and kneeled on the ground, his expression extremely nervous. Wang Chong faintly smiled as he looked to the front. Behind the rolling hills, a cloud of dust soared into the sky, and within this cloud of dust 7,000 to 8,000 Arabs formed into a black flood of steel that had suddenly appeared on the summit. In the end, we still found them. Wang Chong grinned, unconcerned. In the end, the Arabs were no weaklings. Although he had done his utmost to conceal himself and had used the sounds of battle to drown out the noise, the Arabs had still sensed something strange and sent an army to sweep the area. But just 7,000 to 8,000 soldiers is far from enough. The strategy from before was effective. Wang Chong had covered the horses and livestock with nets and cloth, causing the entire army to fall silent and mute. Only the sound of carriages could not be masked, but the road that Wang Chong was traveling along was the busy Silk Road, with all sorts of merchants coming and going. This sort of noise was far too normal, and the fact that his scouts had not reported back made it very difficult to arouse suspicion. Wang Chong had thought this through meticulously, and the final result was already before his eyes. Although the Arabs had heard the noise, they had clearly believed that not many people had come, so they had only sent 7,000 to 8,000 cavalry to investigate. Clang! With a clear cry, Wang Chong unsheathed his sword, a 4-foot-long woozy steel sword that seemed to block out even the sunlight, its sharp edge gleaming with a cold light. "All soldiers, hear my order! Advance at full speed!" As he spoke, Wang Chong raised his sword and pointed it toward the distant hills. Chapter 878. Rumble. The Arab cavalry in the distance began to grow restless as the army charged. Bastard! How could there be so many Tang people? Why haven't we received any news? On a distant hill, A furious roar in Arabic resounded through the air as a heavily armored Arab general glared at the vast army before him, his face contorting in shock. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Micah. The order he had received was that an army of around 20 to 30,000 soldiers was heading toward Talas. Although he could not be sure if it was the Tang dynasty's army, his superiors had still dispatched a force of 7,000 to 8,000 cavalry to investigate. The Arabian Empire was a country of war, and all its subjects, from top to bottom, were seasoned warriors. A force of 7,000 to 8,000 cavalry equipped with the strongest Arabian steeds on the continent was enough to deal with 60,000 to 70,000 soldiers. But the enemy army was far larger than that. The Arabs had never shied away from battle, but the army they were facing was no ordinary army. The stern and imposing aura and the sharp aura it exuded indicated that this was an army that had been through many battles, the elite of the elite. Only a madman would use 7,000 soldiers to deal with an army of more than 100,000. Retreat! Retreat! Quickly! Someone! Report to Lord Governor! Screams resounded through the heavens as the 7,000 Arab cavalry fell into panic and began to retreat. In front of them, the more than 100,000 Chishi reinforcements were surging toward them with thunderous speed. In a place 7 or 8 li from Talas, the low hills faintly swayed in the cold wind, causing the weeds at the top of the hills to sway. Although the nearby Talas had long ago become a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, this place was completely silent, as if time had stopped. Kael! Kael! At this moment, a shrill cry pierced through the sky and broke the silence of the entire area. Run! The Tang army is here! Amidst these shouts, the Arab cavalry began to pour down the hills, their faces filled with fear as they madly fled toward Talas. This sudden change quickly attracted the attention of the distant battlefield. The Arab army on the easternmost side of the battlefield was the first to notice. What happened? Isn't this Abdullah's army? Didn't they just set off? Why did you come back? Bastard! Why are they in such a mess? What scared them so much? Some of the Arab soldiers immediately began to curse at the panicked cavalry. Arabia was a country of war and revered courage. Those who refused to retreat and persisted in fighting on the front lines would always be the people most revered by the army. Those who panicked and ran away in fear would forever be the target of disdain. Quick, inform the governor. The Tang army is here. The reinforcements of the Tang dynasty are here. The Arab horseman at the very front ignored the curses of his men and used all the strength in his body to madly shout at the Arab horsemen from afar. Absurd! However, his hoarse warning was met with a stern rebuke. The army parted, and a fierce-looking Arab general, clad in heavy armor and riding a divine steed, rode out from the ranks. His right hand held the scimitar at his waist, and he seemed to seethe with killing intent. The most elite army of the Tang dynasty is here. What other formidable army does Anshi have? Even if the Tang dynasty really did send reinforcements, what's there to be afraid of? We've gathered more than 300,000 soldiers. Lord Governor has already given the order that anyone who dares to retreat on the battlefield will be immediately executed. Are these scoundrels seeking death? As the strongest existence on the continent, Arabia had already subdued several dozen countries of various sizes on its borders. And in this battle, the Arabian Empire had gathered more than 300,000 elite soldiers near Talas. What could possibly threaten them at this time? What could possibly make them panic? But a moment later, the Arab general found himself unable to continue. The hills behind the fleeing Arab cavalry began to rumble and tremble as if they were being shaken by a pair of invisible hands. The trembling was not very loud at first, but as time went on, the trembling grew more and more intense. Even the earth and the battlefield of Talas began to shake. What's going on here? The Arab general slightly grimaced. This was definitely not the work of those 7,000 or 8,000 soldiers. With just 7,000 or 8,000 people, it was impossible to create such a huge commotion. This disturbance was the work of an army of at least 100,000 soldiers. Buzz! A moment later, Ney's horse neighed, and as the Arab general and countless Arab soldiers watched, a black, dragon-patterned war banner slowly rose from the hills. Accompanying this war banner was an abnormally large and majestic horseman. 1 horse, 2 horses, 3 horses. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of cavalrymen had appeared at the top of the hills. They covered almost every corner of the crowd's field of vision, and their numbers were increasing at an extremely fast rate. These horsemen did not pursue the Arab horsemen in front of them, nor did they speak. All of them were coldly gazing in the direction of Tallez. These horsemen were facing off against the countless Arabs, and in the blink of an eye, an indescribable and suffocating pressure had enveloped the battlefield. For a moment, the entire battlefield was eerily still, even the sounds of fighting becoming much quieter. "The Tang people!" The easternmost Arab general gulped and subconsciously took a step back, a hint of fear in his eyes. He was definitely not a weak-willed person, but the pressure this army gave him was too great. Tens of thousands of soldiers didn't say a word and just stood there silently. Their disdainful gazes and disdainful auras were like mountains pressing down on everyone's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. Impossible! How could the Tang dynasty still have such a powerful army? The Arab general's eyes were as wide as saucers, not daring to believe his own eyes. It was also at this moment that a strange feeling welled up in their hearts. At the very center of the hills, the army parted like a tide, and a massive silver-white, dragon-patterned banner suddenly rose up from behind the hills, appearing before everyone's eyes. Beneath the banner, the Arab general finally saw the commander of the Tang dynasty. This was a thin youth riding a divine steed with hooves as white as snow. His eyes were filled with disdain, and his entire body exuded a radiant light. On his left and right side, a powerful general accompanied him like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. "We've finally arrived." Wang Chong stopped at the top of the hill and looked into the distance. After more than 5 days of trudging, they had finally arrived at the city of Tallez. From the top of the hill, one could see the smoke of beacons and blazing fires. Arab soldiers and banners were everywhere. This was the first time Wang Chong had seen such a large Arab army. Unlike the Mengshi Zhao people, the Arabs had much larger bodies, and unlike the Uzun people, the Arabs were more aggressive. When tens of thousands of Arabs gathered together in the form of an army, they exuded an aura that no other faction or army around the Tang dynasty could compare to. Flames, black flames that could incinerate all things and invade all. This was what Wang Chong felt when he stood on the summit and saw the Arab army. These tens of thousands of Arab soldiers were like a vast ocean, encircling and encircling the city of Tallez. This famed fortress of the Silk Road had long ago lost its former grandeur, and all its walls were in tatters. Fresh blood flowed down from the city walls, dyeing the outer walls of this military town a dark red color. The sky was aflame, roiling flames covering the walls. From the summit, Wang Chong could smell the thick stench of blood wafting from the distance. In the rear of the Arab army, catapults were still hurling massive boulders into the walls of Tallez. Accompanying these catapults were countless Arab soldiers with scimitars in their mouths, rapidly climbing up the scaling ladders on the outer wall. The battle for the city of Tallez had reached its most critical juncture. After 2 months of fighting, the Anchi Protectorate army in the city had reached its limit. Wang Chong could see a steady stream of Arab soldiers climbing up the walls. Outside the massive gate, a massive battering ram more than 100 zhang long and so large that it would take several men to encircle it was madly battering at the gate. The thick steel gate was already severely deformed and would not be able to last for much longer. Feng Chongqing was right. The Arabs really have launched an all-out attack. Wang Chong only slightly creased his brow as he looked into the distance, and then he paid it no more mind. No matter what the Arabs were planning, the moment he had appeared here, everything had been decided. He wanted this city of Talas to become the place where the Arabs suffered their most grievous setback. With this thought in mind, Wang Chong's gaze quickly followed the scaling ladders to the top of the walls of Talas. At the most illustrious place on the walls of Talas, Wang Chong finally saw that imposing figure whose name resounded through the entire western regions. Standing on the high walls, this figure was constantly cutting down the Arab soldiers climbing up the scaling ladders, roaring as he commanded the other soldiers. His armor was stained red, and there was not a single spot on it that was clean. Gao Xianji's figure was deeply rooted in the wall, seemingly one with the earth. From a distance, he appeared like a giant. No matter how many Arab soldiers charged at him, no matter how powerful their charge, they would always be stopped in front of him, forever unable to break through. Around him, Wang Chong could also see the countless figures of the Anqi Protectorate Army engaged in fierce battle. After several months of fighting, all of them had reached the limits of their physical strength. They were so exhausted that they seemed ready to collapse at any moment. But a pride ingrained in their bones continued to support them as they tirelessly fought on the walls. No one knew how long they could last, but each of them was using their own methods to persevere. Chapter 880. Impossible. How could there be such powerful cavalry from the east? In the rear of the formation, Umar's pupils constricted, and he almost stopped breathing. The tens of thousands of Arab cavalry he had dispatched were the elite force under his command. They had followed him through many campaigns, suppressing many rebellions and conquering ancient civilizations like the Sassanid dynasty. However, Umar had never thought that such a skilled cavalry would be defeated by the cavalry from the east. They were not a match for them at all. Everyone follow me. At almost the same time, Sun Jiming roared from the rear of the Wushang cavalry. Taking advantage of the moment when the Arab cavalry had been scattered, he ordered the nearly 10,000 Chishi cavalry to plunge into the gaps in the Arab cavalry like a massive saber. Under the charge of Sun Jiming's cavalry, the scattered Arab cavalry became even more disorderly. On the other side, Chen Burang, Zhuang Buping, Qi Weisi, and the other future generals of deflecting blade manner were also leading the cavalry of the Annam Protectorate and the other mercenaries in the charge. After more than a year of bitter training, these people had not yet reached the level of strength equivalent to Li Sai or Su Han's Han, but the insight, knowledge, and skill in the art of war that they had gained from their time with Wang Chong had slowly matured, and they were beginning to show the embryonic forms of these future generals. From this aspect, the insight, knowledge, and skill they had displayed on the battlefield were far more effective than their individual strengths. This was also why Wang Chong had called them out of deflecting blade manner. Bang, bang, bang. The army continued to charge, choosing to strike at the weakest points of the Arab army, the most lethal points. The art of war is the art of chess. After training in deflecting blade manner for so long, Sun Jiming, Chen Burang, and the others had all gained a systematic understanding of the art of war under Wang Chong's tutelage. They had also developed an extremely keen sense for opportunities and opportunities. One war saint Wang Chong was hard enough to deal with, and with these future generals, an army of 100,000 could display an unimaginable power. This was the most valiant and most extravagant army of the Tang dynasty. Boom, boom, boom. Screams and collisions filled the air as the tens of thousands of scattered Arab cavalry were torn to pieces. Even though the Arabs were tall and innately skilled in battle, war had never been fought by individuals, but by groups. Once the Arabs were cut up into small groups, no matter how strong they were, it was meaningless. Bang, bang, bang. One Arab horseman after another was pierced through from multiple directions, falling from their horses and dying on the ground. In just a few seconds, the Arabs had lost 17 to 18,000 soldiers, a speed that left everyone alarmed. When these tactical generals of deflecting blade manner were paired with a future invincible great general like Li Sai, The power of this arrow formation was unimaginable. Nay, the neighing of horses resounded through the battlefield. While Sun Jiming's cavalry were repeatedly cutting through the Arab cavalry, Li Sai had already pierced through the Arab cavalry formation. The massive Fergana horse carried Li Sai like a bolt of white silk as it crashed into the Arab shieldmen at the very back. "Careful! Raise the shields! Stop those Tang people! Kill them! Kill them! Those who retreat will die!" A series of urgent voices resounded throughout the battlefield, revealing a strong sense of panic. Boom, boom, boom. On the eastern edge of Talas, countless Arab shield-bearers gathered all their strength to hold up their massive shields. But the only response they received was the clattering of metal. Clang! Li Sai swung his massive Wuzi steel sword, cleaving the massive Arab shield in front of him and the shieldmen behind it in two. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were filled with fear. The Arabian Empire was a country of war, and all its armor and weapons were forged to the highest standards. The heavy shields distributed to the infantry were all forged from the finest quality of black iron. This material could not only block the full-strength charge of cavalry, but it was also extremely tough. Even the sharpest Arabian saber would find it difficult to scratch it. It was a well-known name in the western regions. No one had expected that this giant Tang general would be able to cleave it in two like it was made of paper with a single blow of his sword. "No matter what price we have to pay, stop him! Axemen, shieldmen, archers, hurry! Don't let him get close!" The entire Arab infantry formation was thrown into chaos. Li Sai's godlike stance and divine power had left all of them stunned. Countless soldiers raised their shields and swarmed over from all directions, wanting to block Li Sai and the opening. However, it was too late. Charge! The tens of thousands of Wushang cavalry followed, closely behind Li Sai, their Wuzi steel swords slashing down on these famed Arab shields. Li Sai had only opened a small opening, but the moment the 5,000 Wushang cavalry charged in, this small opening immediately became a massive gap, throwing the entire army into chaos. Cavalry reigned supreme in the world and were the most powerful of all soldiers. No infantry without a shield to slow them down could possibly stop cavalry at their top speed. No matter how formidable the Arab infantry was or how skilled the Arabs were in battle, it was all the same. Boom, boom, boom. The charge of the 5,000 fully armored Wushang cavalry threw the Arab infantry formation into disarray. The Wushang cavalry were the strongest cavalry in the history of the Tang dynasty, the #1 cavalry in the world. On this foreign battlefield, they had finally displayed their unparalleled strength. Even the warlike Arabs were incapable of stopping the charge of the 5,000 Wushang cavalry. 10 charges, 10 victories! Li Sai's voice thundered through the sky. Boom! The 5,000 Wushang cavalry scattered, like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. The collapse, which had been limited to the area around the gap, instantly expanded by 10 times, and it was still spreading. No! Deep within the army, the Arabian spear Umar trembled in shock at this sight, his entire face paling. As a famed general of Arabia, Umar had subdued countless opponents, but none of them had given him such an intense pressure and threat as the Tang dynasty cavalry before him. For the first time, Umar felt the aura of death. Although there were still more than 40,000 soldiers around him, they gave him no sense of security. The Mamelukes, only the Mamelukes can deal with them. A thought flashed through Umar's mind, and at this moment he thought of the most powerful and terrifying Mamelukes of the empire. Only the Mamelukes were capable of crushing the Arab cavalry into such a state. All soldiers, hear my order. Focus your attacks on the Tang people. Although he was intensely shocked, Umar still did not give up, much less admit defeat. As the illustrious Arabian spear, Umar had always been known for his toughness and tenacity. No matter how powerful his opponent was, Umar would never retreat. He would only have one choice: thoroughly defeat them. 23rd Shieldman Unit, 24th, 25th, and 27 Shieldman Units, charge forward and stop their battle. 7th Infantry Unit, 9th Infantry Unit, 10th Infantry Unit, all lines advance. Everyone, no matter the cost, we must stop those Tang people. Umar straightened his back, his gaze sharp, and a series of orders came out of his mouth. The entire army swiftly began to move in accordance with his orders. In all of the Arabian East, only Umar could think clearly and methodically in the face of the charge of the Wushang cavalry. As one of the top-class Arab generals, Umar was well aware that while there were fierce soldiers, there were no invincible soldiers. Not even the strongest Mamelukes of the Abbasid Caliphate were omnipotent. The most frightening aspect of cavalry was their speed. If he could slow down the speed of a cavalry charge, then no matter what kind of cavalry they were, they would be no different from ordinary infantry. If he couldn't slow them down, then he would use human lives to make up for it. This was the simplest strategy Umar had in mind. Roar! For General Umar! For the Empire! Countless savage faces appeared around him. The ferocity of the Wushang cavalry had not only failed to force the Arabian army to retreat, but only stimulated their fighting spirit and killing intent. Countless Arabs surged forward. The Arabs' belligerence and savagery were on full display at this moment. The Tibetans were warlike as well, but they paled in comparison to the Arabs. They were on completely different levels. The Uzun had a limit to their belligerence, and their belligerence was buried in their blood, but the Arabs had no limit. Their belligerence was buried deep in their bones. The two were on completely different levels. Chapter 881. The 7th Infantry Platoon, the 9th Infantry Platoon, the 10th Infantry Platoon. These were the most elite infantrymen trained by Umar. They were also Umar's personal guards. On the battlefield, they also had another function, which was to undertake the task of attacking the enemy. The Arabs dominated the world through cavalry, but they had also researched ways to restrain cavalry. Because the Arabs were far from the only ones who had cavalry and trained them. The 7th, 9th, and 10th Infantry platoons were the elites that Umar had picked out. On the battlefield, they had killed countless elite forces of enemy nations, including cavalry and infantry. The army was being mobilized, and the soldiers were being rapidly rotated. An invisible net of death was closing in on the 5,000 Wushang cavalry from all sides. But this was not the end of it. As a famous general, Umar's forte was not as simple as defense. The 30th Cavalry Formation, the 33rd Cavalry Formation, the 40th Cavalry Formation, the 50th Cavalry Formation, the 80th Cavalry Formation. Attack with all your might. Crush their left and right wings. Crush them completely. Umar's eyes were cold and merciless as he quickly locked onto the left and right flanks of the Chishi reinforcements. Avoiding the enemy's strength and striking the weak was not a principle that only the Tang people of the Central Plains understood. The Arabs might not have been skilled in the art of war, but Umar had long ago understood this simple principle that he had fumbled through countless bloody battles. This cavalry of the Tang people was indeed very powerful, but not all of the Tang people's armies were like that. As long as they avoided the Tang dynasty cavalry and defeated the main force in the rear, no matter how powerful the Tang people were, the final victor would still be the Arabs. Not only that, even though the Tang people on the other side were overwhelming and there were many of them, Umar only needed to buy time in terms of strategy. More than 300,000 Tang elites had gathered on the battlefield of Talaz. No matter how many soldiers the Tang dynasty had, in the end, once the 300,000 soldiers had gained enough time to turn around, the 100,000-some Tang dynasty soldiers would still be dead. Boom! The earth rumbled and shuddered. Umar had barely spoken when the 15,000 Arab cavalry in the rear of the Arab camp split into two groups, one on the left and one on the right, charging out from behind the shield wall like two black storms. Black halos vibrated beneath their feet as the 15,000 Arab cavalry moved with godlike speed. In just a few moments, they had reached their maximum speed. 3,000 zhang passed in a flash. This time, the 15,000 cavalry perfectly circled around the Wushang cavalry, Sun Jiming and Qin Burang, charging straight for the Qixi army in the rear. Infantry. In front of the charging cavalry, they were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. In the history of cavalry versus infantry, infantrymen were rarely able to win. A fully armored cavalry could crush an infantry force 5, 6, or even more than 10 times its size. The Arabs were the fiercest of cavalry, and they had destroyed countless infantry opponents. Kill them, destroy their formation, and tear them to shreds. For Arabia, kill these infidels. Hooves thundered as the 15,000 Arab cavalry galloped toward the rear of the great Tang army, their black halos rumbling like thunder. 150 zhang, 150 zhang, 150 zhang. They were getting closer and closer, and they could even see the soldiers on the transport carriages hurriedly coming to a stop and taking up formation. But it was too late. This sort of reaction was useless against the lightning-fast Arab cavalry, who had experienced countless battles. Kill them all. Savage bellows resounded through the heavens as the 15,000 Arab cavalry began their final charge. Ready, ready. At almost the same time, a loud shout resounded over the earth as silver-white carriages were pushed out from the Tang camp, each carriage flanked by at least 5 Tang infantry. And in front of these infantry, Chen Bin had unsheathed his Wut's steel sword and raised it high, pointing it forward. His eyes were cold and his body straight, his hand gripping his sword as if it had been frozen in place. 40 zhang, 30 zhang. Fire! At the last moment, Chen Bin swung down his sword. With Chen Bin's order, the hundreds of small carriages in the army began to move. Boom! 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 In that instant, the heavens and the earth fell silent. Everyone could hear thunderous booms in their ears. Those were the notes of death. In the next moment, under the gazes of countless people, crossbow bolts, more than 3 meters long and covered in inscriptions, suddenly shot out from the small cars like a waterfall. Careful! It's ballista bolts! At the sight of these ballista bolts, the eyes of the Arab horsemen at the very front widened and they almost stopped breathing. An intense fear engulfed them, and they began to pull on their reins to stop, but it was too late. Boom! A thick ballista bolt pierced through the first Arab war horse, and then the second, the third. These famed Arab war horses were all covered in thick armor that ordinary arrows could not pierce through. But in the face of the most formidable ballista bolts of the Tang dynasty, they were as useless as paper. Boom! 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 Hundreds of ballista bolts shot through the air, each one piercing through 4 or 5 Arab horsemen. Some of the more powerful bolts even pierced through 7 or 8 horsemen in a straight line. Neighing filled the air as the Arabs lost at least 5 or 6,000 men in a single clash. Despite being hit by the bolts, the inertia of the Arab horsemen allowed them to continue forward, gliding over the ground for a long distance, even reaching the ballista at the very front. But by then they were already dead. Release! Chen Bin's eyes were fixed on the Arab horseman, and he swung down his woozy steel sword once more. Boom, boom, boom. A second volley of ballista bolts exploded into a cloud of dust. Release! A third volley of ballista bolts followed, each one like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, each aimed at an Arab horseman. After 3 volleys of ballista bolts, the fates of the 15,000 Arab horsemen were sealed. The vast battlefield was littered with the corpses of war horses and Arab cavalry. After the 3 volleys of ballista bolts, the rumbling of hooves and the thunderous roars of fighting had vanished without a trace. Blood flowed everywhere on the ground, and the gurgling sound could be heard clearly. Silence! For a moment, the entire battlefield was eerily still, as if even the sounds of fighting had been silenced. In the distance, the Arab soldiers stared at the corpses strewn across the ground, their eyes wide with fear. These 15,000 valiant and famed Arab cavalry had defeated countless opponents, many times their size, and subdued many powerful foes. At their maximum speed, each one of them could deal with 4 or 5 infantry at the very least. Before setting off, all of them believed that they could kill several times their number of Tang people and completely break through their formation. But none of them had expected that after 3 volleys of ballista bolts, they would completely vanish. Never in the history of the Arabs had they encountered such a thing. At that moment, all of them felt a suffocating pressure. Even Umar's face had turned pale. Advance! Chen Bin's eyes were unperturbed by the sight of 15,000 Arab cavalry falling to his ballistae. With a wave of his sword, 3,000 silver carts pushed 3,000 ballistae over the corpses of the Arab cavalry and began to advance. On their left and right, the other Chishi reinforcements were also stepping over the corpses of the Arab cavalry and surging forward. Kill! Ready! At the same time, Umar unsheathed his sword. Even though he had lost 2 groups of cavalry and nearly 30,000 soldiers, Umar had not given up. He was still trying to buy time for the more than 300,000 Arab soldiers. Battle was not just about tactics, but also strategy. No matter how powerful the Tang people's army was, as long as the 300,000 Arab soldiers could turn around, the only thing awaiting the Tang people would be death. Rumble! The army was getting faster and faster, the distance between the 2 sides shrinking. This time, without the Arab cavalry, there were no more obstacles between the Chishi reinforcements and the vast Arab army. Finally, boom! There was a heaven-shaking boom as the earth quaked. If one looked down from the sky, they would see the 2 armies colliding like a tide. At that moment, the entire battlefield of Talis shuddered, and even the earth seemed to be on the verge of being torn apart. Fist against fist, flesh against flesh, warhorse against warhorse, saber against sword, all of them fiercely clashed on the battlefield. There were no tricks in this battle. Everyone was putting all their strength into it. This was the largest and most intense battle between the East and the West. Hold! For the Empire! Stop these infidels! At the very front of the eastern battlefield, the Arab shield men were putting their lives on the line to stop the Tang army. Their teeth were clenched, their powerful shoulders pushing up against the 7-foot-tall shields. Bang, bang, bang. A storm of attacks came from the other side. The 7-foot-tall giants fiercely trembled, but they were able to firmly block the attacks. They were already very experienced in dealing with this sort of attack. A single giant shield could block the attacks of 4 or 5 opponents of the same level, and it was an important tool for the Arabs to use against the cavalry and infantry of other factions. In actual combat, even the cavalry of the Arabs would find it very difficult to break through this barrier. Hold! General has already given the order. As long as we can hold on for a little longer. Once the army has finished adjusting, we can completely annihilate them. The Arab shield men roared, their bodies leaning forward, their feet digging deep into the earth as if they were one with it. But at this moment, boom! The earth quaked as invisible ripples of wind swept out from the rear of the Tang people's army, instantly engulfing the entire Arab army. Before the Arab soldiers on the eastern side of the battlefield could react, clang, 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 the halos beneath their feet began to shudder, and their energy began to drop 3 levels as if shackles had been placed on them. Chapter 882. What's going on here? Everyone paled in fright. No one knew what was going on, but a decisive change had already taken place on the battlefield. Boom! 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 Like a dam bursting, the entire eastern battlefield crumbled. Under the effects of the 3 bane of the battlefield halos, the strength of the Arab soldiers plummeted. They were simply no match for the Tang soldiers. Bang! 4 or 5 Tang dynasty infantry, their stellar energy vibrating, fiercely collided with a massive Arab shield in front of them. This unbreakable shield was instantly sent flying, and even the Arab soldier behind it was knocked to the ground. Squelch! Before the Arab shield man could get up, a spear shot forward like a snake. piercing through the soldier's throat and pinning him to the ground. Over his corpse, the Tang dynasty soldiers surged forward. At the same time, there was a burst of bloody light as a seemingly invincible Arab leader was instantly run through by a sword. As he stared at the sword hilt in front of him, this bearded Arab leader's eyes went wide in fear. His hands subconsciously gripped the hilt of his sword as he fell to the ground like a wooden pillar. Even in death, he still didn't understand what had happened. Why had his strength dropped so much that he had been killed by a single sword strike? 1, 2, 3. In a few short moments, tens of thousands of Arabs had fallen. Boom, boom, boom. At almost the same time, the ballista army under Chun Bin's command arrived, firing volley after volley of ballista bolts into the Arab camp. In order to defend against the attacks of the Tang dynasty, the Arab soldiers on the eastern battlefield had arranged themselves in extremely tight formations. This was the defensive formation they were most proud of, but it was now the perfect target for the Tang dynasty ballista bolts, even more advantageous than when they were dealing with the cavalry. Plush, plush, plush. Each ballista bolt pierced through 10-some Arab soldiers, some even piercing through 30-some in a straight line. In a few short moments, the 3,000 ballista soldiers had become a vast field of death. At least 10,000 Arab soldiers had fallen to this volley of ballista bolts. In the face of this dreadful rain of death and the sight of their comrades falling like dominoes, even the strong-willed and innately warlike Arabs could sense the thick stench of death and began to retreat in fear. Kill! For the Tang dynasty. Meanwhile, far away, Li Sai's 5,000 Wushang cavalry were rampaging through the depths of the Arab camp, stabbing back and forth. Under the control of Li Sai and his 5,000 Wushang cavalry, the 10 charges, 10 victories formation was being pushed to its limit. One moment, they would scatter like fireworks, and the next, they would gather together like an iron claw. After a few rounds of charging, the surrounding Arab soldiers were left in disarray. Clang, clang, clang. One giant axe after another slammed into Li Sai's body with thunderous force. The 7th, 9th, and 10th infantry units under Umar's command had made Li Sai their primary target, but all their attacks were fiercely repelled by Li Sai. Swish! Li Sai swung his sword, causing the golden helmets around him to fly into the air. Those great Tang elites who had lost their heads only trembled a few times before collapsing to the ground. Everyone follow me. Kill them all. Li Sai's furious roar thundered in the ears of all the Wushang cavalry. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few charges, the 7th, 9th, and 10th infantry units had been obliterated like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. The formidable strength of the Wushang cavalry, coupled with Wang Chang's bane of the battlefield halo, caused all the Arab infantry to fall into disarray. Tens of thousands of Arabs fell to the hooves of the Wushang cavalry. In the face of the overwhelming strength of the 5,000 Wushang cavalry and their furious charge, their tenacity and viciousness instantly crumbled. Run! Wave after wave of Arab soldiers charged forward, only to be pulverized by the 5,000 Wushang cavalry. In the face of the power of the Wushang cavalry, the Arabs finally began to tremble in fear and turn to flee. The ballista army, the Wushang cavalry, the bane of the battlefield halo, and the more than 100,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty, the Arab army collapsed like a landslide. In a few short moments, tens of thousands of Arab infantry had fallen in fear on the eastern battlefield. Even more Arab soldiers began to flee as if they were running from the plague. This was the first time in the history of the Arabs that they had encountered such an unstoppable force. In the face of this overwhelming power, all the Arab soldiers felt a fear that came from the depths of their souls. The entire army fell into panic, and the collapse and chaos began to spread from the Eastern Army under Umar's control to the more than 300,000 Arab soldiers behind him. Bastard! Stop! Anyone who dares to run will be dealt with according to military law. You cowards are a disgrace to the empire. Umar's face was pale, his entire body trembling in anger. His original intention had been to stabilize the army and stop the sudden appearance of this Tang army. In Umar's plan, he only needed to wait a little longer for the entire army to press forward and wipe out this army of the Tang dynasty. But now, before the rear of the army had finished reorganizing, the eastern army had been attacked by the Tang dynasty army and was now charging at his own army. This was the exact opposite of what Umar had intended. Bang! Seeing that his army was out of control, Umar finally clenched his teeth and galloped forward. With a wave of his scimitar, tensome Arab soldiers were cleaved in half by Umar's scimitar. Bang! Bang! Umar turned around and galloped again, and another tensome Arab soldiers were mowed down like weeds. After several charges, Umar was surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. More than 100 Arab soldiers had fallen. But this Arab arrowhead didn't even bat an eyelid, his expression cold and callous. Under this cruel and iron-blooded method, the collapse of the surrounding army finally showed signs of stopping. However, before Umar could gather his entire army, he suddenly heard a loud neigh. At the same time, Umar sensed a powerful aura that resembled a storm rushing towards him at an alarming speed. The Tang people! Umar's heart chilled as the image of a giant riding a Fergana horse appeared in his mind, one that was even taller than the tallest Arab. It was the cavalry leader of the Tang dynasty, Buzz. Umar's pupils constricted, and he turned his head to see Li Sai leaping into the air with his horse, charging towards him like a shocking rainbow. His powerful hands held a huge sword that was even taller than a person, and he swung it down viciously. Foreign thief, hand over your life. Li Sai's eyes widened in anger. He condensed his violent gang energy to the extreme and slashed with his sword with the force of a thunderbolt. Boom! In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, there was a flash of light, and in the next moment a deep, dark, and incomparably powerful force erupted from Umar's body. This stellar energy was suffused with a thick scent of iron and fire, and it fiercely blocked Li Sai's all-out attack. Ignorant infidel, I will personally end your life. Umar's eyes exploded with a frightening cold light. As one of the best generals under Governor Abu Muslim's command, Umar himself possessed an extremely formidable fighting force. His strength was just as famous as his callousness and ruthlessness. Although his army had been routed, Umar had never been afraid of a battle between generals. In these fierce battles, he had slain countless enemy generals. Umar was known as the Arab Archangel precisely because he had used the blood of these generals and generals to forge his name. But at this moment, the air shuddered as a sonorous voice came from overhead. You bearded be***starred, what are you blabbering about? Listen. No. Understand. Before he could even finish his sentence, a huge fist made of rock appeared in front of his eyes, growing larger and larger. It fiercely smashed into Umar's head. The enormous force caused the stellar energy around Umar to shudder, and even the 4 legs of his Arabian steed sank into the earth. In the face of the combined attack of Li Sai and Huang Batian, even Umar felt an enormous pressure. It's useless. None of you can kill me. Umar clenched his teeth, a savage light in his eyes. After blocking the attacks of these 2 top-class generals of the Tang dynasty, it was time for him to counterattack. But just as Umar gathered his stellar energy and raised his scimitar, there was a rumble. Without any warning, the ground beneath Umar's feet seemed to come to life. Under the control of an external force, the hard ground caved in and split apart. Umar's warhorse instantly lost its balance, and Umar and his horse plummeted to the ground. Huang Boshan's stone general ability was capable of shaking the earth and tearing it apart. Not good. Umar, who had been calm all this while, turned pale with fright, and his expression finally changed. But this was not the end. A moment later, a dark red ripple erupted from the rear of the Tang dynasty army and swept across the battlefield. Umar's steel-like aura suddenly shuddered as he was shaken by this force, and his aura abruptly dropped. The bane of General's halo. Chapter 883. A good chance. Sensing that Umar's aura had suddenly weakened, Li Sai and Huang Boshan's eyes brightened and they joined forces to attack. At almost the same time, the galloping hooves of horses thundered in from all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The 5,000 Wushang cavalry were like a torrential storm, crashing into Umar's stellar energy barrier. In the blink of an eye, Umar's energy was being consumed at an incredible rate, and it was rapidly weakening to an unbelievable level. 10 charges, 10 victories. When the 5,000 Wushang cavalry used one of the 10 most powerful formations of the world on a single person, not even a renowned Arab general like Umar had any chance of escaping. No, Umar, famed for his heart of stone and his will, paled as an intense fear gripped his heart. His martial arts were fierce and majestic, enough to simultaneously block the combined attacks of Li Sai and Huang Batian. But when thousands of Wushang cavalry charged together, not even Umar was a match. In his life of battle, this was the first time he had encountered such a large group of cavalry attacking a single person. No matter how powerful a single person was, they could not simultaneously deal with thousands of opponents. At this moment, he finally sensed the scent of death. He wanted to mount and flee, but the stone general controlled by Huang Batian had taken complete control of the surrounding terrain. Boulders protruded from the ground and blocked his path, and the dense barrage of attacks from the 5,000 Wushang cavalry sealed off his path of retreat. Ah! Boom! At the last moment, Umar only had time to muster all his strength and raise his famed Arabian scimitar to block the attack coming from above. Boom! A massive and sharp sword, taller than a man, furiously slashed down, cleaving through the dark clouds, cleaving through the sun and moon, cleaving through the pitch-black stellar energy around Umar's body. At the same time, it cleaved through the famed Arabian divine saber that had accompanied Umar for half his life. Ney's final neigh came from Umar's Arabian steed. Together with Umar, this stalwart steed was cleaved in two by Li Sai's Wuzi steel sword, its blood spraying the ground. To make an enemy of the Tang dynasty, so be it! Li Sai picked up Umar's corpse with his sword and lifted it high into the air. In that instant, his aura surged, and his astral energy surged like a raging flame. Half of the battlefield's gazes were focused on him. At that moment, Li Sai was like a god from the heavens. Bang! Although they didn't understand what Li Sai was saying, Umar's death was a devastating blow to the Arab army on the Eastern Front. General is dead. General Umar has been killed by the Tang people. Everyone run. All the Arabs scrambled to be the first, panicked as the retreating army crashed into the army in the rear. This was so abrupt that the Arab army, which had just about finished adjusting and preparing to attack, was instantly thrown into disarray by this attack. Kill! Those who openly offend our strong Han will be executed, no matter how far away. Those who openly offend our strong Han will be executed, no matter how far away. For the Tang dynasty, roars resounded over the battlefield as the 100,000 Qishi reinforcements charged like tigers descending a mountain, their eyes red as they charged toward the Arab ranks. At this stage, there was no need for tactics. In the face of the Arab army's complete collapse, the Tang army surged forward like a massive wave. The Wushang cavalry, the Ballista army, the King Gonka, the armies of greater and lesser valor, the Annam Protectorate, the Qishi Protectorate, all of them transformed into a destructive flood that surged toward the 300,000 Arabs. Although the Arabs far outnumbered the Tang dynasty, and although some of the Arab soldiers in the rear were still trying to fight back, none of them could stop the army that had been completely routed. "My lord, look over there. The Arabs have been beaten back. How could this be?" On the distant walls of Talas, countless gazes stared in shock at the tens of thousands of retreating figures below the walls. They had long ago noticed the arrival of reinforcements, but the frenzied assault of the Arabs had left them with no time to worry about them. Moreover, after 2 months of fierce fighting, no one understood better than the Anchi Protectorate Army just how powerful the Arabian army was. This was an army far stronger than any they had encountered before. With just 100,000 reinforcements and a considerable number of mercenaries, defeating more than 300,000 fierce and valiant Arab soldiers was practically a fantasy tale. But no one had expected that this new army of reinforcements would not only emerge victorious, they would even crush the Arab army with overwhelming strength. The city walls were deathly still. The Arabs that had been charging up the cloud ladders had receded like the receding tide. As they watched the distant reinforcements fiercely battling with the Arabs, the howls and shouts of battle had given them an unprecedented shock, but also an unprecedented hope. Pass on my order. Open the gates and work with the Chishi Protectorate to launch a pincer attack on the Arabs. At this moment, a voice that sounded a little tired but still dignified and loud rang in everyone's ears. Gao Xianji rested his hands on his sword as he stood on the city walls, his body as immovable as a mountain. His armor was in tatters, and his entire body was stained with blood. Every part of his body was covered with deep scars from swords and sabers. The continuous fierce battles had consumed a great deal of his stellar energy and physical strength, but Gao Xianji's expression was calm. His tall and straight figure stood there as if he would never fall. Yes, my lord. An excited messenger at Gao Xianji's side quickly left to carry out the order. A few moments later, there was a massive boom as the warped gates of the city of Talas swung open, and the Anchi Protectorate army charged out of the city. The 300,000 Arab soldiers had already been utterly routed by the Chishi reinforcements, and now that the Anchi Protectorate army was charging out of the city, the army was thrown into even greater chaos, tens of thousands of Arabs scrambling to escape. I didn't think that he really would come. Once there was no one left on the walls, Gao Xianji gave a long sigh, his expression much more relaxed. His stalwart body was also showing signs of deep exhaustion. Outside Talas, the Arab army was in complete disarray. Bastard! Stop! Kill them! Don't run! Kill your way back! Anyone who attacks the formation will die. The Arab commanders in the rear furiously roared as they attempted to stop the army's retreat. However, in the blink of an eye, even they themselves were swept up by the turbulence and dragged backwards. Retreat! Retreat! With the momentum lost, the Arabs finally gave the order to retreat from the more than 100,000 Tang soldiers pursuing them. The 300,000 soldiers left behind a trail of corpses as they retreated to the west like the receding tide. Marquis, we've won! In the rear, Su Kai turned to Wang Chong, a look of reverence on his face. We've won, but it's not complete victory. Wang Chong indifferently said. Leaving behind the confused Su Kai, he mounted the white-hoofed shadow and slowly rode forward. The battlefield was filled with the clattering of metal, the shouts of fighting, the neighing of horses, the screams of screams, and the twanging of bowstrings. Only Wang Chong remained calm, taking a leisurely stroll over the Arab corpses and broken weapons as he slowly made his way through the army. His soldiers followed closely behind him. Wherever Wang Chong went, he became the center of the battle. He was like a blazing sun descending from the heavens, his radiance so dazzling that it was impossible to ignore his existence. The Arabs retreated like a crazed tide. The Arabs had suffered grievous losses in this battle, and even now they had probably never imagined that they would lose, and they had even lost a top-class general like Umar, the Archangel of Arabia. But to Wang Chong, everything had been within his expectations. From the start of this battle until now, whether it was dodging the Arab hunting falcons, killing the scouts roaming the perimeter, seizing the initiative to defeat Umar's 70,000 soldiers, and then using the retreating army in the east to charge at the Arab army of 300,000. All of this had been the result of his meticulous planning. In Wushang City of Steel and the Chishi Protectorate headquarters, Wang Chong had used the model of Talas to simulate countless times, and now all of this was playing out in the real world without the slightest error. A man who calculates victory before the battle has to calculate much. A man who calculates defeat before the battle has to calculate little. This was one of the simplest principles of the art of war. For the sake of this current victory, Wang Chong had prepared for countless days and nights, taking into account every detail. To the Arabs, this defeat might have been a coincidence, but to Wang Chong it was inevitable. Reporting: the Arabs have retreated to their designated position. Should we continue the pursuit? As Wang Chong was slowly advancing, a messenger galloped over, dismounted in front of Wang Chong, and respectfully kneeled on the ground. There's no need. Seated on the white-hoofed shadow, Wang Chong gazed at the Arabs retreating from the western side of Talas, and indifferently said, "There's no need. Inform Li Sai, Qin Bin, and the king of Gonka to stop the pursuit. In addition, order Zhang Shouji and the others to begin the operation." "Yes, Marquis." Upon hearing Wang Chong's order, the messenger mounted his horse and galloped off. Chapter 884. Mu. Behind the carriage were countless cows and sheep that formed mountains and seas. They also climbed over the hills and headed towards the battlefield. And then there were the carriages carrying provisions. At this point in the battle, the logistics personnel could finally enter the battlefield. With everything taken care of, Wang Chong turned his head and led his men toward the city of Talas. There, Wang Chong could already see a tall figure walking toward him. "Lord Protector General." Not far from Gao Xinji, Wang Chong stopped. Although he had lived 2 lives and had once been revered as the war saint, this was the first time in Wang Chong's life that he had seen this illustrious wall of the empire, whose name could shake the western regions. Even in his last life, the war god of the western regions, Gao Xinji, had been an unreachable and unreachable existence to Wang Chong, a descendant of ministers and generals. Later on, when the calamity broke out and Wang Chong rose like a comet to reverse the tides, this legendary great general of the western regions had long since fallen from the skies of the Tang dynasty. Thus, from start to finish, Wang Chong had never had the chance to meet one of the most illustrious great generals of the empire. Refined and handsome, this was Wang Chong's first impression of Gao Xinji. Although Gao Xinji's breathing was in disarray, his body covered in wounds, and his complexion haggard from the repeated battles, his every movement exuded a grand bearing that stood out even amongst great generals. It was rumored that Gao Xinji had admired the culture of the Tang dynasty since he was a child, and he had once spent 7 years studying in the Tang dynasty. Wang Chong didn't know if this rumor was true or not, but from the bearing Gao Xinji exuded, he could tell that it was most likely true. Protector General Wang, words cannot express my gratitude. On behalf of all the Anqi Protectorate Army, this Gao thanks my lord. From afar, Gao Xinji looked at Wang Chong with a complicated expression. Under the gazes of countless people, he faced Wang Chong and bowed respectfully. In this battle of Talas, the Anqi Protectorate Army was at the end of its tether, and Gao Xinji was already prepared to die for his country if his entire army was wiped out. If not for Wang Chong's timely arrival with Qi Shi's reinforcements, the Anqi Protectorate Army might have become history. Wang Chong was 1 generation younger than Gao Xinji, so his ascension to the position of Qi Shi Protector General was a subject of much debate, at least amongst the Protector Generals and great generals of the empire. For someone of Gao Xinji's status to address Wang Chong as Protector General was enough to express his respect and acknowledgement. "Lord Protector General, there is no need to be so polite. This has always been Wang Chong's duty. Lord Protector General, what are the casualties in the city?" A strange light flashed through Wang Chong's eyes, clearly sensing that Gao Xinji was referring to him in a special manner. "We lost more than half of our men in this battle. In addition, there are more than 4,000 wounded in the city, and we lack enough Jinchuan medicine and rations," Gao Xinji said, a hint of sadness in his eyes. The Anshi Protectorate Army had never lost a battle in the western regions, but this time it had suffered an unprecedented wound. It would probably take a very long time to recover. Understood. Wang Chong nodded, a hint of sympathy in his eyes. As for the Jinchuang medicine and rations, Lord Protector General need not worry. I have already brought enough supplies. Kong Xian, deliver the Jinchuang medicine and rations into the city. Yes, Marquis. Kong Xian waved a hand behind him, and soldiers began to escort the carriages loaded with rations and Jinchuang medicine into the city. The city of Talas had been at war for 2 months, and all kinds of supplies were bound to be lacking. Wang Chong had long ago expected this, so he had already prepared the necessary supplies. Bang! As the carriages of rations and medicine were being delivered into the city of Talas, the clattering of metal, accompanied by shouts, came from the front of the battlefield. Upon hearing this voice, Gao Xianji and the Anshi generals around him subconsciously turned their heads. Up ahead, they saw furnaces blazing and plumes of smoke billowing. Hundreds of craftsmen were standing on special transport carriages, nailing massive silver-white steel modules into the earth. The clattering they had just heard had been the sound of them hammering. All the craftsmen busied themselves, and they seemed to be extremely familiar with their work. They were connecting and hammering, their movements orderly and efficient. In just a few moments, tall walls of silver-white steel had appeared outside Talas. Not only that, the Qishi reinforcements that had been pursuing the Arabs like a tidal wave had clearly slowed down their pursuit after passing through the steel walls. Moreover, there was a clear gap between them and the Arab army. Lord Protector General, this is a bearded and swarthy general standing next to Gao Xianji suddenly said. The other Anshi generals around him were also dumbfounded. The more than 100,000 Qishi reinforcements, led by Wang Chong, currently had the upper hand. This was the perfect time to strike while the iron was hot and fiercely pressed forward. But for some reason, Wang Chong's Qishi reinforcements had clearly slowed down, and there was even a clear gap between them and the routed Arab army. Given Wang Chong's reputation and the performance of his army, such a low-level and major mistake should never have occurred. And then there were those busy craftsmen and the silver-white steel walls. Everyone who saw this was confused. No one knew what Wang Chong and the Qishi reinforcements were doing. At the front of the army, Gao Xianji said nothing. He seemed to have his own speculations, but he also didn't seem to understand them. Wang Chong's fighting style was completely unlike that of an orthodox army. Moreover, for a battle of more than 100,000 soldiers, he had actually brought craftsmen and furnaces that had no fighting power. This was simply unimaginable. In the history of war, such a thing had never happened before. Only Wang Chong could do such a thing. This is General Cheng Qianli, correct? Wang Chong suddenly asked as he stared at this fierce and tyrannical general with a storm of energy. Lord Protector General recognizes me. Cheng Qianli was dumbfounded. I've heard of you. Wang Chong faintly smiled, but his mind was slightly thumping. In the Anshi Protectorate Army, besides Gao Xianji, there had originally been 2 other valiant generals. One was the invincible, great General Li Sai that he had recruited, and the other was this Cheng Qianli. Although Cheng Qianli had not reached Li Sai's level in the end, he had joined the army earlier and had more experience. So his cultivation was actually higher than Li Sai's. Cheng Qianli was tall and mighty, his face intimidating. On the battlefield, he was the number 2 figure of the Anshi Protectorate Army, a peak brigadier general. He was probably even more formidable than Uzin's Dian Mangpoj. Thus, even though this was Wang Chong's first time meeting him, he had still recognized him at a glance. The fact that the Anshi Protectorate Army had been able to hold out for so long was probably due to this. It's best to pursue the remnants of the enemy. Killing as many Arabs as possible is naturally a good thing. However, the Arabs have only been attacked by their own people and have fallen into chaos. They haven't lost their main force. Even if they had lost a large number of soldiers, they still had around 270 to 80,000 soldiers, more than twice as many as ours. Moreover, all of them were brave and skilled elites. In addition, the top-class Arab commanders, including Abu Muslim, had still not appeared. If my intelligence is correct, this Abbasid Caliphate governor of the East is a strategist. He can't be destroyed by a single defeat. Wang Chang's eyes were wise and farsighted. As the war saint of the highest status in the history of the Tang dynasty, Wang Chong was confident in facing any opponent, but he would never underestimate any opponent because of this. Moreover, Abu Muslim was an extremely difficult and formidable opponent. In Arabia, which revered battle and slaughter and emphasized strength, the fact that he had been able to walk through mountains of corpses and seas of blood to sit on the position of governor of the East was a testament to his strength. And even the most ordinary person, if they could experience 100 or even several thousand fierce battles, would eventually become a top-class great general. Defeating one of Abu Muslim's elite generals was not the same as defeating Abu Muslim. This Abbasid Caliphate governor of the East was known as the governor of iron and blood. Not only was he astonishingly powerful, he was also extremely astute. He would not be easy to deal with. Although Wang Chong had never met him before, when Wang Chong had first entered the Qixi protectorate, the two had already exchanged blows. This governor of iron and blood coveted the Tang dynasty far more than Wang Chong had imagined. Before the war with the Tang dynasty had even begun, his tentacles had already extended as far as Qixi. Buzz! Wang Chong's words instantly silenced all the Anqi generals, their faces solemn. The name Abu Muslim was like a curse. After fighting at Talas for 2 months, no one understood this person better than the Anqi generals. As the most elite force of the empire, the Anqi Protectorate Army had been proud, confident, and valiant before entering Talas. The Anqi Protectorate Army had always believed itself to be invincible and invincible, until it encountered these courageous and fearless Arabs. If not for the high and thick walls of the city of Talas, the Anqi Protectorate Army would not have been able to last so long in the face of the more than 300,000 Arab soldiers, far stronger than Mengshi Zhao and Uzun. But Lord Protector General, although Abu Muslim, is very formidable. Not even he could have predicted Lord Protector General's arrival and the rapid collapse of the eastern battlefield. If he wasn't even prepared for this battle, we might really be able to use this opportunity to completely defeat the Arabs. A tranquil West general clenched his fists and could not help but say in excitement, Chapter 885. Wang Chong smiled and said nothing, only glanced at the other members of Anqi. Suyang, don't speak nonsense. The situation on the battlefield is treacherous and involves the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers. Do you think you can do whatever you want? Protector General Wang is correct. We truly can't let our guard down against a powerful foe like the Arabs. Vice Protector General Qianli said after a few moments of serious thought, although he very much wanted to finish off the Arabs in one fell swoop. Even he had to admit that Wang Chong was correct. The Arabs had only suffered a minor defeat. If the Arabs really only had this much skill, they would never have been able to force the Protector General and the Anqi Protectorate Army into this state. The Protector General had even prepared to lead the Anqi Protectorate Army in a final battle with the Arabs, sacrificing himself for the country. Pride was sure to lead the defeated army. This battle did not only concern the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers, but also the fate of the western regions, the safety of Qixi, Longxi, and even the capital. Such an important matter could not be decided by emotion. Wang Chong glanced at Qianli, a hint of praise in his eyes. Wang Chong had never interacted with Qianli before and did not understand him very well. But from these words, he could tell that this brigadier general of the Tang dynasty was not only a martial artist, but also a master of strategy. At the very least, he was not the sort to be easily swayed by emotion. In truth, besides what I just said, there's another reason. They're banners. Wang Chong smiled and turned his head, his face brimming with confidence. Everyone's hearts trembled as they turned to look in the direction the Arabs had fled. The black Arab war banners were scattered all over the army, but all of them were confused by these war banners, not understanding what Wang Chong was up to. No matter what Abu Muslim is up to, this doesn't seem like the sign of an army being routed. If he really wants to do something, he should work harder and put in more effort. Wang Chong had a look of knowing everything like the back of his hand, and his eyes looked extremely wise. Boom! Wang Chong's words caused all the Anchi generals, including the people at Wang Chong's side, to tremble in shock. They only knew that Wang Chong had arranged for the troops to retreat once the pursuit had reached a certain point. But they didn't know that there was such an inside story, and he had no idea that the Black Arab War banner was hiding such a secret. Indeed, the mention of Wang Chong's warning made everyone turn their attention to the Black Arab War banners. Even though the Arabs were retreating in defeat, they still seemed to possess some sort of order. No matter what, this did not look like a panicked, chaotic, and utterly defeated army retreating. Hiss! Upon realizing this, everyone's eyelids twitched violently, and they sucked in a breath of cold air. None of them could say a word. Qianli, Protector General Wang is correct. Abu Muslim is not that easy to defeat. He has already laid a trap for us. Pass on my order. Have the soldiers retreat. At this moment, Gao Xianji's dignified voice resounded in everyone's ears. A trap? The officers around him were dumbfounded. Lord Protector General is wise. Wang Chong faintly smiled and nodded. Gao Xianji truly lived up to his reputation as the war god of the western regions. He was a veteran of many battles and extremely sensitive to the various changes on the battlefield. It was clear that he had also seen through Abu Muslim's intentions. Suki, pass on my order. Have the army retreat and cease the pursuit. Suki gave his assent and hurriedly left. In the distance, the more than 100,000 Chishi soldiers and the Anchi Protectorate army slowly retreated like the receding tide, ceasing the pursuit. The two groups of people were completely separated. At the same time, several li to the west of Tales, in a place that could not be seen, few people noticed that the first group of Arab soldiers that had retreated had begun to set up an arced ambush along the rugged ground. Nearly 100,000 Arab cavalry were lying in wait around this ambush. These cavalry had been the first to withdraw from the battlefield, and the terrain made it impossible to notice them from afar. Why aren't they here yet? What's the rush? Lord Governor has already planned everything out. Once they enter our encirclement, their deaths will be upon them. It's still Lord Governor who's formidable. Even in death, these Tang people would never have imagined that just when they were on the verge of victory, they would be completely annihilated by us. It's just a pity for Umar, but for the Empire it was worth sacrificing him. All of you, shut up. The Tang people are about to arrive. Hurry and get ready. At the very back of the ambush circle were several Arab generals with chilling eyes and thick body hair, dressed in black heavy armor. They were looking forward, their eyes brimming with killing intent. The Arabian Empire had been established for several hundred years, and through its constant conquest and expansion, it had developed its own unique military tactics. If the Tang people continued to hole up in the city, the Arabs truly wouldn't have much of a way to deal with them. Although the Arabian Empire's cavalry was unparalleled in the world, it was not skilled in sieging cities. All it could do was drag it out and attack city after city. Compared to other factions, it did not have much of an advantage. But once the Tang people entered the wilderness, everything changed. Whether they had the upper hand or the lower hand, the Arabs had their own unique tactics. What's going on? Why are the Tang people retreating? Suddenly, the Arab generals grimaced and straightened their backs. Absurd! How could this be? Why did they suddenly stop pursuing? Did they see through it? Impossible. They're in the middle of a great victory. How could they give up? The Arab generals had grim expressions on their faces. They could clearly see that the more than 100,000 Tang people had suddenly retreated without warning, and all of them were dumbfounded. In the past, they had used this same tactic to defeat many powerful foes. When they were at their happiest and proudest, they would defeat and kill them. But to suddenly retreat when they were clearly on the verge of victory was something they had never encountered before. Just what's going on with the leader of the Tang people? The group of people were completely speechless. Buzz! At the same time, in another direction, a figure as tall as a mountain suddenly stood up slowly. His gaze was sharp, and a terrifying aura that could collapse mountains erupted from his body. In that instant, the earth rumbled and the heavens shook. The entire earth seemed to be unable to bear his weight and began to buzz and tremble. How could this be? Abu Muslim's dark brown eyes stared into the distance, an astonishing cold light exploding from them. In the fierce winds, Abu Muslim's aura began to undulate, and his enormous pressure pressed down like a mountain range. All the surrounding guards lowered their heads as if they were facing a god, their bodies shivering in fear and unease. In this war with the Tang dynasty, whether it was the fall of the Shur kingdom, the fall of Talas, or the long and drawn-out battles, Abu Muslim had always remained calm and composed. But at this moment, his steely face finally began to ripple with unprecedented seriousness. Just what kind of person is the leader of this Tang army? It had been a very long time since Abu Muslim had encountered an opponent like this. Ever since he had joined the army, starting out as a nameless soldier of the Arabian Empire and eventually becoming the governor of the East, expanding the empire's territory to Talas and the western regions, he had defeated one foe after another. It had been a very long time since Abu Muslim had encountered an opponent that gave him such a strange feeling. Although he still hadn't seen the commander of the Tang dynasty reinforcements, this invisible clash had already left Abu Muslim with an ill foreboding. His opponent this time was far more formidable than he had imagined, far more difficult to deal with than any of his previous opponents. But this was only the beginning. Lord Governor, look over there! A thin Arab general with a high nose, brimming with strength and wildness, suddenly pointed into the distance. Following his finger, they could clearly see many ordinary craftsmen at the front of the Tang people's army, thousands of blazing furnaces and silver walls of steel that resembled fish scales rising around Talas. In a flash, all the Arab generals felt an indescribably strange sensation. The battlefield was the most dangerous place, where life and death could be decided by a single thought. No one had ever dared to bring these non-combatant craftsmen onto the battlefield, as doing so would only be sending them to their deaths. And those silver walls of steel, no one knew what these Tang people were doing. They had participated in so many battles, defeated so many opponents, destroyed and conquered so many countries. But the Arabs had never encountered such a strange battle. Pass on my order to Amur. Have him lead the Bakr cataphracts to attack the Tang people. Abu Muslim suddenly ordered as he stared into the distance. Yes, Lord Governor. An Arab messenger quickly turned his horse around and hurried away. Marquis, they really did stop. In the distance, Sukai, mounted on a Turkic warhorse outside the walls of Talas, couldn't help but say as he looked into the distance. At the height of the battle, everyone's eyes were focused on the panicked Arab soldiers closest to the battlefield, but they weren't paying much attention to the overall situation. But now that the order to retreat had been given and the soldiers had calmed down, they could clearly see that the Arabs were retreating more and more slowly, and in the rear the Arab soldiers were even showing signs of stopping. They were not continuing to flee. Chapter 886. Wang Chong only faintly smiled. This was all within his expectations. The Arabs were extremely crafty. Although they had powerful cavalry and a formidable army, they liked to feign surrender. Only the Arab army would set up an ambush to lure the enemy in while retreating. In his last life, after the Arabs defeated the Tang dynasty, they sent their strongest Mamelukes into the Uzun plateau to invade the Uzun Empire. In the end, they were met with the desperate resistance of Dayan Mangpoj and the White Braves. After suffering a severe setback, the Arabs had used this tactic to turn defeat into victory, dealing a heavy blow to the main force of the Uzun Empire. Wang Chong remembered this part of history like the back of his hand, and he knew these crafty Arab tactics like the back of his hand. More importantly, as the war saint of his generation, Wang Chong was extremely sensitive to the various changes on the battlefield. Even the tiniest of clues was enough for him to notice, and the Arab war banners were still standing straight and did not appear to be in the slightest of defeat. "Pass on my order. Speed up the construction." Wang Chong said, "Yes." Su Kai received the order, and a group of horses quickly departed. These Arabs were far more crafty than he had imagined. This war concerned the safety of the more than 100,000 soldiers and all of the western regions and Chishi. This war was of the utmost importance, and everyone was doing their utmost to assist Wang Chong, carrying out Wang Chong's every order. As far as Su Kai could see, Qin Bin, Chung Sanyuan, Zhang Ke, Su Shixian Kongxian, and the people of Deflecting Blade Manor were all busy preparing the battlefield. "Hiya!" Su Kai urged his horse forward, quickly vanishing into the ranks of the Arab army. Rumble! Not long after Su Kai left, the earth quaked and dust churned as a powerful force of Arab cavalry, their war horses, branded with the image of 2 black crescent moons, rode out from the retreating Arab army. The aura of this cavalry was extremely powerful. Each of the riders on the horses had bulging muscles, and as they galloped, each of them was wrapped in a thick black mist. In front of this force of cavalry, the other fleeing Arab cavalry paled in comparison, like fireflies before the bright moon. 7,000 to 8,000 cavalrymen galloped as fast as lightning towards where Wang Chong and the others were. "Lord Protector General, enemy attack!" At almost the same time, an officer of the Anchi Protectorate Army galloped through the army toward Wang Chong. "Sir, how should we deal with this?" Wang Chong only smiled and glanced into the distance, his expression unperturbed. A trifling force of 7,000 to 8,000 soldiers would have little effect on the army. No matter what sort of legends the Arabs had in the past, the moment he arrived on the battlefield, these legends were doomed to come to an end. "Tell Qin Bin that he can deal with this himself." Wang Chong said, "Yes." The officer had not expected Wang Chong to give such an order, and his body trembled. Raising his head, he saw that Wang Chong was calm and composed, a faint smile on his lips as he looked at the distant battlefield, a confident look on his face that victory was in his grasp. The officer froze for a moment, but Wang Chong's mood had infected him. Calming down, his nervousness vanished, and he left to carry out the order. "Ready." At the very front of the battlefield, Qin Bin stood motionless, his eyes focused on the battlefield. Across from him, a cloud of dust was rising more than 100 zhang into the air, and the ground was also trembling. Through the dust, Qin Bin could see Arab cavalry charging toward him like gods of death. Unlike any of the Arabs he had encountered before, Qin Bin felt an enormous pressure from this force of cavalry, a pressure that followed him like a storm, suffocating him. But whether it was Qin Bin or the 3,000 ballista soldiers behind him, all of them were frozen in place like rocks. The might of a cavalry charge was publicly acknowledged to be unparalleled in the world. If such a force of cavalry charged over, the 3,000 ballista soldiers behind Qin Bin were certain to suffer grievous casualties. But everything had its vanquisher. Whether or not cavalry had once been the #1 soldier in the world, everything had changed the moment Qin Bin's ballista team had appeared. Clang! A cold light flashed. Qin Bin's expression was solemn as he raised the sword in his hand and pointed it forward. Creak, creak. With Qin Bin's movements, the Han soldiers of the Chishi Protectorate Army stood at the very front of the ballistae and began to adjust the bolts. The sharp tips of the bolts were quickly aimed at the Bok or cataphracts. Chishi's ballista teams were divided into groups of 5. One person was responsible for adjusting the bolts, while the others were responsible for loading and assisting. Strangle formation. Charge. At the same time, a bloodthirsty and resounding order resounded through the army. In the center of the army, an Arab general with green eyes and a brown beard harshly shouted. Rumble. Stellar energy vibrated as a powerful wave of energy soared more than 100 zhang into the air. Amor was not the strongest general in the Arab army, but he was definitely the bravest and most fearless. The Bakr cataphracts were soldiers that Abu Muslim had recruited from the strategic stronghold of the Abbasid Caliphate. They were one of the elite cavalry units under Abu Muslim's command. Their greatest characteristic was their extremely thick armor, which could block the attacks of the vast majority of ballistae, bows, and arrows. Even the sharpest sabers would only be able to leave shallow marks on their bodies. In a large-scale melee, the Bakr cataphracts could often rely on their thick armor to charge into the densest and strongest areas of the enemy, scattering the enemy and disrupting their formation. They were one of the best offensive units of the Arab cavalry. In a single charge, the Bakr cataphracts would not only scatter the enemy's main force, they would also suffer minimal losses. This was an important reason why Abu Muslim had dispatched them. 80 zhang, 50 zhang, 40 zhang. As he got closer and closer, Qinbin continued to calculate and concentrate. These Arab cavalry were extremely fast and terrifyingly powerful. The slightest mistake could result in the annihilation of the 3,000 ballista teams. Release. Just when the atmosphere was at its most tense, Qinbin swung his sword down heavily. Boom! There was a thunderous boom in the air, and the moment Qinbin swung down his sword, a thick ballista bolt, 1 zhang long, shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Niai! With a heaven-shaking neigh, blood sprayed into the air as the Arab warhorse at the very front was stabbed with a bull-sized hole. The long ballista bolt pierced through the thick armor of the warhorse, pierced through the horse's forehead, emerged from the horse's rear, and then pierced through the second and third Arab horsemen. Only after reaching the fourth Arab horseman did the ballista bolt stop, leaving a long trail of blood in its wake that was both beautiful and terrifying. What thick armor! Qinbin's eyes widened at this sight. Ballistae and ballista bolts were the symbol of the Tang dynasty's finest craftsmanship and the strength of the country. Each ballista bolt had been tempered hundreds of times, requiring at least several months to be forged. Moreover, they had to go through several dozen procedures and be inscribed with many different inscriptions. In terms of value, these bolts were equivalent to a lump of gold. It was precisely for this reason that the ballistae and ballista bolts of the Tang dynasty were so terrifyingly powerful that they were regarded as important weapons of the country. When dealing with other Arabs, Qinbin's ballista bolts had been able to pierce through 7 or 8 Arab horsemen, sometimes even 10 some. But against this unknown elite Arab horseman, each ballista bolt was only able to pierce through 4 horsemen before reaching their limit. He had never encountered such a situation before, but Qinbin's eyes only blinked for a moment before returning to normal. No matter how thick and sturdy the armor of these Arab cavalry was, they were doomed to be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of the 3,000 ballistae. The second formation. Fire! Qinbin raised his sword and gave another order. Boom, boom, boom. Tens of thousands of ballista bolts exploded into the air, engulfing the Bakr cataphracts. In Ney, wave after wave of Bakr cataphracts fell to Qinbin's ballista army. Fire! Wave after wave of ballista bolts rained down. Qinbin had divided the 3,000 ballista teams into 3 groups, with each group consisting of 1,000 ballista teams forming a formation. When one formation finished firing, another would take its place. Round after round, the ballista bolts fired in rapid succession, leaving no gaps at all. The 7,000 or 8,000 Bakr cataphracts suffered grievous casualties, none of them able to get within 10 zhang of the Tang dynasty. With Chun Bin as the boundary, the area several hundred zhang in front of him had been transformed into a bloody battlefield. The neighing of horses, screams, collisions, and the rumbling of ballista bolts mixed into one. The corpses of the Bakr cataphracts were strewn everywhere. For 1,000, 5,000, 6,000, the famed Bakr cataphracts of the Arabs were suffering heavy casualties at an astonishing rate in front of the 3,000 ballista teams. Retreat! Retreat! The Arab General Amor paled at this sight. The attacks of the Tang people had been too swift and fierce. Moreover, their unique cycle of firing and seamless attacks had made it impossible for the 8,000 Bakr cataphracts to reach the Tang people's ranks. The casualties were far too terrifying. Amor had never seen such a fierce and frightening assault force in his entire life. Rumble. The Bakr cataphracts had left as quickly as they had come. But while they had come from 7 or 8,000, they had left with less than 1,000. The famed Bakr army had been on the verge of extinction in this battle. Stop! Chun Bin raised his sword, and the 3,000 ballista teams behind him immediately stopped firing. All of them silently took up orderly positions as if they had never moved. This sort of strict discipline left a deep impression on anyone who saw it. The strength of the ballista army lay in its ability to attack and defend with the army, but it was actually less effective in pursuit. Chapter 887. The 100,000 Chishi reinforcements quickly calmed down. The only thing left was the thick stench of blood in the air and the corpses of the Bakr cataphracts strewn in front of the defensive line, a testament to the ferocity and power of the Tang dynasty. There's no need to worry about the other side. Hurry up and finish the fortifications. Begin treating the wounded and counting the casualties. Repair the ballistae. Inspect all the equipment again. As orders were passed down, the Tang dynasty army busied itself, but it was also orderly. Everything was proceeding according to Wang Chang's plan. Meanwhile, with the heavily wounded Bakr cataphracts under Amor's command, the Arabs retreated like the tide, no longer probing the enemy. Lord Governor Amor failed. The Tang people did not pursue. Ziyad said from next to Abu Muslim. Ziyad was about 36 years old. He had a short mustache and brown eyes that were as sharp as swords. As the Arab deputy governor of the East, as well as Abu Muslim's aide and subordinate, Ziyad had an important role to play in this operation. Although he was not as strong as Abu Muslim, Ziyad was still a peak brigadier general, a top-class expert on the verge of stepping into the great general level. Not only that, Ziyad was also a rare tactician. Abu Muslim had always relied heavily on his intelligence and strategy. In the previous battle, Ziyad had been leading the army and arranging for the soldiers to retreat, doing his best to minimize the losses. Thus, he had only appeared at Abu Muslim's side now. Ziyad, what do you think of this new commander of the Tang dynasty? After some time, Abu Muslim looked forward and spoke. His eyes were deep and his expression calm, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. I don't know. We know nothing about him. Ziyad's brow was tightly creased, a pensive look in his eyes. This person isn't from Anxi. For this battle, Gao Xianji has brought all the top-class generals of Anxi. It was impossible for anyone to be more powerful than him. He must have been sent by the emperor of the Tang dynasty. I remember that we had sent spies and scouts into the interior of the Tang dynasty to investigate, but I don't know what happened. Those spies and scouts lost contact with each other, and they never sent back any news. I'm afraid that they were discovered and eliminated by the Tang people. Now that I think about it, it's really a pity. As for this new commander of the Tang people, although we don't have his information and can't see where he is, judging from his performance, this person has probably seen through our ambush. Moreover, the army he leads is also very powerful. Previously, the Tang people's army led by Gao Xinji also used that kind of huge crossbow, but its power was not as terrifying. His accuracy and shooting speed are not comparable to Gao Xinji's. I have a feeling that this new commander-in-chief is even more powerful than Gao Xinji, and he's even more difficult to deal with. You think he's even stronger than that Anqi war god? Abu Muslim slightly frowned, rather surprised by Ziad's assessment. In the last 2 months of fierce battle, Gao Xinji and his Anqi protectorate army had dealt a heavy blow to the Arabs. Before this, Abu Muslim and the entire Arabian Empire had the lofty ambition to sweep through the western regions with an army of 300,000 and even occupy the Tang dynasty, accomplishing a feat that had never been accomplished by any caliph. But a trifling Gao Xinji and the city of Talas had dealt a severe blow to Abu Muslim and his powerful Arab army. Although they were enemies, Abu Muslim would never belittle his opponents. Gao Xinji truly did have the qualifications to be his opponent, even though Abu Muslim's desire to kill this man had never wavered. But now, Ziad actually believed that this new Arab commander was even more formidable than Gao Xinji. In terms of strength, I haven't seen him yet, so I can't make a judgment for now. But in terms of tactics and strategy, my intuition is that Gao Xinji really can't compare to him. Ziad solemnly said. Gao Xinji was a tenacious opponent. The fact that he had managed to delay the Arab army for 2 months was proof enough. But Gao Xinji had not relied on his own tactics and strategy, but on the high and thick walls of the city of Talas. Although the battle had lasted for a long time, the true losses had been far less severe. On the other hand, the commander of the Tang dynasty, who had yet to show his face, had killed Umar in a single clash, dealt a heavy blow to Amur's Bakr cataphracts, and had even killed nearly 100,000 Arab soldiers in this first clash. And this time, the Tang dynasty's reinforcements had only been a little more than 100,000. This alone was enough for Ziad to place an unprecedented amount of importance on this new commander of the Tang dynasty. Moreover, this new commander hadn't even borrowed the strength of any city. Abu Muslim instantly fell silent, a grave look in his eyes. After fighting side by side with Ziad for so many years, Abu Muslim had always placed great trust in Ziad's judgment and intuition. In their 10-some years together, Abu Muslim had never seen Ziad give such a high evaluation of an enemy commander before he even met him. Rumble. As he was thinking, a boom came from up ahead, completely different from any of the previous booms, and it quickly attracted the attention of Abu Muslim and Ziad. The two of them raised their heads. In the distance, they could see countless craftsmen and soldiers working together in the rear of the Tang army. They were methodically installing strange, huge, silver rectangular boxes covered with holes on the surface onto the tall steel walls. The two highest Arab commanders grimaced at this sight, their eyes brimming with anger. Although they didn't know what sort of secrets these silver chests held, their experience allowed them to immediately tell that they were some sort of powerful defensive equipment. The combination of these silver chests and the steel walls made it obvious what the Tang people were doing. In front of more than 200,000 Arab soldiers, they were brazenly constructing fortifications on a large scale. This was a blatant provocation. To the west of the Tsong Mountains, Arabia was synonymous with terror and destruction, and all empires and factions would pale at the mere mention of its name. In all of history, no opponent had ever dared to humiliate an Arab army of more than 200,000. Bastard! Ziad clenched his fists, his eyes exploding with killing intent. Although Abu Muslim said nothing, his face had also turned gloomy. Lord Governor, have our entire army press forward and completely crush the Tang people's army. They're too impudent. A voice came from the side, and all the Arab commanders around Abu Muslim turned to look, their eyes blazing with fury. The Arabs were renowned for their bravery and skill in battle. Umar's death could not represent the entire Arab army, and the true main force of the Arab army had yet to move. Once they did, the battle would be completely different. Enough! Abu Muslim suddenly bellowed, his expression as cold as ice. In a flash, all the Arab commanders fell silent, lowering their heads with respect in their eyes. I have my own plans. Pass on my order. All soldiers are to retreat and reorganize. Yes, Lord Governor. A messenger next to him said, his voice trembling. Abu Muslim's eyes were spitting fire, but he said no more. His eyes were constantly shifting as he stared at the Tang dynasty army. No one could tell what he was thinking. The Tang people had to be eliminated, and the western regions had to be brought under the Arabian Empire. He would be the first governor of the East to defeat the Tang dynasty. But before that, every decision had to be made with caution. He could not be rash. Flap, flap. Just when Abu Muslim was preparing to reorganize his army and launch an attack against the Tang people, he suddenly heard the flapping of wings. Whoosh! A black messenger pigeon flew down like a bolt of lightning and landed on Abu Muslim's arm. Caw-caw! The black messenger pigeon began to cry out as it slowly walked on Abu Muslim's arm. On its right leg was a rolled-up piece of white paper. Buzz! The other Arab commanders didn't react to this black messenger pigeon, but Abu Muslim and Ziyad glanced at each other and saw the shock and astonishment in each other's eyes. Abu Muslim took the letter from the black messenger pigeon's leg and slowly unfurled it. After glancing at it, his expression instantly turned strange. Lord Governor, what does the letter say? Ziyad took a step forward and asked. Abu Muslim said nothing, only handed over the letter. This, after reading the contents of the letter, Ziyad's expression turned strange, and his brown eyes slowly began to shine. All soldiers, hear my order. The army is to organize and delay the operation. Tomorrow we will fight the Tang people. Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, outside the city of Tales, Marquis, they're retreating. The Arabs are really retreating this time. Next to Wang Chong, Zhang Ke placed a hand over his forehead as he watched the Arab army retreat, like a receding tide, a look of excitement on his face. Zhang Ke was not a fighter, so after the aerial battle he had remained at Wang Chong's side. Su Ke, Qin Bureng, Sun Jiming, Zhuang Buping, Qi Weisi, Zhao Jingdian, and even Wang Chong's father Wang Yan and big brother Wang Fu had all been sent to the front lines to command the army. The only people left at Wang Chong's side were Zhang Ke and a few others. It's not that simple. This battle has only just begun. Chapter 888. The Arabs had already withdrawn a great distance, but they had not retreated to the strategic fortress of Khorasan. Instead, they stared at the Tang army from a distance, their intentions obvious. It was the Arab style to fight to the last man or to lose 3/4 of their soldiers. They would never easily retreat. This was also why Arabia was so troublesome and terrifying. It was also why the kingdoms of the western regions viewed Arabia as a destroyer. But this time they had run into the Tang dynasty and Wang Chong. For this decisive battle with the Arabs, Wang Chong had prepared for a long time. He had prepared a large number of weapons and provisions, and he had even led an army of more than 100,000, equipped with ballistae, Wuzi steel weapons, meteoric metal armor, and other such weapons. His will and ability to fight were no weaker than theirs. 2 empires, only one will survive. Abu Muslim, the empire that survives can't be Arabia. Wang Chong's eyes flickered. Wang Chong's expression was relaxed, but he was thinking back to the stone of destiny's words. Nothing was accidental. In this world, it was rare for 2 great empires to coexist at the same time, and even if they did, they would only exist for a very short period of time. In his last life, the Tang dynasty had fought with Arabia at Tales and suffered a crushing defeat, losing the western regions. From then on, the Tang dynasty's efforts to expand and invade the outside world were transformed into an obsession with internal strife, and the civilization of the Central Plains continued to wane. Wang Chong had always believed that this was a coincidence, but the stone of destiny had revealed that this was far from the case. Behind him was the western regions, the Tang dynasty. Whether for the sake of the Tang dynasty or for the prosperity of the Central Plains for the next several thousand years, Wang Chong could not retreat. As these thoughts flew through his mind, Wang Chong quickly regained his composure. Zhang Ke, Send out your birds to keep an eye on the movements of the Arabs at all times. In addition, I will arrange for an archer square to work with you. Once the Arab hunting falcons arrive, the archer square will work with you to kill them all." Wang Chong said. The Arabian hunting falcons were extremely fast and ferocious. Although Zhang Ke had wiped out a wave, it had only been one of the Arabian hunting falcons. Zhang Ke's eagle team alone was far from enough to deal with the entire Arab hunting army. Using the ground and air forces to launch a pincer attack was a tactic that Wang Chong had specially designed for the Arabs. "Yes, Marquis." Zhang Ke accepted the order and left. In the army of the Tang dynasty, there had never been anyone like Wang Chong who valued aerial surveillance as much as he did. Zhang Ke did not disappoint. The Eagle team he led played an increasingly important role in Wang Chong's battles. This included the war with the Arabs. If Zhang Ke had not destroyed the Arab hunting falcons ahead of time, the outcome of the war might have been completely different. Once Zhang Ke left, Wang Chong calmed down and turned his eyes to the vast sea of Arab soldiers. In this battle, one of Wang Chong's greatest foes had yet to appear. During the assault of the Arab Bakr cataphracts, Wang Chong had vaguely sensed their will. This was a clash in the air, as well as an invisible contest. Abu Muslim, Wang Chong could clearly sense that the enemy was using that group of cavalry to probe him, and Wang Chong had also clearly displayed his will through the ballista army. The first clash between these two commanders had ended with Wang Chong's victory, but Wang Chong was well aware that this was far from over. "Protector General Wang, is this the steel wall?" Just at this moment, a dignified voice rang out. Gao Xianji suddenly spoke as he stood at the side with his back ramrod straight, his gaze looking ahead. Wang Chong froze, and then he smiled and nodded. "Yes." At these words, Gao Xianji's eyes exploded with a sharp light, a strange light flitting through his pupils. In the War of the Southwest, Wang Chong had used his steel wall tactics to defeat the combined army of Daluan Ruozhen and Jelifeng. This matter had long ago caused a huge uproar throughout the world, and in the Battle of the Triangular Gap, Wang Chong had established a steel fortress on the Uzun Plateau and used it to defeat Dusong Mangpoj and Dian Mangpoj. Wang Chong's unique tactics had become so famous that even Gao Xianji had heard of them in the distant western regions. But this was the first time Gao Xianji had actually seen them. "Not bad." A hint of surprise flashed through Gao Xianji's eyes as he heartily praised. "The most formidable aspect of the Arabs is their cavalry. By using this tactic to divide them, we can truly destroy the Arab formation. Without the advantage of a formation, the cavalry will not be as formidable." Lord Protector General's thoughts are bold and imaginative, able to think of places that ordinary people cannot. It is no wonder that you were favored by His Divine Majesty at such a young age and became the youngest Protector General of the Empire. However, the city of Talas is surrounded by wilderness that is extremely advantageous to cavalry. Wouldn't it be better to enter the city and use the thick walls of the city of Talas to defend it? These last words revealed Gao Xianji's true intentions. When Wang Chong led his army to the city and routed the Arabs, Gao Xianji had originally believed that Wang Chong would lead his army into the city and use the city of Talas to defend it with him. But now, it seemed that Wang Chong was arranging his army and constructing fortifications outside the city, with no intention of entering the city at all. This was completely different from Gao Xianji's plan. In Gao Xianji's view, Wang Chong's plan was far too risky. There were no natural strongholds to rely on, and the terrain was unfavorable. But since Wang Chong had come to save him and was of equal status to him, Gao Xianji could not directly point this out, so he had used the City of Steel to tactfully express his intentions. Given Gao Xianji's status, he was already showing Wang Chong considerable respect. "Haha, Lord Protector General, I know what you mean." Wang Chong faintly smiled, his eyes looking forward, his demeanor relaxed and exuding a natural charm. "I naturally know that the walls of the city of Talas are high and thick, and the terrain is advantageous, But there are some things that we must do, some risks that we must take. The Arabs have come with a torrential momentum, and their desire is not limited to the Shur kingdom. The western regions and the Tang dynasty are their true goal. There is a saying that goes, "When two enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous will prevail." In this world, the only one that can contend with the Tang dynasty is the Arabian Empire to the west of the Tsong Mountains. Lord Protector General should be well aware of this. If we cannot thoroughly defeat them and make them understand the terrifying power of the Tang dynasty, then there will be no end of trouble. This world is one of survival of the fittest, where the strong prey on the weak. Our Tang dynasty was able to rule the western regions through our own strength. The Arabs were able to expand to the west of the Tsong Mountains and encroach on the Tang dynasty through their own strength. Whether my lord has realized it or not, from the moment we arrived here, everything was decided. In this battle, if we dare to enter the city and show the slightest fear, the Arabs will swarm in, and we will lose the initiative, handing over the advantage we worked so hard to build. Lord Protector General should understand that the Tang dynasty no longer has any soldiers to deploy. At this point, Wang Chong paused, his gaze slowly sweeping over the crowd. All was quiet. All the Anshi generals, including the generals at Wang Chong's side, had been captivated by Wang Chong's words, all of them solemnly looking at him. All the soldiers of the Tang dynasty from the east of the Tsong Mountains to Qixi and Wushang had been mobilized. Just as Wang Chong had said, Talas was probably the last line of defense. If we win this battle, we can protect the western regions for several decades, or at least slow down the advance of the Arabs. Lord Protector General should know that the army led by Abu Muslim is only the soldiers of that empire in the east. This empire has at least 3 times the number of soldiers in the rear. We don't have many choices. If we lose, Anshi and Qixi will change sides, and even Longxi will crumble to the threat of the Arabs. All of these are things that we must consider. Wang Chong sternly said, one last glance at the commander-in-chief of the Anshi Protectorate Army, Gao Xinji. Gao Xinji said nothing, but his brows were deeply furrowed. As a general, his duty was to lead his soldiers into battle, to win battles, and to win battles after battles. This was why Gao Xinji had said those words and entered the city of Talas. But Wang Chong's standpoint was completely different from his own. Wang Chong's strategic vision and considerations were far more profound. After careful consideration, even Gao Xinji had to admit that there were many aspects of this war that he had not considered thoroughly. I understand. Gao Xinji gave a serious nod. He gave Wang Chong a deep glance, acting like he was meeting this 17-year-old youth of the Tang dynasty for the first time. Seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. There had been many misunderstandings between Gao Xinji and Wang Chong, including the regional commander's incident and Wang Chong's assault on Wushang. In this meeting, Gao Xinji had treated Wang Chong so courteously, partly because Wang Chong had been willing to put aside their former enmity and brave the danger of leading an army to reinforce him. As for Wang Chong's military skills and other aspects, although Wang Chong had been able to defeat Umar as a top-class great general on the level of Gao Xinji, who had won countless victories and had experienced far more than ordinary generals, he had not left a very deep impression on Wang Chong. But when Wang Chong said these words, revealing his comprehensive plans for the Battle of Talas, Gao Xinji felt for the first time that this youth possessed a vast breadth of knowledge, a strategic and long-term vision that could make any protector general or great general lose their luster. Astounding talent. Gao Xinji had always been a proud man, but he had never imagined that he would see another person, and a youth at that, a talent that far surpassed his own. Everything will be done according to Lord Protector General's wishes. If Lord Protector General has anything that requires the cooperation of the Anshi Protectorate Army, this Gao will give it his all.